Lumber, Industrial Supply Company, and Booties Water Conditioning, thank you so much for sponsoring the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta, Jeff.
Thank you, Jordan Barron. We do have some news to pass along to our guests and race fans here along the shoreline. We came into this 2025 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. We were expecting the 6 H1 Unlimited boats. We got 6 H1 Unlimited boats. The story has been the Miss Madison. Brandon Kennedy, a rookie pilot, he's being strapped in right now. Brandon still needs to qualify as a chauffeur. He has 3 laps completed, needs 12 more. He has 2 at over 130, needs 8 more. He will go out and test. For Jonathan Abbott, the official chief referee with H1 Unlimited, at this morning's drivers meeting, the round-robin format has been scratched. We will have 3 boats in each heat. Well, Jeff, what about Brandon Kennedy? If Brandon is not qualified as an H1 Unlimited hydroplane pilot, Miss Madison fans, we have good news for you. Bobby King out of Michigan will more than likely be the pilot of the U6 Miss Madison here in Madison. The hometown boat will run at the Diamond Anniversary event.
Absolutely, and that's so awesome to see. And as we now see the Flav-R-Pac, Jamie Nilsen, the U11, being lifted off its trailer as well. And, you know, it's unfortunate what's happened. Again, we were hoping, obviously, they'd get qualified in Guntersville, and obviously what happened in Guntersville happened. Yesterday looked really, really good the first couple of laps, and then unfortunately hit his roller there in at turn number 1 and caused some damage there, but they look ready to go today. They're in the water, and we are just a few short minutes away, hopefully seeing him get some laps in, and maybe before this testing session is over, we can maybe have us another qualified driver of H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing. The good news is, though, Bobby King likely will be the driver if for some reason that
One of the top ones on my list. And what a great day. I mean, great Jesus Christ turned the heat up on us today, but he kept the wind down. So I'll take 1 of 2 on that one.
And Sean, of course, drives in the 1-liter class, and he's knockout grime. And Sean, I think it's a great welcome addition here. When I started doing inboard races back in 2001 and did for many years and still do occasionally, but these Jersey speed skiffs, this is an overdue class for here in Madison. John Lewis, a friend of mine, was just up here, and he said, man, I'm looking forward to see these skiffs race. It's an exciting class.
Oh, the Jersey speed skiffs, they're a class act. I mean, I've raced a lot of boats, and I've been inside of a speed skiff, and I might not ever do it again. It's a heck of a ride.
I took a ride in one. Billy Sewell gave it to me years ago, and I think I'm on the beach when I get a skiff offer. It's a bumpy ride down the chutes. The turn ride for the rider and the driver is actually better, even though it's got a wild boat activity.
They are truly an artist when they race those boats. I don't know how they do it. I can reach my hand out and touch the water when they turn, but that's normal. Yeah. So,
and the 2.5 stocks, that's a very familiar class in APBA inboard racing. The 2000 2300 4-cylinder Ford is still in the engine well, but new technology coming aboard with 2.5 stock and the K20 Honda.
Yeah, we got the new Hondas. We got them on the rule book this year. We're still working on a little bit of bugs, but it's going to be a great engine for our class. We've upgraded to the electronic fuel injection, so we're no longer carbureted. So we got these newer kids that want to come up with their computers. Now they can do something like that and learn about their boats via a computer, where us old guys, we like turning the knobs on the carburetors.
And the 350s are back, the Pro Light division. I love the 350s. It's a stock motor and a very competitive class in 350, formerly known as the 5 liters, as the 302 and 305s getting hard to find.
Yes, they are an awesome class. And I'm going to steal a line from you. I think you used to call them the NASCAR on the water back in the day. But they are ultra tight class. You will not see the first and last place boat finish less than like 10 seconds apart. And they are out there racing hard every time.
And next year up in Decatur, Illinois, you and Nikki and all your staff, you're preparing for a big race at Lake Decatur. Fill us in. We've
got the Nationals, the biggest race in APBA for inboard next year. We're on a 1.25-mile record course. We've had the race the last 2 years. Things have gone great the last 2 years, and we're ready for the Nationals. So if you're in the Decatur, Illinois area, it's about a 3.5-hour drive from here. Please come up. It's a great event. It's not just a race, it's an event. Plenty to do, vendors, flea markets, arts and crafts. It's a great place to come watch a race.
My friend, is always great visiting with you. You look like $1 million. And what's your role today here at this 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta?
I'm here to help out with a couple of the 2.5 stock guys, see some good friends like you. And then, but I'm also here on business. My engine kind of took a hit in Salina, so my new engine is sitting somewhere in this parking lot area. I won't tell you where, but yeah, we're picking up my new engine because we're heading out to Seattle next weekend.
And your 1-liter motor is that jet ski Yamaha?
Yes, it is a 3-cylinder, 2-stroke jet ski, but it's pretty modified. You wouldn't recognize it if you saw it.
Great seeing you. Have a great time in Madison. And furthermore, I told you in Salina a couple weeks ago, thank you for your service as a police officer. Fans along the shoreline, let's give a round of applause to Sean Bowser, recently retired police officer.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it, buddy.
Green flag on the course, folks. Green flag on the race course. So now we're ready to go to see some action on the First Financial Bank Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. We have 3 boats right now that are in the water. Looking right now to see which one will be going out first. We have 3 of them out there. Looking down here, seeing Kennedy get strapped into the U6 Miss Madison. Jamie Nilsen getting ready to be strapped into the U11 Flav-R-Pac. So testing is on until 1 p.m. So we are just about ready to go. We'll have 2 hours of testing before we get some race action here on the Ohio River. Andrew Tate getting ready to be strapped into the U91 Goodman Real Estate, the defending Indiana Governor's Cup champion here last year. Just waiting to hear some of the Lycomings fire up. Looks like the lid's been closed on Brandon Kennedy's boat here. We're just waiting for it to fire up, folks. Jeff, we're just sitting and waiting now because we have green flag on the course.
And we did receive word that the testing will end at 1 o'clock sharp. 1 o'clock sharp, testing will end, then we'll go into our racing activity. First up will be the skiffs a little bit after 1, followed by 2.5 stock. The U6 Miss Madison is pointed toward the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. Brandon Kennedy is lighting up the Lycoming. Goodman Real Estate on the verticals. Goodman Real Estate to our right. Let him hear it, Goodman Real Estate.
Glad to see everyone from Goodman Real Estate here as Brandon Kennedy gets ready to make his way out. Again, he completed 3 laps yesterday, 2 of them over 130 miles an hour, so he has to do 8 more of that. Again, 15 total laps here, and let's see if he can get that done during this testing session, Jeff.
Friction Wraps out of Hanover, Indiana, wrap the craft for Miss Madison, getting additional support from Royer. Unbridled Ink, Robin Mingione. Colonial Flowers, JTL Prime Engineering. The Buddy Byers family contributed to the effort to bring Miss Madison back on the water. In 2025, we mentioned Goodman Real Estate. They have been a huge help to help the city of Madison put this boat on the water, and she looks smooth right now. Brandon Kennedy out of Newark, Delaware. You'll see him in Grand Prix, but if he can get qualified as a driver, he'll be the pilot. If not, it appears to be Bobby King. We'll just see how it plays out.
Absolutely, and so far looks good. A nice turn there as he gets ready to get his first testing lap underway. A good turn, good speed there. Fans, let him hear you. It's the U6 Miss Madison.
Miss Madison leasing this craft from Dave Bardish out of Detroit. The hull was the T3 Miss Budweiser, built back in 1989. In 1995, the T3 went a major overhaul, remodel job. Craft has been idle for well over 10 years. It ran here before his degree men with Scott Liddicoat in the cockpit. And boy, on this late Saturday morning, water conditions are ideal, as Brandon Kennedy will come down to complete his 4th lap. And if he does, Jordan, he'll have 11 more to go, and I'm sure this one will be well over 130.
Absolutely. He looks fantastic on that turn. A good turn. Nice rooster tail there around turn number 2 as he gets ready to hit the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. And let's see what it is.
4 complete, 11 to go. Brandon back in turn number 1. We'll get a time for you for the U6 Miss Madison. Oh my goodness. It's a little quicker than I thought it would be. How about 139.141 miles per hour? 139.141, and that's getting in the ballpark. You're not in the bullpen, you're on the field.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it looks like the Flav-R-Pac's making its way out onto the race course as well now, Jeff. But right now, Brandon Kennedy coming down on the Madison Auto Group start-finish line. Let's see if he can top the speed that he just had.
My tally marks Brandon Kennedy, 5 laps complete with 10 more to go. 10 of the laps have to be over at 1:30. During this testing session, the H1 boats can have 3 crafts out there at a time. It's quicker. 139.394 miles per hour, 139.394. Does the U6 Miss Madison have a $1.40 in her?
Only time will tell there, and you know, looked awfully good on that last turn. It's turning really, really well. A nice turn there. It's probably about lane 3 or 4 right now. Obviously, when you have more boats out there, it'll be a little different. But let's see what he does as he hits the start-finish line here. He looks awfully quick. Can he top it?
6 complete. 9 more to qualify as an H1 Unlimited pilot. Looked like he let off the throttle there a little bit, but still got a stout boat ride into turn number 1. We'll get a time. Can he get to $1.40? He did. 140.627 miles per hour. 140.627. John Goodman, your money's working.
There you go. So again, a nice speed there by Brandon Kennedy. He's still going to be going. He's still got more laps to go, and he's still pushing it hard. Coming around after getting the fuel truck coming through now to gas it up. And let me tell you what, it looks ready to go as Brandon Kennedy. Let's see what he does here on this time around.
7 complete, 8 to go to qualify as an H1 Unlimited hydroplane chauffeur. Brandon Kennedy putting on a show here for the hometown fans in Madison, Indiana. That one a touch slower, 136.026 miles per hour, 136.026. 10 of these 15 laps need to be over 130. He has 6 at over 130. John Goodman, we need another 5K to get to 145. And we got a time for the Flav-R-Pac. Jamie Nilsen at 132.018. Lap number 8 in the books.
Looks good here. Let's see what the speed is, if he tops it or if he's keeping it where it's at.
7 to go, and John Goodman's a primary sponsored boat on the craft, the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate. With Andrew Tate, your defending Indiana Governor's Cup champion. That one a little slower, but it's over the 130 mark. 131.341. 131.341 for Brandon Kennedy in the U6 Miss Madison. We need one of our U.S. Navy Air Force fuelers to fuel this boat so he can keep on going. It's looking good. Got a time for the Flav-R-Pac at 134.245 miles per hour. 134.245, but fans in Madison, Brandon Kennedy's 9th lap in the books with 6 to go to qualify as an H1 Unlimited pilot. Testing will last until 1 o'clock, and right now, Jordan, everyone's fingers are crossed. It appears Brandon Kennedy might be well on his way to be a qualified unlimited chauffeur. Oh, that one's below 130, but it counts. 129.317, a $129.317, 2.467 over 130. Needs 3 more of those at over 130, and plus the 15 in front of the officials. And Jordan, my tally marks on this one, we're getting to lap 10.
We are, and he's looking awfully good. And, you know, just getting those laps in, you got quite a few above 130. And it looks like Goodman Real Estate now out there as well. So we'll see what kind of juice Andrew Tate's got here as the Flav-R-Pac comes down for another one, as does Miss Madison.
10 complete for Brandon Kennedy. You can see he slowed. I got a timing run on the Flav-R-Pac off the exit pin to turn number 2. The start-finish line a little over 7 seconds. We'll get a time for the Miss Madison. Brandon Kennedy, it's slower, but it counts. 123.110 miles per hour. 123.110, and Brandon is slowed off turn number 1. We'll see if he comes around to make 11 laps in the book And Jordan, maybe they can refuel and come back out to get 4 more.
Absolutely, he looked awfully good, and there goes the Goodman Real Estate. Looks awfully fast on that outside lane with Andrew Tate. Let's see what the speed is on this one.
Brandon Kennedy up in turn number 2, just west of the iconic Milton-Madison Bridge here on the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. Spotter, I would get with Brandon. Go ahead and bring this around to get that 11th lap in. It should count, but that's up to the team. Oh, they're going to bring it on in. Maybe if they let him cross, we'll just see how the ruling goes on that, Jordan. We'll get with the officials. So
why not? Let's just.
Maybe John Goodman's got some pull to count that lap number 11.
There you go, John, right there. Well, needs to refuel, and there goes the Flav-R-Pac and the Goodman Real Estate. Andrew Tate moving to the inside lane there on this last one.
Andrew Tate entering turn number 1 toward the buoy row in the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate. And boy, it's going to be rough down there in turn number 1, well to the west on this 2-mile track cut out for the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. Jordan, I forgot about our Madison Automotive Group start-finish line because we were so focused on the Madison.
It's okay, I had it taken care of, Jeff. Man, Andrew Tate looks awfully good. Of course, he won this race from lane 2 last year.
Lap for Andrew Tate in the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate. Whoa, and a little hop across start-finish line buoy. Andrew Tate, a test lap of 140.454 miles per hour. Right now in Madison Regatta, Jordan, I forgot about our Madison Automotive Group start-finish line because we were so focused on the Madison.
It's okay, I had it taken care of, Jeff. Man, Andrew Tate looks awfully good. Of course, he won this race from lane 2 last year. That's, wow.
Lap for Andrew Tate in the U91 Madison Automotive. Walking it, that's tiptoeing from sponson to sponson. Waiting for a time. And that one just, no, it's quicker.
Oh,
U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate. They'll be happy to our right, 148.834 miles per hour. 148.834 for your defending champion, Andrew Tate, in testing.
Whoa, that is awfully fast. That looks awfully impressive. Let's see what much more he does.
Attention to pits, attention to pits. If you're not dock certified personnel, we need you to remove the dock immediately. That is for crew members only. Crew members only on the dock. Patrons, thank you for your cooperation.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Unless you are authorized personnel, please stay off the docks. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Unless you are authorized personnel, please stay off the docks. Thank you.
I was a little tardy on the clock, Jordan, on that timing run. Andrew picked it up there about the apex of turn number 2. I'm going to kind of guess about an 8-9 second mark. But we did get Jamie Nilsen earlier when he hit the throttle off turn number 2, the start-finish line buoy. That's going to be about 7 seconds. So the boats do start on a clock start, and once we get to 7 seconds on a countdown for our guest here along the shoreline, just mash the gas and hope you're behind that start-finish line buoy at 0, because if you jump the gun, that is a 1-minute penalty on your lapse time when we go racing.
Exactly, and you do that, it takes you out of the racing almost immediately. So the last thing you want to do is jump that gun. We've seen weird things happen before. Back in 2001 when Alberto won, had 3 really fast boats ahead of him, but he kind of played Red Rover with them, and all three of them jumped the gun. And ultimately, Alberto grabbed the victory, so it could take someone out of the race real quick. And now I look to my right, I see the Beacon Electric, the U8, being lowered into the Ohio River. The Miss Apollo is already in the water. So it looks like we could see a few more, but looks like Andrew Tate's coming around to do another one.
Andrew Tate passed the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. As Jordan mentioned, J. Michael Kelly's U8 Beacon Electric being lowered into the water. I just spoke to the stat man with H1 Unlimited, Nick Kish. Brandon Kennedy has 5 more laps to complete. 3 of those have to be at over 130 miles per hour to be a qualified pilot in H1 Unlimited. It is 11:13. This testing session will conclude at 1. They need to work hard. They need to work feverishly. They need to fill that puppy up with fuel and get him back out.
Absolutely. And, he looked really good. The boat looked smooth. And, for a boat that hasn't run competitively in over a decade, if he can keep that on the water, you know what he's going to do. And honestly, you just want to put him there because he's a great driver. We've seen what he's done with the Grand Prix. Hopefully it translates over into H1 Unlimited qualifying. But you still got 5 laps to go. Again, 3 have to be above 130. He did several above 130 the last time and about. Right now, we look and see the winningest driver in the history of unlimited hydroplane racing, Dave Villwock, in the U27 Miss Apollo, making his way out onto the First Financial Bank Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. He ran a couple testing laps yesterday just to kind of get used to this boat, because this boat, again, it's the old Sharky boat from 2007. The primary hull was damaged out in Gunnersville. It should be ready for the Gold Cup coming up at the end of July. But it looks like Dave Villwock, let's see if he can pick up some speed here. If Dave Villwock can keep that thing on the water, let me tell you what, the guy's going to be competitive. I mean, you haven't won as many races as he had. He's won here 11 times. This guy knows how to win on this course.
Andrew Tate back to the pit dock in the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate. Andrew's top lap in testing, 148.834 miles per hour.
Fans down the shoreline, get away from the water, please. You need to be out of the water. Get away from the water. You cannot be in the water when boats are on. Get out of the water. Dave Villwock coming around. Gonna get the green flag here in this test session. See if he puts the pedal to the metal here and see what kind of speed we can get out of the U27 Miss Apollo. Again, a much different race course this year, so a new one. Although Dave Villwock has won here, something that he's going to get used to at 71 years old, but a good enough driver he will. But it looks awfully smooth so far, a much heavier boat than what he's used to. But the guy looked fairly comfortable yesterday, got kind of his water, his wings under him, and hopefully he can have a good showing, Jeff, this weekend.
Dave Villwock, the all-time winningest driver in the sport, 67 victories. He's done everything from letter A to Z, crew chief, driver, prop man, hull builder, you name it. He knows it. Still got the competitive fire at 71. That's a pretty good corner off that exit pin at turn number 2. And Villwock crosses the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. This is the backup Miss Apollo. The primary craft had a frightening crash 4 weeks ago at the season opener at the Gunnersville Lake Hydro Fest. The team got together with owner Bruce Ratchford, thought it would be a best business decision to repair the primary craft properly for the Gold Cup. This is a reliable hull. Lap 1, not bad, 1:43.867.
The man still got it. The man can drive, but we know how good of a boat that is. The last time that boat ran competitively on this race course, it won the APBA Gold Cup. So looking forward to seeing what he does here. He looks awfully faster this time around, a good turn. Let's see what his time is for lap number 2.
Past the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line, Dave Villwock walks it from side to side right in front of the VIP area. Here on the Indiana shoreline, we'll get a time for you on lap number 2. Oh, it's a nice one. Villwock has come to play at the Diamond Anniversary Madison Regatta. 147.079 miles per hour. 147.079. This is an older boat. She's a little heavier. It likes the rough stuff.
Oh, it does. And let me tell you what, on this course, it's the one you need. And let me tell you what, he looks awfully good. Let's see if he can top what Andrew Tate's speed was in his time around as he comes around and completes his third lap of testing.
Villwock with his third hot lap in the books past the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. Now he pulls his foot. You see the rooster tail decrease. Entering turn number 1, the west turn on this 2-mile cutout for the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. And he picks it up 148.499 miles per hour. 148.499, 71 or not, driving like a 31-year-old.
Whoa, those are some fast boats out there, and we still got the 2 boats owned by Darrell Strong still to go out there, man. We could have some fast, unlimited hydroplanes this weekend, Jeff. I'm excited for it, and I think these fans are as well.
We got 6. 4 have been out on the course. We're waiting for the Strong Racing entries of Darrell and Vanessa Strong to take to the water. The dominant red-colored craft, that is the Beacon Electric with J. Michael Kelly, J. Mike out of Bonnie Lake, Washington. And the dominant white craft is the Beacon Plumbing, Corey Peabody chauffeurs out of Covington, Washington. J. Mike has won some Indiana Governor's Cups, and Corey Peabody would love to etch his name on this trophy right here. He's got it on the Gold Cup twice, but this one's eluded him.
Well, if you remember, was it 2 years ago, Jeff? 3 years ago, Jeff, him and Jimmy Shane had that incredible final heat. Jimmy Shane did everything he could to shake him. I remember interviewing him in the docks afterwards, and he said, I was trying everything, and he would not go away. The biggest lead I think he had was maybe by 2.5 boat lengths, and on the final lap right there in turn 1, unfortunately, Corey Peabody's boat went for a ride and unfortunately caused some pretty significant damage. But let me tell you what, that's the race that really made people go, whoa, okay, this guy knows what he's doing, because it was a great race. And let me tell you what, I think this guy's as capable as anybody, and let's see what he does as he hits the race course now for the first time this weekend, Jeff.
Corey Peabody leaving the pit dock, 2-time APBA Gold Cup winner in the Beacon Plumbing. Once again, fans along the shoreline, U6 Miss Madison Racing fans, testing last until 1 o'clock. Brandon Kennedy to qualify as an unlimited pilot. He has 10 laps complete, 5 more to go. He has to do 10 of those at over 130 miles per hour, and he needs to do 3 more of those at 130. And I'm not a very good horse racing handicapper, but I tell you what, I give him about 2 to 1 to get this thing in the show and get this young man as a qualified pilot.
Absolutely, and you know, you see, and as Corey Peabody starts his first lap, you know that they're going to try everything they can, you know, where they're probably getting the fuel tank in there and trying to make sure anything else that needs to be fixed. 5 laps, 3 of them have to be over 130. You saw what he was able to do this last time out. He's kind of probably on pins and needles, probably tapping his foot a little bit, saying, get it filled, let's go. Because I know right now he wants to get back out on that race course.
And Jordan, another key we need to look at here, the round robin format has been scratched per Chief Referee Jonathan Abbott with H1 Unlimited. They thought turn 1 could provide some rough water activity. So each heat will have 3 boats apiece. And, of course, the Indiana Governor's Cup final, we're looking at 4 boats on the front row with a possible trailer.
Absolutely, and, you know, should make for one heck of a final. 4 boats on that front line here. I'm excited as Corey Peabody, he crosses the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line, his first hot lap. Let's see what his speed is.
Corey Peabody into turn number 1 of the U9 Beacon Plumbing. Bill Cahill, the primary sponsor, with the Beacon Plumbing, Beacon Electric out of the Seattle area. Just a leisurely stroll around the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course for Corey Peabody. 132.738 miles per hour. And Jordan, you and I both know this one's capable of those 147s, 8, 9, and maybe 150.
Absolutely. We know what this does. You know, he's just timing it, getting used to it, because it's the first time he's been on this course this year. Because you could just look at him right now. You could see he picked it up a little bit. I anticipate this one to be a little bit faster on this go-around.
Corey Peabody passed the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. Jordan and I's location is here at the Super ATV Judges Stand, overlooking the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course, presented by First Financial. And yep, he picked her up. How about 147.550 miles per hour? 147.550. Will we see 150 in testing?
Let's see. That'd be the first 150 of the day. Right now, Andrew Tate has the fastest by less than half a mile an hour over U27 Miss Apollo. But Corey Peabody is flat booking it. One of the queens this week said it's her favorite driver, so she's rooting for him right now as Corey Peabody completes lap number 2.
Wanted to bring in my dear friend with H1 Unlimited, the voice of the streaming, and just a superb friend of mine, Brad Luce. Good morning, and we're off and rolling, and so far we got 6 in the pits with the big puppies, and I like what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, it took us a while to get the course open this morning, but once we did, we figured the action would be pretty quick, and it has not disappointed. And we had the good laps run in the Miss Madison. Got Brandon out there and got a bunch of his laps. I expect we'll see him out here again shortly. They want to get those laps in. Clearly they can get that done. And I've been following you guys here, and you've been ticking close to that 150 mark. Did we just get there? I know we got to be. No, I don't think you did, Jeff. 148.261.
And Brad, Corey cut through the infield there in the Beacon Plumbing. That is turn 1 for our other 4 classes of racing boats. And when the races begin, that is a maneuver that the H1 pilots can do, cutting the infield. Oh, 151.076.
151.076 miles per hour for Corey Peabody, and that just sent a little message up and down the dock.
Everybody will be paying attention to Corey Peabody's lap there, 151.076. And Brad, you and I have done this for decades, and right now it appears from my eye that Corey Peabody making a elongated timing run. I've got my secondary watch here, and the name of the game in this sport is to be at this Madison Automotive Group start-finish line buoy. You want to be a half a coat of paint to the left of it when the clock strikes 0, because if you jump the gun, that is a 1-minute penalty on a lapse time.
Yeah, and if you're a couple of ticks late, then you trail everybody down to turn 1, and that's pretty much equally as bad. And we talk about timing marks, Jeff, you and I, all the time. And we always talk about how long it takes to get from the apex of the upper corner down to the start-finish line. But it's more than that, as you were just pointing out. Corey is right now running a specific speed, and he's holding that speed, whatever it might be, and he's finding out exactly how long it takes for him to get from one particular point on the race course to another, because it's a 5-minute warm-up period, as you know, and you don't just need to be from the apex to the start-finish. You got to position yourself over those 5 minutes. He's trying to understand all that right now.
And Brad, I applaud Chief Referee Jonathan Abbott with H1 Unlimited. I was at the drivers' meeting this morning at 7:30, and the round robin format for this race is out. We'll go 3 and 3, and you know what I like about that. You got to earn your way to the final. The top 4 make the final in points.
Yeah, the top 4 are going to be on the front row when we run for the Indiana Governor's Cup here at the 75th Madison Regatta. And I think Corey is sending a notice to everybody in the pits and along the beach that he plans to be there.
You're a historian, a connoisseur, a guru of this sport. You got me on a trivia question when I was on the PA a few weekends ago at Lake Donnersville. J. Michael Kelly has won the last 4 races on Lake Washington in Seattle on a 2-mile course. Now, by my memory bank, is this the next 2-mile course that has been run since Seattle? And does he have an advantage running that boat on a 2-mile track?
I actually had a little bit of that conversation yesterday, but not necessarily with J. Mike. And you are correct, because we left Seattle, went to San Diego, that was 2.5. And then we had the test session, 2.5. And then to Guntersville with the 2.5-mile course. So, yeah, this is the first time we've been back on the 2-mile race course. And clearly Mike has had good luck. You mentioned it. Not since the legendary Bill Munsey did it from 1977 to 1980 in the Blue Blaster has anybody won 4 straight on Lake Washington. Now I'm going to make sure you still got that trivia question thing. He did it in boats with 4 different boat numbers, and I know you got it now.
I want to clear the record. You're reading my mind. And his first victory on a 2-mile course at Lake Washington, U12 Graham Trucking.
Good, that's it. That's the one you were going to stumble over.
That's right. I stumbled, but I got the other 3, and I better leave it at that. It's early. I don't want to owe you no more 3 times 7 drinks.
But here's the other piece to the puzzle. Here's a good follow-up, and some people may kind of go, what? How many years did it take him to get those 4 wins?
Well, now that's where it stumbled me, off the cuff.
Yep.
2020, obviously, we all know. 2021, the city of Seattle elected not to have Seafair. They were still in what you would call COVID protocol. You have to go all the way back to 2019 when J. Mike won that race in the Graham Trucking.
You're no fun with this anymore because you study before we get together again. He's Statman. He's already got the 4 numbers. I stumbled him on those down in Guntersville. He was pumping in my ear saying, get him on this.
Come over here, my friend. You got a little bit of debris on your forehead, and let me pluck that little lightning bug in the daytime off of you. And ouch, that hurt.
Thank you. I thought I felt something up there in my head.
I want to make certain you look good for the cameras.
That's it. Corey Peabody's going to come back here in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, one of the 2 boats out of the stable of Daryl and Vanessa Strong. They sustained some serious damage in Guntersville, Alabama. Everybody knows about the U-27 Miss Apollo and Dave Villwock going through the air and his flight that he took. But he landed right in front of Corey Peabody when that happened, and that canard was gone in a heartbeat.
Boy, it was.
Film on that. It was really quick.
It was a frightening accident. A lot of things that could have happened, thank God, did not go wrong. And J. Michael Kelly on the track in the U8 Beacon Electric. And Jordan, I'll chat with Brad here during this boat. I'm not avoiding you, but I hardly get a chance at talking to you. And Brad, he done a wonderful job with this morning's invocation. Very touching.
I already congratulated him on that. I thought it was absolutely terrific. I didn't know you had that side in you there, young man. You did a great job, Jordan Bear. Meanwhile, top end of the race course, U8, J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric. I like this one. He loves to fly it, Jeff. Look at him pick up that right sponson and just hang it there.
That's going to be the key off these turns with these shorter straightaways, flying that boat off each exit pin.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is a short course. You're not going to see the speeds, the 170s that we saw down in Guntersville. Smaller course, 2-mile, tighter. There's only 700 feet across this course from entrance pin to exit. And we were basically 2,000 feet down in Guntersville. First lap for Mike at a $1:42.447.
And the 2-mile track kind of puts it back in the hand of the pilot, but the spotter in the corral area is going to be ever more important here in Madison with the new look. And boy, I like the way they're carving off this corner up here. Villwock, Tate, Peabody, Nilsen. Past the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. I think the puzzle is kind of being solved here and just testing. It appears lane 1 might be the preferred choice, and Brad, that's a shorter way around, and that's pretty good odds to win.
Gee, and everybody loves to talk about the fact that bright yellow and blue boat down there with Jamie Nilsen behind the wheel, he does a pretty good job of grabbing that inside lane.
I think it evens it up for the Flav-R-Pac. The Flav-R-Pac is not out of this race.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. And Jeff, you and I have been saying for years that one of these days, They're going to step up and get that win as Mike comes off the top end, drifts out a little bit wider, turn that last lap at 1:44.956.
And
he's going to cut the course just like teammate Corey Peabody did.
And one of these days for Jamie Nilsen might be about 4:40 tomorrow in that Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup. It could happen. It might happen. Get a time here for J. Michael Kelly and the U8 Beacon Electric. 145.091 miles per hour, 145.091. Brad, not the fastest we've seen, but he's a tactician. But I think that's in the frame of things when you go racing. If he's a touch slower, if he's on the inside, still going to be tough to handle because it's hard to drive around him if you got a good boat toward the buoys.
Yeah, and I'm going to lean toward the stat man here for a minute, or maybe you can confirm it. But our friend J. Michael Kelly, who just did a bit of a timing run there and comes across start-finish line, to my knowledge, and if I've got this right, he has never been top qualifier at an H1 Unlimited event.
That is astonishing. I mean, it really is. You would think throughout his career, a Hall of Champion pilot, Gold Cup winner, and never been top qualifier at an H1 Unlimited event, kind of like the old Jim Hurtubise in the roaster.
He's taking his time coming up the back chute here. It'll be interesting. It will be interesting to talk to these drivers now that they've had an opportunity to spend a little time on this race course. You've got somebody over here you might want to chat with.
We'll see if we can get him over here. Andrew,
I think I'm about to get trumped.
You're going to get trumped. I'm getting trumped.
No, you're going to get trumped. I already talked to him for about 25 minutes yesterday.
And J. Michael's slow. Now, Brad, that would be an unusual score. Now he's going dead in the water, it looks like.
You're going to take my mic. Jeff, I'm going to step away and let you talk to Andrew Tate. Let's find out what he thinks of this race course now that he's been out there and play around on it. Andrew, have some fun.
Great visiting with you, Brad, my dear friend out of Kennewick, and we'll be moving to Richland soon. And the Gold Cup Lounge #3, I believe, is in the works. And with us is Andrew Tate. Andrew, you were on the course. You had a top lap of 1:48.834, and you're the second driver we've talked to this weekend. I'm a fan of this sport, and what's it like west of here in that turn? Fill us in. You can say whatever you want. I'll back you up.
I guess I could be honest and diplomatic, but it's going to be tough for everyone, no matter what. I think anyone who can hold their boat in lane 1 down there might be a better man than me if they can do it. So we'll see how it goes, though. It's new to everyone, and it's something everyone's got to deal with. It's a part of the game. So we need to get through the weekend. We need to be smart.
Yeah.
With 6 boats here, we want to put on a good show. We all want to be available. And,
eliminating the round robin format, going to the old regular draw of 3 and 3, all 6 pilots, you don't want to beat yourself early on the weekend. That first heat, if you would get a bad start, you'd rather finish 3rd and get 225 than 0. That first heat of the weekend is very critical to score.
Yeah, you want to come out of the gate safely and gain as much points as you can. Obviously, any penalties are just going to kill you because it's going to put you in 3rd place no matter what. So, yeah, be safe, be smart, and get to the end of the weekend here. I think we're all looking forward to tomorrow afternoon and seeing what happens in this final, but we got a long ways to go, buddy.
Long way to go, and you're the defending champion, and boy, you got a great sponsor in John Goodman. I met him for the first time yesterday. He's got a great contingent here from Goodman Real Estate, and I know you could not have fun on the water without the support of Goodman Real Estate.
Yeah, John Goodman came over, and I got to ride in the parade last night with his team, Kelly Jo Norris, the president of the company, and they've got a good support crew here. And you know what? I love Madison, they love Madison, and it was really cool to have them come last year and just enjoy themselves so much that kind of put it on the calendar and made sure they weren't going to miss it for this year. So they're all excited, and we're real glad to have them.
Well, I know Kelly Jo loves Madison, and what's the possibilities of a little Goodman Real Estate satellite office here on historic Main Street in Madison? I think we kind of got to give them a nudge.
Yeah, I've been bugging them about Detroit. We can bug them about Madison too. So get them in the Midwest here. Get them going.
Andrew, great visiting with you. Think the world of you. Your dad won here. You've won here. Good luck tomorrow and today.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Hopefully it's a safe and fun weekend for everyone.
Andrew Tate, driver of the U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate, and you heard him, Jordan, turn one to the west. That's going to be the story.
Oh, that look on his face when you asked about turn one, it's like, oh boy, it's going to be tough. I mean, it's going to be a challenging course. This is always a challenging course, no matter what. But everybody's got to do it. It's not just the 91; it's all of them that got to do it. So, should be an interesting turn of events when it gets down there.
It's not good public address announcing, but could you do me a favor,
sir?
Before the Grand Prix go out, would you like to do some work and make your way to the Miss Madison and talk to some representatives to kind of get an idea what is in store for the hometown boat as we have the water up until 1 o'clock?
Yes, sir. I'll go do that now.
We'll go silent for a moment and stick with us. We'll come back with you in just a bit. Grand Prix testing. First boat out, Ken Lupton. White boat, black trim, the Lucas Oil, New Zealand. Ken out of Waverly, New Zealand. The blue and yellow boat, that is the Silco, driven by Eric Langevin out of Alipia, Quebec, Canada. Ken Lupton's brother, Jack Lupton, in the dominant red boat with white and black trim. That's the JLM Motorsports, Jack Lupton out of Waverly, New Zealand. The dominant yellow boat in turn number one, that's the veteran Greg Hopp in the old Trapper Beef Jerky. They're getting assistance this weekend locally from Super Shine. Testing only for Grand Prix, running the 1 1/4 mile race course. They'll have a 1 hour qualifying window coming up later this afternoon. holding back with the voice and seeing some good testing here. We have Greg Hopp up in turn number 2 in the Old Trapper Beef Jerky Super Shine. Jack Lupton in the Jack Lupton Motorsports. Eric Langevin out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada in the Silco, and Ken Lupton in the Lucas Oil, New Zealand. And I liked what I heard. I liked what I saw. They're getting these big 468s cranked up, warming up these motors, and I believe these 4 will come back in, and looks like they're ready to go qualifying later when we get that 1 hour window.
Absolutely, and we tell you what, let's just let the noise go by. Oh man, well Greg Hopp coming back into the pit area now, but man, when those 3 boats go by, Jeff, the noise and everything, it doesn't get any better than that. That noise just... I wasn't around during the old days of the Piston Packers, but I know a lot of people love those days, and this kind of brings it back to those days a little bit.
Oh, it's thrilling, exciting. The second largest hydroplane class on the planet, Grand Prix. Jordan, I'll be honest with you, a lot of the drivers are putting more laps in than I thought they would here in testing, so that's a good sign the engines are living.
Absolutely, and that's one thing we want to see. The more boats, the better. We see so many others out there. I see the GP10, GP17, GP35, GP7. We see it all out there. They're all ready to go, and I think it's going to be an awesome day for this group. This is always a fan favorite. The racing is always awesome, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they do once they get out qualifying and then racing a little later.
Got a beautiful boat entering the water, the dominant purple with the turquoise. That's Ed and Andrea Thompson's H&B Tree Removal presents Miss Cool Cat. John Shaw, the driver out of Centerville, Maryland, and Ed picked up a local sponsor with the Hutzel Brothers H&B Tree Removal, and Nick leads the charge, cutting down the trees, and welcome to Grand Prix hydroplane racing.
Absolutely, and let me tell you what, great to have anyone to be involved in this sport, whether it is any class, but these GP sponsors, man, they love this class of boats. Of course, Valleyfield, that's going to be next weekend up in Quebec, Canada, which is, you know, their de facto Gold Cup. What the Gold Cup is for the Unlimiteds, of course, that's what it is in Valleyfield. And I encourage people all the time, if you get a chance, go back from 2 years ago and watch the Grand Prix final up at Valleyfield. Some of the best racing. Andrew Tate came away with a victory, but ended up being some of the best racing you will ever see. I highly encourage anyone to go check it out because it is absolutely incredible to watch.
Well, Brandon Kennedy is busy this weekend. He's firing up the River City Printing. Ron Thompson, the owner, with his wife Sandy, picked up an additional sponsor here, Decatur Mold and Engineering. So the sponsor of the event is the sponsor of this boat, along with Decatur Mold and Engineering. This is your defending Grand Prix champion at Madison. The boat just entering the race course. Testing only. H1 and Grand Prix had the water up until 1 o'clock. Now, what'd you find out from Miss Madison?
So they are planning on going back out. They're going to refuel it, obviously. They said there was a little bit of damage that they want to fix. They said it wasn't anything major, just a couple things they want to fix. But they said as soon as they get that fixed and fueled up, once the Grand Prix come in, they're planning on going back out there and getting those last laps in.
And the damage, I'm certain, is it hull damage?
I believe so,
okay.
Yes. He just said some damage underneath is all I was told. So, but they are absolutely planning. They're just working on a couple things, getting it refueled up. And then once they get that fueled up, they'll get back out there. So Brandon Kennedy won't have probably much time once he's out through the water right now.
Another local sponsor this weekend just leaving the dock. Roger Mahan's Pleasure Seekers presents Diego's Mexican Grill. Jimmy King, the veteran pilot out of Memphis, Michigan. Also leaving the dock out of Burien, Washington, Austin Ekrit in the Miss Renee, campaigned by Brian Richards with Richards Racing. And I like what I'm seeing right now from every GP boat. It's assigned lanes, clock start. They'll They'll go 4-4-3. We got 11 here. Let's hope all 11 start, all 11 live.
Absolutely. That's kind of the issue we've had the last couple of years. Now we see the next one. The GP10 making its way out there. The Freak, driven by Brian Richards out of Sonomash, Washington. Or excuse me, owned by Brian Richards out of Sonomash, Washington. Kevin Ekert, the driver, which is out of Edmonds, Washington. I think he was going the wrong way there, Jeff, but it looks like they think they figured it out. I think he was going the wrong way there, but I think he figured it out.
Well, I think he was being courteous. Kevin Ekert out of Washington State, letting the other two boats go to the inside. That's your defending Grand Prix champion. Last year's the Charger. A new paint job, the Freak.
The Freak, I love it, the Freak. Kevin Ekert out of Edmonds, Washington. Brian Richards out of Sonomash, Washington. Man, oh man, the noise is palpable. I love hearing it, and I know the fans love it as well.
Like a kid going to the old Twin City Speedway in North Vernon. That's a smell you like.
Man, oh man, I was like, it hit me there for a minute. I'm like, what is that? Then I'm like, oh, that's fuel. It is burning up, man, and I love smelling it, and it's awesome to see. And we got more boats that look like they're about ready to go out as well. I love this paint job right here in front of me. This purple, turquoise, pink. Kind of got a little bit of everything there. As right now we see the Freak GP10 coming by. And Brandon Kennedy.
Uh-oh, is the Freak freaking out?
It might be. It's got a little trying to maybe get another lap in here, but it looks like it's slowing down a little bit, having some engine issues. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Looks like it's calmed down a little bit as it goes down the backstretch. It might bring it in on this next one.
Well, Jordan, I keep saying it, like I've seen what I've liked so far with Grand Prix. This might be a little bit fun.
Oh, I think we're going to see some great racing come later today and into tomorrow. I think you're excited to see it. I think, well, we tell you what, this racing, you can see a triple decker. Is that what you call it, Jeff? And if you see that, which I think we will multiple times this weekend, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, when they're three wide, deck to deck to deck, that's when the triple decker comes out. You can get it at Hinkle's up on Main Street.
Ooh, that sounds really good right now.
Oh, boy. Maybe you should have got that for lunch tomorrow or today.
I don't want to walk to Hinkle's, Jeff. I love you, brother, but I don't want to walk all the way to Hinkle's.
And by the way, our vendors, food and drink vendors along the shoreline, if you got some stuff we'd like to try, bring it up with your business card. We'll give you a free evaluation, give you a plug. And our official is up here. He needs that kettle corn. Kettle corn, kettle corn, kettle corn. Make him happy. The Freak back into the pit dock. Kevin Ekert out of Eatonville, Washington. And I love that new cowling design on that. Jimmy James on the crew came up with that paint scheme, and I love that cowling. Jimmy, you rock. And that's the defending champion GP boat from last year, and now
one of the
a three-time GP National High Point champion is out. Jeff Bernard out of Kent, Washington, driving Mike Grindel's that damn bad influence.
That damn bad influence. It is always a fan favorite here in Madison. The Dam family's always here, though you'll find them along the shoreline, I'm sure, under the Dam family tree. And I think they are ready to go here this weekend. Jeff Bernard has shown to be one of the better drivers in Grand Prix America, and I think he'll have his boat up front as usual.
Also, too, that damn bad influence got assistance this week from Chandler Chevrolet. Mike Grindell had a contact there, so they needed to drop off a Frank Beck racing engine and some parts. So that damn bad influence team would like to thank Chandler Chevrolet as well.
Absolutely. It's just awesome to see so many incredible businesses and organizations here. Just want to make the whole show better, and I'm glad to see it. And Jeff, this paint job that just went out there, the purple, the turquoise, I love that paint scheme right there.
Boat on the back straightaway owned by Ed and Andrea Thompson out of Street, Maryland. It is the H&B Tree Removal presents Miss Cool Cat. John Shaw, the chauffeur out of Centerville, Maryland. And boy, what a paint job on this Cool Cat. H&B Tree Removal presents Miss Cool Cat. They had engine problems in Gunnersville. They're trying to break in a new one, and let's hope it's broke in successfully.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, right now taking a look at it here as it comes down not long after GP79 and Jeff Bernard taking a look at Miss Cool Cat here. Trying to get some speed going here as it completes its first lap here. Let's see if he picks it up a little bit here on this next time around. But again, so far, again, I'm with you, all boats seeing it. Still really trying to get that boat going.
GP testing continuing. Jeff Bernard eyeing the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. Looks like he'll bring it back in. Boy, good to see this H&B Tree Removal. Presents Miss Cool Cat. Oh, John Shaw, a little light by the start-finish line buoy. Ed and Andrea Thompson, the owners out of Street, Maryland, and John Shaw, an experienced pilot and APBA inboard, getting a crack here in Grand Prix with Ed and Andrea Thompson. And the H&B Tree Removal presents Miss Cool Cat. Well, we got a response. I'd like to thank Jeff. He visited Festival Events fundraiser, the Kettle Kings. Don Malello, your kettle corn has arrived. Don Malello, your kettle corn has arrived. I'll do my best. Joe Burrow to Jamar Chase. He caught it. You did the T. Higgins, too. Thank you to the Kettle Kings Festival Events fundraisers. Mitchell Klein. Check them out on Facebook at the Kettle Kings. Email the kettlekings@gmail.com. Jeff, thank you. Thank you for being here. Kettle Kings. I can't have that today. Pass her around. Malello, we need a taste sample. We need your evaluation. Pronto. Mr. Abbott gives it 2 thumbs up. It's already hit 11 on the scale, and Malello's late. He's going to get a penalty. There it goes. It's in. Thumbs up. Ranks at 11 out of scale. Here he comes. He's got a comment on the Kettle Kings kettle corn. Fill us in.
It can't be better than this. I mean, Madison is kettle corn. Boat racing comes second.
Well, that's a stout statement right there. And I am so happy I got you that kettle corn, because that saves me a hell of a lot of grief later. All right, my cohort, Jordan Bear, handing some of the Kettle King kettle corn to our friends at 96.7 FM WRX. And Jordan, I'm not surprised you did that, because you're the morning show host Monday through Friday,
Yes,
6
sir.
to 10 a.m. on WRX. We need your rating of the kettle corn.
It is absolutely excellent. Anyone needs to go pick it up. I love me some kettle corn, and Don Malello, every time he's here, I know he loves it. Well, Jay Bear definitely needs his kettle corn as well, and I'm a big man for a reason. So the kettle corn has done quite well, and I'm very, very impressed with it.
How many fans along the shoreline like Miss Madison? Let the crew hear you, and they need to get back out. They got till 1 o'clock to get Brandon Kennedy qualified. 5 more laps complete. 3 more need to be at 1:30. Let the crew hear it. It's our hometown race. Why not?
It is absolutely, and obviously we are hoping to see it here very, very soon. I see some GPs about to be put back on the trailer. Again, 1 o'clock, so we're under an hour left until testing before we can finally go racing here on this Saturday. I'm ready, Jeff, and hopefully Miss Madison can get back out here.
You're great at sponsorship. Miss Madison Racing could not be possible this year without these folks, and also, too, some gracious donors. I don't have the name of everybody. Someone on Rikers Ridge did donate, but who are these businesses that help the cause?
Looks like Royer Corporation, Robin Mingione, and
Unbridled Incorporated, Robin Mingione. Sorry about that. That's
Robin
Tony Steinhardt III's fault. I'll have to rewrite that.
Okay, Unbridled Robin Mingione, Colonial Flowers, JTL, Prime Engineering, Bowie Buyer family, Buddy Buyer family.
I'll rewrite it for you. That was my
And
fault.
also Friction Wraps as well. Thank you so much to the support of Miss Madison and all the great sponsors here this weekend.
And Miss Madison merchandise is available right below the Regatta office. Stop by and see them, and the city of Madison is represented there as well. And Jordan, we got off to a late start. It's 12:03, 57 more minutes left of water time to get Brandon Kennedy qualified as an H1 Unlimited pilot. Once again, he's completed 10 laps. He needs 5 more. 7 laps currently are over 130. He needs 3 more of those at over 130.
Hello, Tanner.
Yeah, check.
Check. All right, that sounds good to me. Justin, is that good for you? Okay, copy. Thanks, man. See ya.
Next year up in Decatur, Illinois, you and Nikki and all your staff, you're prepared.
Strapped into the U6 champion here last year.
Here at Goodman Real Estate.
Glad to see everyone. Total laps here, and let's see if he can get that done during this testing session, Jeff.
Friction rate
that he just had.
Can he get to $140? He did. 140.
Finish line here. He looks awfully quick. Can he top it?
That one a touch slower. 136.
Awfully good, and just getting those laps in. You got quite a few above 130, and it looks like Goodman Real Estate now out there as well.
Brandon Kennedy up in turn number 2, just west.
Well, needs to refuel, and there goes the Flav-R-Pac and the Goodman Real Estate. Andrew Tate moving to the inside lane there on this last one.
Andrew Tate entering turn number 1 toward the buoy row in the U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate. And boy, it's going to be rough down there in turn number 1, well to the west on this 2-mile lap for Andrew Tate in the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate. Oh, and a little hop cross start finish line buoy. Andrew Tate attests.
Let's see what much more he does.
Only on the dock. Patrons, thank you for your cooperation.
Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Unless you All right, folks, a couple of the Grand Prix pulling back into the pit area here. Again, the slings are on the U6 Miss Madison. It looks like it's about to be lifted off the trailer. But for those that want to meet the drivers of the 6H1 Unlimited hydroplanes, an autograph session will be taking place at 1:30 p.m. in honor of Tony Steinhardt. Again, the H1 autograph session will take place at 1:30 p.m. today. It'll be in honor of Tony Steinhardt. It takes place behind the ice cream cone, close to the officials. So if you want to go meet the H1 drivers, get their autograph, again, that goes at 1:30 p.m. in honor of the late, great Tony Steinhardt. Again, that'll be behind the ice cream cone if you want that today. Jeff?
And that driver's autograph session is presented to you by the Steinhardt family. Jordan Bear, you grabbed us some lunch. You took a little bit of a break. This ribeye sandwich, chicken tender, and fries. Where'd you get this at?
It's at the Cajun place just off to the right here. And if you walk out of the judges' stand, turn left, it's the blue trailer right there. Again, gator bites, chicken tenders, ribeye sandwiches. They got it all there. Friendly people there. I think they're out of Jeffersonville, Indiana, it looks like. But I love alligator, and I've liked alligator for years, and let me tell you what, it's awfully good.
I've only had luck with kettle corn. Maybe you could get a crack with them to maybe bring down some more goodies that we can sample.
If they would like, if the people at the wonderful Cajun place would like to bring us down some stuff to sample, and we will happily give it our honest review over the public address system, I'd be happy to do it. Jeff and I would be happy to do it. And another thing that I think people are going to be happy about, Jeff, look right there. Looks like it's getting ready to be lifted off the trailer, the Miss Madison.
Brandon Kennedy, U6 Miss Madison, going back into the water, and she's leaning a little bit to the right. I think that's a good indication, talking to a good fella I know last night. I think she's full of fuel, and it'll be fine. 5 more laps for Brandon to complete. 3 of those have to be at over 130 to qualify as an H1 Unlimited hydroplane pilot. Jordan, once that process is completed, when racing activity begins, and if Brandon Kennedy is the driver, your first 2 heats of H1 Unlimited competition have to be approximately about 5, 6, 7 seconds back at the start and on the outside. For your first 2 Unlimited heats, if the H1 Unlimited officials feel that you're capable, after that, you can get in there and mix it up with them. And my goodness, tomorrow afternoon about 4:40, if this boat won the Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup, it'll be party down.
I mean, you've said it'll be Madison Part 2, the movie Madison Part 2. There's no question about that. And, you know, everyone's rooting for Brandon Kennedy. That many people have gotten to know Brandon Kennedy here over the last several months since he was named the driver earlier this year. He's made several visits to Madison. He was down here Memorial Day weekend. He was down here also back in April. He's a super nice guy. He loves the people here in Madison. He fits right in. I'm excited to see what he does here. Hopefully this is a smooth ride that we're about to see here. We're coming up on 12:38, so about 20 minutes till the top of the hour. Testing ends promptly at 1. Then we will go racing shortly thereafter. But we are just about ready to go. And for Brandon Kennedy, his boat right now being lowered into the water. And we'll see if anyone else tries anything. Again, the Flav-R-Pac was put back on the trailer, but we'll see if Brandon Kennedy can get these last 5 laps in. Again, 3 of them need to be over 130. So I'm excited to see it, and hopefully we'll hear, as Jeff would say, the Lycoming being lit up here very, very shortly.
Jordan, I wanted to thank Richard Cole, who we interviewed moments ago, here for Unlimited's Detroit. An electrical issue. Jamie Nilsen tried to get a light to the Flav-R-Pac, and it appears some of the batteries were low on power. Let's hope it's an easy fix. I'm sure they got some spare batteries in the truck of the Flav-R-Pac. So it's better to find out now than either in 1A or 1B later this afternoon, because you don't want a blemish. You don't want 0 points after that first set of heats. And your boss at WRX, Tim Torrance, explains it perfectly. The first heat you're entered in any weekend of unlimited hydroplane racing is the most important heat, because that begins your building block of points.
Absolutely. And, you know, you got to build that up. And like you said, you have to be in that top 4 to be in that front row of that final to have a chance to win. And, you know, especially with as narrow as this course is, you want to have the best position possible. Now, you fight for lanes in H1 Unlimited. The other classes are all assigned. But let me tell you what, you still want to build up those points because also not a lot of points have been issued so far. We had the qualifying in Gunnersville, but then outside of that, those are the only points. So right now, Andrew Tate is the national high points leader with 100 points. But I'm telling you what, they are, I think they're a group, everyone is. You want to get that first race under your belt. You want to make sure you get your points, especially. You don't want to get a DSQ because, man, if you get a DSQ in one of these preliminary heats, whether it be for something you do on the course or if you have it into or fuel flow post-race inspection, I'm telling you what, it can mess up a lot of things when you don't have any points from a race.
Thank you, Jordan. The U6 Miss Madison hovering over the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. Local Madison resident Trey Holt is the crew chief of the volunteer crew, and congratulations to Trey and his wife Abigail. They're proud parents of their second child, daughter Mason.
Oh my! Okay, well, congratulations.
On Planet Earth last week, and Nilsen, the oldest child, named after Neyland Stadium for the Tennessee Volunteers. And Mason, I believe, is spelled Maison. Maybe that had something to do with taking a few letters out of the word Madison.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Just a guess.
Why not? Well, congratulations to both of them. That's an amazing blessing for both of them, and I'm very happy to see that. Trey Holt, who has helped out with the Miss Madison racing team for many, many years, so he is no rookie when it comes to knowledge of unlimited hydroplane racing. Boat is now in the water, and it looks like, again, the crew there getting ready to get Kennedy strapped in there. Looking over to my right here, don't see any other action. The 33, the GP33 is being lifted back on its trailer. So
I think these are the best chicken tenders I've ever had.
Let me tell you what,
I highly recommend those.
Do you? I may have to, well, our lunch is provided for us tomorrow, but
I'll let you stick with the gator. I'll stick with the chicken.
I love my alligator, Jeff. You got to try alligator sometime, Jeff. You really do. It's like when I had rattlesnake when I was out in Montana. It was really good too.
I've been told that, but the brain waves inside the ears just can't bring myself to it.
Oh, they're awesome. Well, maybe one day.
Waiting for Brandon Kennedy to be placed in the cockpit of the U6 Miss Madison. With that, Elliott, Jordan, and I will take a slight break. We'll play some music. Don't go away. U6 Miss Madison up next on the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse, sponsored by First Financial Bank. Stand by.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got each other now. Hello again, H1 Unlimited race fans. This is Brad Luce on the start-finish line tower in Madison, Indiana, overlooking the Ohio River, and what is an absolutely beautiful 2-mile race course here. It's a different course than we've had in years past. We're not going under the bridge. Been a lot of conversation about that. We've also had a lot of activity on the water so far today. We're going to recap some of that, but a big story is about to hopefully take place here, as Brandon Kennedy, the new rookie driver for the U6 Miss Madison, has come out and run quite a number of laps this morning, but he still needs a few more. And a few in this case is defined as he needs 5 more laps, and 3 of them have to go north of 130 miles an hour. He had no problem running those speeds earlier this morning when he put 6 laps in the books. So he got a couple laps yesterday, got 6 more this morning, still needs 5 the speed's not the issue. I think it was more of a fuel issue. He had to come back and put some more petrol in it, Tanner.
Yeah, it looked like he also hit kind of a, I mean, it's weird to talk about a hole in the water, but you guys that have been here dozens of times, you seem to have the topography of the bottom of this river completely mapped out. So you know exactly where these undulations are that cause the wake to kind of settle there and just not give up. And you can kind of see it with the current of the river flowing. When the wake is moving sort of up current, it sort of just stalls there and almost just continually crests like a little wave.
That's exactly what happens. And when we get out west and come to the Columbia River, that lower corner, turn 1 in the Tri-Cities, is a son of a gun. And now our fans are looking at our monitor right now. The U6 Miss Madison is away from the dock. This could be a very big moment. He needs 5 laps, and he will become qualified, at least qualified in the sense that he will have enough laps and he will be able to go out and compete during our racing the balance of the weekend. He still has to go through some other steps. Tanner, he's going to have to start on the outside. They may have him start 5 seconds behind the field. There are some other steps that he will need to be taken that are dictated by these guys right here on our left, the H1 officials. They will watch him very, very closely. But the first box he's got to check is that big one. He needs 15 laps, 10 of which are north of 130, but he's got them, 10 of them already in the book. He only needs 5 more, and he's coming smartly up the backstretch right now. Great looking hydroplane, the former T3 Budweiser. That's a pretty famous hull, Tanner.
Well, yeah, it's a hull that I grew up watching. It's the reason I'm here, and it's the reason why everybody I've talked to in the car racing industry that I'm in and mentioned this style of motorsport is familiar, is because they saw the Miss Budweiser running back in the day and saw this hull running back in the day. He's just crossed the line and hopefully ticking down on his qualification, but it makes sense that it's kind of a timed release rookie setup. I mean, driving by yourself around a course like this is dangerous enough. Once you get side by side, you really need to be able to trust the person you're next to, trust the experience they've got, and I'm sure those regulations are unfortunately developed the hard way over many, many years and many accidents.
Yeah, they certainly can. And Brandon Kennedy is no rookie when it comes to being a hydroplane driver. Very successful in the Grand Prix class. He will be driving his GP35 here this weekend. He's already back up at the top end of the race course. This is his first timed lap of this particular run. He came out of the pit area beyond start-finish line, so he almost had to go all the way around before he got started. But there is one of the 5 laps he needs to run if it's north of 130, and I am sure it is. He will check that box too. He's got 5 laps to go. Now he's got 4. He turned that one at 139.775. So no problem there, Tanner. The boat's running well.
It is his fastest lap out of all of the laps that he's turned today. So I know when they take him back into the pits, they adjust the fuel metering system, trying to maximize how much fuel they can. I think it's 4.2 gallons per minute they can shove into these 3,000 horsepower turbines. So, you know, they take it back and they have some high tech and some low tech stuff, and they literally take a screwdriver and adjust the meter to maximize the fuel. But he's going faster than he has all weekend.
Yeah, the boat looks really, really good. And as you said, you watched this boat growing up. We all did. It was all bright red, and it was a Miss Budweiser as he puts his second lap in the books, his second lap during this particular run. And that's going to be a successful one. Of course, that's going to mean, and he turned that one at 140.668 miles per hour. 140.668. So he only needs one more lap by my unofficial count north of 130. And then he can, he doesn't have to hold the 130 speed. He just needs a couple more laps.
And he's got does he have enough fuel to get all of these laps in this one time around?
He should be able to do this. Our final heat that we're going to run here on Sunday afternoon will be a 5-lap final. He needs 5 on this run. He'll get them. So here he comes. When this one's north of 130, he's checked the biggest part of the qualification box from the lap standpoint. And he is across. We'll have a speed here on the screen in the lower right corner. You'll see it pop up. 140 and 141.922. How about that? 141.922 miles per hour by my count. Now he just needs 2 laps.
Well, he's done it. It's amazing, this community here. I mean, the boat, of course, called Miss Madison, but what you don't realize is that over the years, the town was actually involved in the boat's ownership.
Absolutely. Back in 1961, Sam DuPont donated his hydroplane to nitrogen to the city of Madison, Indiana, and a 64-year tradition was born this year because of other circumstances. We weren't sure it would continue, but this boat is how they are continuing 64 years later. There's another lap in the books, and by the way we counted, he's got one more to go. He's got one more to go. It's amazing, Tanner. We can count to 15 without too much help.
It's only taken about 3.5 weeks.
We're getting there. How about that? Off the bottom end of the race course, and I'm telling you, everybody here behind us is pushed their way to the edge where they can see this. There's going to be a big cheer come up here very shortly, about a half a lap from now. Brandon Kennedy started yesterday afternoon trying to knock down this particular mount he had to get over, and it looks like he may just make it. He needs to come off the top end, bring it down. The speed is not important. He goes way wide off the top end. Madison, Indiana, or if you're rooting for Madison, give it up. He's going to make it. There it is. Wow.
Just awesome. Literally, both sides of this river just exploded. I mean, boy, the fans are so behind this guy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So congratulations, Brandon Kennedy. We get that lap speed here, lap 134.363, 134.363. So how about that? There. We're getting you started in this sport, and we're not only getting you qualified, we're getting drivers qualified.
No, I feel like I just earned my rookie rating just going through the process. So at this point, he can drive the outside lane, and there's one other restriction.
Yeah,
right?
he may have to start behind.
Oh,
he'll start behind. He's 5 seconds behind the field.
Okay.
And that may be 5 seconds behind the clock. Honestly, I can never remember that. One of these days, I'll commit that to memory. But he'll start behind the field and on the outside. And there is not a definite amount of heats that he has to do that. That is at the discretion of our buddies here on the left. And you can hear Jeff Ayler, the PA announcer in the back. He's telling the fans here to get ready for when he pops the lid. And there's going to be a big cheer go up. This is good stuff. In the sport of unlimited hydroplane racing, Tanner Faust, this is a big deal.
I love it. I mean, I love it. It's like 75 years later. It's still fresh, new, breaking in new people, new boats. And the town is just so behind it. It's just something you don't see very often.
Well, they love it. This is all they have. There's only 13,000 people here, and outside of high school sports and so forth, this is their football team. This is the NFL. This is, there it is. There, the lid is open. And I got a hunch you're going to see a pretty happy young man step out of there. I see members of his Grand Prix race team there on the dock. Of course, all those black and yellow shirts. The new Madison uniforms. But a big deal here, Brandon Kennedy. And Jimmy King says, that's great, Brandon. I remember when I did it, but I got a Grand Prix I want to run out here. And the GP3, the Pleasure Seekers, comes out on the race course. We are still in a test session here for the top of the hour, until the top of the hour. So we've got about 7 minutes on our ticker down there on the lower left corner. We'll keep an eye on that.
Now, I mean, considering this is a new course for this year, I'm surprised not seeing more of the H1 boats out there taking advantage of every minute of testing. Right now, there aren't any that have the hook lined up to get put on the dock. Everybody's been out on the water already, but qualifying's next. So maybe it just feels good and ready to go.
Yeah, qualifying is next. I know that the Flav-R-Pac was hoping to come back out on the water. They actually had the boat in the water. And apparently, as Jimmy King walks the GP3 across the start-finish line, the U11, the Miss Flav-R-Pac hydroplane, was in the water. And I was talking to Shannon Rainey back here, the boat owner, and I said, Shannon, you got to get out of here. Your boat's sitting in the water down there. She went down. The next thing I knew, it was back up on the trailer. And apparently there was an electrical issue, maybe some dead batteries on board.
Yeah.
And I see the team working on the boat down there now and looking at the clock. If we've only got 6 minutes, they're not going to make it. So obviously they wanted to go out, come back out.
Boy, not a single lap made by this particular GP. It just looked a lot rougher once he got out there than it does look from up on this vantage point.
Yeah, this was a new boat a couple of years ago, and they've kind of been chasing their tails with it to get a good boat ride out of it. And then when they get the boat ride settled down, then they've had some motor problems, and so they're still trying to put this one together. But there's a good lineage in this particular hull. It will be a very, very competitive race boat in its time. They're just having a little trouble wiring that one out. So I don't see anybody else in the water. Now, you and I were talking about Jersey speed skiffs, and you see these things laying here in the water, right? This is, see these boats here, and for obviously our fans were not a part of our conversation, but
I got offered a ride. I was in a passenger seat. I'm just going to say pass at this point. The only thing worse than getting in the driver's seat, I think, would be hanging on for life from the passenger seat. Now, there is a roll cage, which I'm not sure in the water I don't get too much, but yeah, that's a challenge. I'm not sure I'm able to step up to the plate on that one quite yet. We'll see after we actually watch them go around the water a little bit.
Don't watch the corners.
Okay, see,
don't watch the
another
corners.
step in the wrong direction.
See?
Brad.
Yeah, don't watch the corners because you will go, nope, I'm out.
Yeah. That's
oh, they are fun to watch.
I mean, I get that people have ridden in them and, came out on the other end. You've ridden in
I
one.
did.
Yes.
I did. It was, it's kind of a funny story. I was back in Wheeling, West Virginia, and they had some Jersey speed skiffs there. They were going to run them, and I was doing the interviewing and the broadcasting. I'm running up and down the dock, and they said, be sure and go interview that young lady when she gets out of that skiff. She's the local radio personality that does the traffic reports, and she's never been in one before. So I go over and I'm talking to her, and I said, have you ever been in one of these before? And she says, no. She goes, it was really wild. And she goes, I'm sure you've been in 100 of them. And I said, actually, no, I never have.
Oh, you used guilt.
I finished the interview and turned around. There was a boat owner there with a bunch of paperwork for me to sign.
Oh, jeez.
Gentleman's name was Bill DeGlopper. I will not forget the DeGlopper family. And I went out, and he said, hang on tight. And he said, I just need you to let go for one moment and give me thumbs up or thumbs down. And I held, and I gave him a quick thumbs up. Let's go. It was a lot of fun. It's something you would enjoy, especially with your background.
Yeah, it's the whole passenger aspect. And I think my background exists because I'm a control freak.
Right, right. And I can understand that. Yeah, because you go out as a rider, you have no control, nothing.
Yeah, I rode on a golf cart as a passenger on a parade last night, and that was incredibly difficult.
How was that last night?
It was 3.5 miles an hour of joy. I think, let's see, the Strong Racing group had 3,000 little foam footballs with Strong Racing on there. They were gone in the first half of the parade. It was so packed. I mean, there cannot be that many kids in this town. They have to have come from hours away. And I know, I mean, for the 4th of July, Madison does it. There's so many great experiences in so many great towns in the U.S. in the 4th of July, but this is one of the top ones, I think.
Absolutely, and I think I could maybe help explain some of the fact that all of those foam footballs were gone very quickly. You were talking about all the young children.
Yes.
There were 2 other specific young children there by the name of J. Michael Kelly and Corey Peabody. They definitely get involved in the parade. They are always running around, signing autographs, throwing the flag. It's a lot of fun.
Physically running. Yeah, I saw J. Michael Kelly just literally running, catching up to his boat. Back and forth. I mean, he got his steps in last night, that's for sure.
So we are 2 minutes away from the top of the hour. We don't have any other of our hydroplanes in the water. We've got our Jersey speed skiffs in the water. And for our Jersey speed skiffs, we are going to turn our broadcast over to our public address announcers, our brethren here just to our right, Jeff Ayler and Jordan Bear. Jeff Ayler, longtime Unlimited Hydroplane announcer. Longtime announcer with yours truly at up in Detroit for many, many years. Jeff and I have done many an Unlimited Hydroplane race. Very dear friend of mine. He lives here in Madison up on Rikers Ridge, and we are going to turn over the broadcast to them for our Jersey speed skiffs that are on the schedule next. We are going to follow our Jersey speed skiffs with our 2.5-liter stock hydroplanes. They will come out. And then coming up at 1:40, Tanner and I will be back. We will go Grand Prix qualifying. Then it starts to get pretty serious. We'll go Grand Prix qualifying at 1:40. Then at 2:40, we will go H1 Unlimited qualifying. I was just told here in my ear that apparently Brandon Kennedy is finding his way up here on the tower.
Do you want to do it?
So I am going to step away and kick it back to Tanner, and I have to duck under some, I don't know, crime scene tape here for a minute. But I will be back in just a moment. Tanner, pick it up. I'll be right there at the desk with you, and maybe we get Brandon Kennedy momentarily.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange there. You know, when I watch this racing, I know a lot of you watching have been watching H1 Unlimiteds and various forms of this sport for decades. Some maybe 60, 70 years, but it's interesting when you see somebody getting their rookie classification taken care of, how much respect there is for that. It's kind of like soloing in an airplane for your first time. Everybody kind of makes room for you. So while other boats could have been on the water at the same time, could have taken advantage of that test time, they gave the clean water to Brandon Kennedy. They let him get out there and get what he needed to do done. And now he can go racing with them. And it's interesting because in racing, a lot of times everybody's friends until they put the helmet on. And in this case, it seems like people, it's a great community, but I'm sure there's some rivalries that have built up over the years.
Comment every once in a while that these guys are very, very good friends until they get on the water. And sometimes when they get back to the dock, it takes them 45 minutes to an hour to remember how good of friends they are. Because when they go out there and, you know, I'm sure it's the same for you. When you get racing, you spit to win.
Yeah, I mean, that's always kind of the unwritten rule in the form of motorsport that I do, is once you put the helmet on, it's game time. And you don't have to like the people that you are racing with. You just have to be respectful and understand the rules and do your best to achieve the result that you want. But it's also a family atmosphere here. You know, it's more than just the boats on the water. There are thousands of people that all know each other. I mean, I watch you, Brad, walk around the pits here. I get the impression you've dated at least 30 women here. But the fact is that you've just been family members with so many people.
That is exactly
so
what
years.
it is.
Yeah.
And my wife and I talk many times about the best part of this whole boat racing thing that we've been doing, and it's the people. And we go to Guntersville, and we have friends in Guntersville, and we've made them over the years. You come to Madison, and it's like a little reunion each year when you go from city to city. And you brought up the qualifying thing and how the other drivers and so forth are respectful of that, and they all remember when they went through it. We talked to a number of them yesterday and asked them about what it was and what they remember of their qualification attempt and how many times it took them to go out, et cetera, et cetera. But it reminded me of something, and I want to ask you about this. I'm going to assume somewhere along the way you have raced with or against teammates.
Of course.
I want to talk a little bit about that because we've got a couple teams down here. Strong Racing has two boats, Corey and J. Michael Kelly driving the two Strong boats, and then BWR Racing, Bruce Ratchford. You've got two boats, two drivers, and they are teammates. Now, Andrew Tate, if you ask him about teammates, he will give you an earful. He doesn't like it. Doesn't want anything to do with it. He goes, no. He says, I realize we're teammates from the standpoint of we both work for Ratchford Racing.
Right.
He says, but he wears red, white, and blue. I wear black and gold, and that's how I look at it.
Yeah, no, teammates are important, in my view. One, because you share data in a more pure form. There may be some sports where you can get data from other boats or other cars, but you share data so you can learn almost twice as much in the same given amount of time. Usually you have the same equipment. In H1, these hulls have different histories. Each one does. But maybe if you own the boat long enough, the lessons learned make the boats on a team similar. So a lot of people will feel like their teammate is their biggest competitor because it's the only one that actually is getting measured against them with the same equipment, rather than just saying, oh, well, this team has something figured out and that team doesn't. If you're on the same team with somebody and they're beating you every single weekend, you are the second lesser driver. Nobody likes that. But the third reason teams are good, I think, is because they push each other because of that fact. And so you end up digging and going to school. I've had teammates from all different varieties, Formula One, ex-Formula One drivers, NASCAR drivers, you name it, and I've learned something from every single one of them. So I think having a teammate, a frenemy sometimes, but
I like that term.
Somebody to
a
learn
frenemy. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, somebody to learn from and somebody to measure yourself up to, I think is an important thing.
That guy sitting right up there in front of us there who's been on the PA this morning, Jeff Ayler, he and I had a conversation when Darrell Strong bought 2 boats and said he was going to run 2 boats, because 2-boat teams in H1 Unlimited Racing is nothing new. We have had them over the years, but there's always been a designated number 1 boat and a number 2 boat, and that number 1 boat gets the best propellers. He gets the best motors, the best gearboxes, and the results on the water would always dictate that or show that as the example of that. And I remember Jeff and I having this conversation, and Jeff put it pretty good one time. He says, I tell you what, because Darrell always said, we are going to run these as separate teams. And Jeff, and we see one of Darrell's teams go to one hotel and the other team goes to the other hotel, and you split them in the pit area, he said, then I'll believe it. And obviously they don't. They're all at the same hotel. They're down there to our right together. But boy, those two can really go at it. They are childhood friends, and they go at it, and it is definitely a competitive thing between Corey and Mike, and they guard their equipment. I got to go down there in the truck. I want to make sure he doesn't grab my propeller.
Yeah. Well, they know enough about the machines. They've worked on them themselves that they completely understand what equipment the other guy's driving also.
Absolutely. And then they start hiding their own ones and their good ones in the shop. So we are 1 minute to a 5-minute mark for our Jersey Speed Skiffs, and we are going to turn this over to Jeff Ayler and our public address system. So we will do that. We'll try and do that as clean as we can.
George Sewell riding. Now we got the In the Red cutting through the race course. Coming up on the 1:15 mark. Jordan, I'll go ahead and take him down to 1 minute.
Go for it.
You have to have your boat behind the orange buoy on the back straightaway prior to 1 minute to be a legal start. If you cross that, that is a 1 minute penalty on the lapse time. 1 minute period right now. So everyone legal, and we see one boat cutting through. The 32 was early, but they'll circle turn 1, and they'll have to join the fleet, but with that, they'll have to start in lane number 8. Madison, Indiana, a long overdue addition to the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. The 1 1/4 First Financial Bank Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. It'll be a 4-lapper, 30 seconds until the start. Everybody a little bit early. And Jordan, if you could put that paper down. To get wild, Madison. We're coming up on 15 seconds. They're eyeing the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. 10 seconds until the start. Here come the skippers to begin their Summer Nationals. We are now 3, 2, 1, mark, and we're racing. It appears to be a clean start. And the favorites on paper, Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio lead in the Yumpin Yemeni. Back in second, Samantha Wancio and Max Wancio. That was your winner in Brockville last week. The boat in second, but Jordan off the turn. It's the brother-sister tandem of Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio in front.
Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio, man, they're pulling out about a 2 rooster tail lead right now, but don't count out Samantha Wancio and Max Wancio right behind him. Starting to close in. Oh, we almost had him all over there. Fortunately, he came back down. He's on the inside of the buoy, though.
I told you these straightaways they're frightening, and boy, we just about lost the apples out of the basket there. We'll ID that boat. Tough to tell from here. Jordan, I'll bring him down to complete lap number 1. It's the Skiff Masters. Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio in front. In the Yumpin Yemeni. In second, Samantha Wancio and Max Wancio, and in the red. In the third position, and that appears, yes, that's the Floridians. That is Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall in the third position. No, I'm sorry, the 11. I believe that's Perbola and Weber in third. The Floridians in fourth. Off the turn, Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio in front, and Jordan, I wasn't certain who that boat was. I believe that's that boat actually maybe running in the 4th or 5th position that just about lost it.
Yeah, just about did. It went inside the buoy row, so let's see what it is there. But there's a lot, especially here when you got a lot of them, Jimmy Stewart and Mr. Wancio still up front. But let me tell you what. They have had some rough water down there. You look back here. Look at the battle for third place, Jeff. It looks like half a boat length there as they come down to complete their next lap right now. It's still Yumpin Yemeni in first.
Comfortably in front, it's the Summer Nationals in the APBA inboard category for the skippers. Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio in front, 2 complete, 2 to go. Samantha Wancio and Max Wancio in the second position. Jordan, get a good number on that boat. It's charging, and I think that's the one that just about went over. That's the 32. That is the Floridians. Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall. Back in fourth is the 11 with Mike Perbolo and Randy Weber. And it's wild and woolly out here on the First Financial Bank Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. And here come the Floridians in second.
And the Floridians have passed the Awancios, but not going away. But the Awancios are right there next to them. And right now, Jimmy Stewart and Yumpin Yemeni coming through for the next lap there. What flag are we going to see out and about? But right now, there's a battle for second, a battle for fourth as well. We see some great boat action there. Let's see if we have the In the Red get him on this one, John.
I do know that one. Long-time campaigner going skipping crazy has moved to fourth. White flag is displayed. Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio, the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. 3 in the books and 1 to go for the Yumpin Yemeni. Boy, the Floridians, the JS32. Bob Gallo, Bob Birdsall in the second spot. And whoa, if those drivers in that 32 had soap residue on their driving suit and they'd get wet and spit out bubbles.
No kidding. They are going at it. Let's see if In the Red can catch him. In the Rep was solidly in second. But let me tell you what, the Floridians have caught him. Right now, a solid battle between the 11 first flight here as well. Let's see if anything can be caught. But Jeff, bring him around to the checkered flag.
And God love him, I miss him, but I got to give that last analogy. The late Mark Johnson, he always told me, Jeff, these skiffs, if you get wet, you had soap residue on your driving suit, you're going to spit out bubbles.
There you have it. Oh, my. And, Jeff, it looks like this one right here, Yump and Yemeni, going to be looking for the checkered flag, Jeff.
Jersey Speed Skiffs. Madison, I hope you liked them. A clear cutout victory. Madison Automotive Group start-finish line buoy. Your winner, Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio, Yump and Yemeni.
Second place will go to the Floridians. That is Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall Jr. And right behind him, that is in the red, Samantha Awancio and Max Awancio.
And we'll get our fourth place boat going, skiffing crazy, the 721 with Dallas Truelove and Rob Schiller. Fifth place, and we still got some positions to decide. The sergeant's riding. He's telling Hood to push it. The 135 will get fifth, the not right. And the sergeant with the drill instructions in the rider's compartment to Tanner Hood, they'll get sixth. And seventh was the 11, I believe, Mike Perbolo and Randy Weber. Oh, unfortunately, the kryptonite with Kevin Gunther and Nicholas Wheeler did not start. Madison, Indiana, how do you like skiffs?
Whoa, that was wild, my friends. Let's see if we can get some official words here, Jeff, from the chief referee.
Jordan, great job. Unofficially, your winner in Jersey Speed Skiff Heat number 1. JS10, Yump and Yemeni with the brother-sister tandem, Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio. Second place, the Floridians, driver Bob Gallo and rider Bob Birdsall Jr. In the third position in the red was Samantha Awancio and Max Awancio riding. That's how they went. All right, Sadrowskis. I think this is your class. A brother tandem out of Michigan. Get like Dennis Macy used to be. That in the red was his boat. You two look like skippers. All right, race fans, I just spoke to Dave Shaw, the chief referee for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. We got some position changes, but before we give that, our H1 Unlimited hydroplane pilots are gathered at the tent by the regatta office for their driver's autograph session. That is in the memory of Tony Steinhardt, and also, too, the Steinhardt family is sponsoring that driver's autograph session. Jordan, turn that microphone on for this young man. Miss Madison fans, your driver is here, Brandon Kennedy. I got emotional with Mom. I'm not going to do it now. You're an official pilot in Unlimited. Congratulations.
I can't talk yet. I've been waiting a long time to say that.
Well, it tickled me to say it. I'm glad Mom come over. I got to talk to her for a bit. And, you know, it's a hometown race, and a lot of people here want to see the boat on the water. And but it's been a Herculean effort. And I've told several people in the community when this started, this is 1961 all over. But in 2025, racing a turbine-powered composite unlimited hydroplane compared to a Wood World War II engine-powered boat in 1961, this is 1,000 times harder than the original group.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
You're getting to be a celebrity in Madison, Indiana. And boy, if you win that final tomorrow afternoon, I lost my hair in 01 when it was longer when Steve David won here. I don't know what I'll do if you win, but I tell you what, if you win it, the Morgan Foods Indiana Governor's Cup tomorrow, I'll chip in another grand to the Miss Madison Fund. A grand is on the line, and good luck, I guess.
Go out there and start behind the field.
Sure.
It's going to be exciting. What better way to learn back in the spots?
Let's talk about the boat a little bit. Understand, is there a little bit of delamination on the bottom? Is it severe? Is it something you can kind of patch up and get back out?
They patched it up. Well, the delamination, I'm not sure about the that group's resilient down there. They'll get it working, and we'll get back out there for sure.
But also, too, now, strategy, you're down to this one motor. You're down to this one gearbox. Now, in between runs with propellers, did you make a switch, or did you stick with the same one?
We just stuck with the same one. I just kind of bumped my speed up with how I was driving the course. I was tightening it up a little bit too much yesterday. Learned from the just try to keep bringing that speed up and not throwing that stuff in the water. Little bits at a time.
You didn't get much of a chance at Gunnersville, but, you know, sometimes things work out just right, and what a better place to do it than right here in Madison, the home base for the boat, and what a story. Yeah. They give you a cheer. Brandon, congratulations. Miss Madison fans, let your pilot hear it one more time, Brandon Kennedy.
Again, attention along the shorelines. Fans, if you are interested in meeting the H1 Unlimited drivers, guess what? You can go do so. It's behind the ice cream cone there near the official stand. Again, that is sponsored by the Steinhardt family in memory of Tony Steinhardt. So again, please make sure you go check that out. That starts at 1:30, so in 5 minutes. All right, as we get a couple more jersey skiffs towed in, the winner of this heat actually being towed in right now, the 45. But right now I'm joined by Madison Mayor Bob Courtney. Mr. Mayor, what a day for Madison, Indiana, sir.
Awesome day, phenomenal event. And how about Brandon Kennedy piloting the new Miss Madison? We towed our hometown. It's not over, and we're proving it today and this weekend.
You know, he's been so incredible. He's been to Madison so many times over the last several months. He's fallen in love with the city. I remember talking to him yesterday. He said how excited he was to be in the parade and how welcoming everybody is. And the fact that he becomes a qualified driver, a qualified unlimited driver here on the hometown water, there's nothing more special.
Nothing better. Unforgettable moment for all the fans in the city of Madison. Definitely unforgettable for Brandon. I've had several people over the weekend tell me this race site and Miss Matt, it's the holy grail of hydroplane racing. And you're seeing why this weekend. I want to thank Trey Holt, our young crew leader there, Kyle Bikes, our young president. This is Madison. We're not giving up.
Absolutely. You know, Mr. Mayor, we had a great night last night in the parade. Of course, you know, we did get some action on the water yesterday. We're starting again. We got to get some boats towed in right now, but we're seeing a lot of action on the water today. And it's only Saturday. We still got another day of this, sir.
Only Saturday. We're going to take it all the way to the finish line, the Tate tomorrow. And the fans are going to be thrilled. I'm already thrilled. We got goosebumps just being down here this weekend.
Let me tell you what, Madison continues to thrive. What do you want to see from the city for the rest of this weekend and the rest of this year?
You know what? Madison's a great host. We have a phenomenal quality of life. It's on the move, and that's why we want to show off our community to the world. We have almost the entire world represented here. Phenomenal teams and visitors from probably 40 states across the country. They're going to see the best of Madison, and we're shining this weekend.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate everything as always, and we look forward to seeing what Miss Madison does here in just a little bit.
We got great music and fireworks lined up tonight and more phenomenal racing. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you so much, Madison Mayor Bob Courtney. Let's get back to some music, and then we'll come back with you and ready to go racing.
Well, Jordan, we get lots of requests, and you about close? Ready to roll? Okay.
Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. The radio guys for the 2.5 stocks, you need to be up here in the tower. The radio guys for the 2.5 stocks, you need to be up here at the radio tower. We're getting ready to go racing. Again, the radio guys for 2.5 stocks, please up here to the tower. Thank you. Unlimited drivers, report to the autograph session, please. Unlimited drivers, report to the autograph session, please. Unlimited drivers, report to the autograph session, please.
All right, back to our happy birthday. I hope I pronounced the last name right. Anna Holsack. Anna Holsack, happy birthday. Also, too, like to say good afternoon to my cousin from Dad's side of the family, Patty Curl Guyman. And Jordan, I won't do it, but she was a one-time 4-H fair pageant winner.
Was she?
East of here. I won't give the year. I won't give the county because I want to work here the rest of the day.
Okay, fair enough. Well, the 4-H Fair Queen got crowned last week. Of course, the 4-H Fair going on next week out at the fairgrounds. I'm ready to pick up some fair donuts.
With that, Jordan, we'll go silent. I need to get with Dave Shaw and Matt Yarno, get this clock countdown sequence set up for the 2.5 stock. Stand by.
Radio man for the 429, please report to the tower. Radio man for the 429. Radio man to the 429 to the tower. Thank you.
for our guests, race fans along the shoreline. Don't forget the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Drivers Autograph Session currently taking place at the tent next to the Madison Regatta office. H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Drivers Autograph Session taking place under the tent next to the Regatta office. That is in the memory of Tony Steinhardt and sponsored by the Steinhardt family. Thank you. You need. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's 1 to the 5 for the 2.5 stock qualifier. Not yet. $30 seconds. 20. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's the 5-minute period for the 2.5 stock qualifier. Drivers, rev them up. One and 1/4 mile race course, 4-lap heats, 5-mile competition heats. Here for the 2.5 stock. 16-foot boat. Racing trim with the driver inside about 750 pounds. Engines available in 2.5 stock is the old reliable 2000 2300 stock Ford 4-cylinder engine, and the K20 Honda has come on board right now. Modern technology in the 2.5 stock class. As we're now 4 minutes until the start. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. I think, again, we're in for more great racing here on and now we finally have our last one going out here, Jeff, as, again, we're under 4 minutes to go, Jeff, as they come across. How about you introduce them to us?
ID the boats for the start-finish line buoy the first time. The orange and blue boat, that's Matt Sontag out of Madison, Indiana. Rookie pilot driving the Hurricane Hoosier. Dominant red boat out of Evansville, Indiana. That's Mike Talarczyk in the number 13 on the fly. Fluorescent yellow boat. That is Matt Couchet out of Dayton, Ohio in the Bold Venture 2. Red, white, and blue boat to the inside. That's Austin Hayes out of Clarkston, Michigan in the River City Printing. Here's the rookie, Max Hammerling out of Waterford, Michigan, driving the Immaculata. We've missed one. I believe that was the teammate boat. These two boats are painted identically, Jordan. The more veteran driver is Brandon Zamak in the number 20 Mustang Sally out of White Lake, Michigan. Here's Dennis Wright, the number 2, the Miss Alvy Signs out of New Harmony, Indiana. 7 set to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up. All 7 are up and going. We're 2:30 away.
Let's see, Matt Sontag, again, Madison, Indiana's own there. He'll probably have a lot of people rooting him on. He's got the bright colored there for the boat there. Looks almost kind of like a light blue orangish, but you got a lot of great boats here. And all these boats out here, we saw what happened last race, just kind of a taste of it. And now Jeff, we are just about 2 minutes until the start of this race.
2 minutes away. 2.5 stock. There's Hammerling, the rookie. Saw him in Saline, Ohio 2 weekends ago. And Jordan, for our fans along the shoreline and watching online, that X on the cowling indicates to the APB officials he is a rookie pilot, so he's still trying to get his certification done before he can mix it up with all of them.
Oh, I see. Well, every level you got to do that. Brandon Kennedy just went through that on the Unlimited, so everyone's got to qualify in their own way. And now we are getting closer and closer. You see Matt Sontag slowing down a little bit in lane 1 here on this course. And now, Jeff, under 90 seconds to go, Jeff. We're getting close. Go ahead and bring him to the start.
The orange buoy across from the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. The orange buoy on the back straightaway. Your boat must be to the right-hand side of that prior to 1 minute. If you cross it, that is a 1 minute penalty. We are coming up on 3, 2, 1, mark, and by my eye, everyone is legal. And look who's in lane number 1, the hometown favorite, Matt Sontag and the Hurricane Hoosier, but you have to have your lane established prior to the exit pin off turn number 2, the start line. 45 seconds until the start.
Slowing down a little bit. You don't want to jump the gun. We had a gun jumper in the very first heat today. Slowing down quite a bit. As Jeff, we look forward to the home stretch. I'm going to have you bring him in, my friend.
Matt Sontag from Madison, Indiana, has parked that boat in lane number 1. He's got it. Austin Hayes, lane number 2, River City Printing. Brandon Zamak, lane 3 in the Mustang Sally. Matt Couchet coming up early along with Mike Talarczyk. Couchet getting off the throttle. We're 10 seconds away. It's the 2.5 stock qualifier. They approach the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. We're 3, 2, 1. Mark, it appears to be a clean start. And Talarczyk leads it, but Sontag on the inside. Here's your leader in turn number 1. Matt Sontag and the Hurricane Hoosier. But on his hip is Austin Hayes in the River City Printing. Deck to deck.
Deck to deck, and now Austin Hayes has taken the lead, and he's increasing it by about half a rooster tail length, but Sontag has the short way around. But River City Printing a lot of speed in that boat. We got a third place boat behind him by about half a rooster tail, but let's see what Sontag can do if he can cut into that lead. He has the inside lane, but right now, Austin Hayes, Jeff, looks awfully impressive as they come down to complete the first lap.
Austin Hayes, your leader, but Matt Sontag driving a dandy in front of the hometown crowd on the inside lane in second. We'll come down to complete lap number 1 to 3. It's Austin Hayes in front, River City Printing. Matt Sontag out of Madison in second. There is Brandon Zamak in third in the Mustang Sally. Jordan, let's get an ID on our 4th place boat, and it is Max Hammerling, the rookie on the outside in the Immaculata. Dennis Wright in 5th. Matt Couchet in 6th. Mike Talarczyk trails it. It's all Austin Hayes, but now here comes Zamak up on Sontag.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Austin Hayes well out in front right now, but Sontag has Zamak right behind him. He's in that rooster tail again. Sontag has the short way around, but Zamak has really picked up the speed here in this second lap as they can come down, Jeff, to complete lap number 2.
Austin Hayes sees the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. 2 complete, 2 to go in the 2.5 stock qualifier. Matt Sontag, a little hip check there in second on Brandon Zamak. Sontag in second. Hurricane Hoosier. Brandon Zamak remains in third. And Jordan, right now, your top 3 is in the mix. Some battles in the back of the pack, but hometown favorite Matt Sontag in his first season in that blue and orange boat is driving a whale of a race here in the qualifier.
My goodness, is he ever? And he had a really good start. Started better than anybody. Austin Hayes has a lot of good speed right now as he comes around, and we'll be looking for the white flag. And it looks like it is the white flag that he gets, Jeff, as there's just 1 lap to go here in the first heat.
Austin Hayes coming to the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. The white flag is displayed. 3 complete. 1 more lap to victory for Austin Hayes. Matt Sontag remains in second. Now Zamak tried to go inside. Sontag shut the door. No, Zamak has got a problem.
Zamak got hit with that rooster tail, it looks like, Jeff, and started losing power. Now he's coming straight back to the dock area. Going to be curious to see what happened there, but Zabak was right there on him, and he tried to cut inside lane, but then he got hit with the rooster tail Sontag, as now Austin Hayes will be rounding this final turn, Jeff, and look for the checkered flag.
So Zabak's teammate, Max Hammerling, moves to third in the Immaculata. Final turn, final lap, 2.5 stock. Austin Hayes sees the Madison. Austin Hayes sees the Madison Automotive Group start finish line. Here's your winner of the 2.5 stock qualifier, Austin Hayes in River City Printing.
Matt Sontag coming over right behind him. A great race for the hometown man as he will bring second place.
Boy, great run for Matt Sontag in the Hurricane Hoosier, running in the memory this year of his friend that got him started in hydroplane racing, the late Todd Yarling from Hanover, Indiana. They'll be thrilled with that. Here's Max Hammerling out of Waterford, Michigan, a rookie pilot. Got a stout boat on the outside, and the Immaculata will come across in third. Fourth place boat, Matt Couchet in the Bold Venture 2. Matt will like that fourth place finish out of Dayton, Ohio. Fifth place, and Dennis Wright going dead in the water. The Miss Alvey Signs look to have a fifth place wrapped up, but Nestle's dead in the water. And right now, Jordan, that would move the dominant red boat in fifth. Mike Talarczyk out of Evansville and on the fly.
He's got to come around and finish it. As now we see Austin Hayes go around for an extra lap. And Matt Sontag.
I think I counted them right.
I thought I did. Did I miss something? I mean, I probably did, but.
Oh, they might be just sportsmanship, so Talarczyk can finish in the fifth spot just now, so okay. I think that might have just been a little bit of sportsmanship, and I expect everybody to come back in right now. But I could have been wrong. I've done it before.
That's me every day, Jeff.
Now the black flag is out, so if I did miscount the laps, I apologize, but the running order stayed like it did on the water. Your winner, River City Printing, Austin Hayes. Second place, Matt Sontag from right here in Madison in the Hurricane Hoosier. And Max Hammerling was third in the Immaculata. Matt Couchet fourth in Bold Venture 2. Mike Talarczyk will get fifth and on the fly. Brandon Zamak and Dennis Wright with an unfortunate did not finish. And that was a tough break for Zamak. He was battling for second, but Sontag, the rookie from right here in Madison, driving like a veteran, doing everything he could to keep that number 20 behind him.
That's the thing, is he tried to get that inside lane because Sontag had gone out a little bit, and Sontag saw it, whether it was him or whether it was his radio guy or spotter, but he cut it off, and suddenly when he cut him off, it was Zamak that got hit with the rooster tail, and suddenly you just saw it immediately. Everything went down, and he turned right here into the pit area.
Are you serious? Scott Liddicoat, your 17-year-old son out of Suffolk, Virginia, he was driving Matt Sontag's boat. Oh, my goodness. So, Matt, all the accolades you got. Grant Liddicoat was in the Hurricane Hoosier. He got second, and that's what happens when you do inboard racing. Sometimes you don't know all the pilots.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, no one told me anything, so sorry.
Miles Copeland and I did that one time up in Decatur, I believe, and we thought the late racer Bob Dabrowski was in his ride-on, driving the race of his life. After the fact, Tommy Thompson was in it out of Cambridge, Maryland.
Tom Thompson, a name I haven't heard in a while. My, oh, my. Well, congratulations nonetheless, I guess, Grant Liddicoat. Now waiting to get one more boat towed in here, right near the start-finish line. as we see some Grand Prix being lowered into the water, because next up we have Grand Prix qualifying.
Jordan, with that, I need to step away for a little bit. Here's our Grand Prix qualifying ladder. We got some boats to get back in, and I'll be right back to you.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to some music. right, we officially have green flag on the course. Next up is GP qualifying. First up to qualify, GP 10, the Freak. That is Kevin Ekert out of Edmonds, Washington. Owner Brian Richards out of Simonis, Washington. Again, these are the time trials, which will determine lane assignments a little later on when we go racing later today. But the GP10 has the green flag we just heard over the H1 radio. And it looks like Jeff Ayler, he is making his way out on to the First Financial Bank Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. I think we are ready to go.
Back here again on the start-finish line in Madison, Indiana, on the banks of the Ohio River. It is time now to go Grand Prix hydroplane qualifying. Grand Prix qualifying is next up on our schedule. Those of you watching the screen are seeing the GP10, a boat they affectionately refer to as the Freak. The boat is driven by Kevin Ekert out of Edmonds, Washington. And we've got a boat moving on the race course here that is causing a little bit of consternation here on the tower, but I think we've got everything under control right now. Kevin Ekert comes off the top end of the race course. He will come down and start his qualification attempt. Typically what we see when our Grand Prix boats go qualify is they will take one very slow lap and make sure everything is warmed up in the motor, and then their second lap will be their quick one. Kevin Ekert, however, came out and went slow on a warm-up lap, and then his first lap is this one because he did not get on the clock until such time as he came all the way around across the start-finish line. And I did confirm that with the officials before we started this session. Kevin Ekert will come down right now and put his first of 2 qualification laps on the clock. Kevin out of the Pacific Northwest. As I mentioned, he is from Edmonds, Washington, and those of you who know the boat we affectionately refer to as the Freak, if it looks different to you, that's because it does have a brand new color scheme and paint scheme on it. I'm wondering, because of the speed that Kevin is running up the backstretch, I think he's going to bring the boat back into the dock, and I'm wondering if he's thinking that first lap all the way around the course wasn't perhaps his first warm-up. And I think there's a discussion going on, but I did ask that very question. So the way Kevin ran that, he took that first time around the course where he was not on the clock and went very slow. Then he went hard on his second lap, which was actually his first one on the clock. And he's now coming back to the pit area. So there may have been a little confusion on that. And the officials are checking on that for me. As Kevin comes back, we'll get a speed on that first one here momentarily. As soon as it pops up, Kevin Ekert getting a good look at a boat they call the Freak, the Charger. There's a good look at it there. Kevin Ekert brings it back. They unveiled that new color scheme about 3 days before we came here to Madison, Indiana. So that's our first boat out on the water for our Grand Prix America qualifying session. These guys are only going to get one shot at this. It's not like they can come out later in the day and try and improve their time or their position. And this is very important for our Grand Prix boats because they do not run on a fight for lanes format. They run on an assigned lanes format, and for their first heats of competition, those lanes are assigned based on their qualifying speed. The faster you qualify, the better lane you will get. So we will pass these times along as soon as we get them. We've got a busy dock, and you're looking at Kevin Ekert here. They were moving quickly to try and get that boat stopped from its momentum heading down the dock because he was there's another boat right in front of him. It's blocked by a truck in front of me, but there was another boat he was headed right toward. I think that may be the 35. But next up on our qualifying ladder should be the GP24, which is the Kraken, and I can't see. It looks like I can see the trailer. And oh, there it is. The boat is in the water. So the GP24, the boat they called the Kraken, boat is owned by Dave Musinski and driven by John Griggs. So we're into our afternoon program here for the 75th running of the Madison Regatta in Madison, Indiana. I believe we have Tanner hooked up. Are you wired up and ready to go here, bud? Tanner?
I'm super wired.
There you go. We got a little break there. We threw some chow down, and so now it's time for GP qualifying. And as I was just explaining, I didn't realize you were wired up, but this qualifying takes on added importance for these guys because they run their heat races based on, their first heat races are based on their qualifying speed. So the faster you can qualify, the better lane you get. And so the idea is to go out and run fast and run hard, get a good lane, because the whole thing with Grand Prix racing is building toward the final heat, of course, but getting a good inside lane for the final. And you don't want to have a hiccup along the way. So Kevin Ekert steps off the dock there.
Are there tracks like this one that have some tighter turns where the inside lane isn't favorable?
That is correct, and every course is different. And there have even been years here in Madison on the Unlimited course where when it was 2.5 miles and the straightaways were a lot longer, the referees would say lane 1 is closed. They wouldn't even let anybody go in there because it was just too tight with the long straightaways. They were getting down there at $1.85 or $1.90 and then having to hang it on the hook real quick. So, yeah, there have been times they do that. It's the same thing in every class of boat racing. Sometimes you got big quarters, sometimes you got tight ones, sometimes you got one of each. As the GP 135 comes out onto the race course, this is the Cool Cat Motorsports hydroplane, a boat owned by Ed Thompson out of Street, Maryland. The driver is John Shaw. Sponsored this weekend in Madison by H&B Tree Removal, presents Cool Cat Motorsports. Brand new color scheme on this boat. They unveiled it in Gunnersville, Alabama a couple of weeks ago. But like the Unlimiteds and every other class of boats, we just did not have much racing down there for any class of boats. Now, Kevin Ekert's speed now has been posted 117.986 miles an hour. We're going to see how John wants to play this, and he's going to play it more the way we expected. So he is just now on the clock. So this is his first lap, Tanner, and this is more what we would expect to see. This is a first lap. He's just making sure everything's warmed up in the boat. Make sure the oil pressure is good. When he comes off the top end of the course this time, I would expect we'd see the hammer down and see what this boat can do.
Yeah, it is interesting. Unlike cars, they're not sitting here warming them up in the pits. They kind of get them on the hook and get them in the water, fire them up, and as soon as they're fired up, they're already in gear and going.
They're already moving, and as he got to the entrance pin of the top end, all of a sudden the hammer went down, the rooster tail came up, and here comes John Shaw, driving the Cool Cat Motorsports. Good-looking hydroplane. Driving for Ed Thompson out of Street, Maryland, the H&B Tree Removal. And just like that, he's already off the exit pin of the lower corner, accelerating hard up the backstretch. Set it up for the top end, and he'll come down. This looks like a good run, Tanner. I like it. We'll see what kind of a line he gets through the corner here.
Such different sounding motors, one boat to the next.
Absolutely. Here it is, our second qualifier, Grand Prix GP 135, Cool Cat Motorsports and H&B Tree Removal. Now, his first lap was 108 miles per hour. I think you're going to see lap 2 substantially quicker. Next up on our list, if we're sticking in order, should be the GP33, the JLM, the Jack Lupton Motorsports. Jack out of Waverley, New Zealand. He's a brand new papa. We weren't sure we were going to see Jack here this weekend as his wife was pregnant, but she delivered, and so Jack's able. All right, we had the baby, now I can go boat racing.
That's induced pregnancy. That's what that's.
That's exactly it.
Now, not seeing his time actually from Shaw come up for that second lap, unfortunately.
We'll keep an eye on that. We're not sure how quick we are getting him, but we've got it up there, 108.277. I'm assuming that's lap 1. And that which you hear in the background from Waverley, New Zealand, Jack Lupton. Jack Lupton Motorsports. And we'll see how he intends to play it as John Shaw comes back in the GP 135.
Well, Shaw's time just took a drastic jump.
Whoa, whoa, a good catch. Went from 108 to 135. Yeah, that's a pretty good jump.
It is. I mean, such a tight course, an average. That's an average speed.
That is
correct?
an average speed.
That's really impressive for how tight these corners are. Only a 700-foot diameter.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
It's narrow. And as I always like to say when we're talking the Unlimiteds, as Jack Lupton comes across start finish line, now he will start his warm-up lap. But as I like to say when you talk about the unlimited hydroplanes on a 2.5-mile race course, Indianapolis 500 is 2.5 miles, but they measure the 2.5 miles in the groove. We measure the 2.5 miles on the top of the buoys. So you're running further than 2.5 miles, so you're actually understating your speed every time.
Sure. Now that makes sense because you're going a lot more distance than just the buoys.
Absolutely. So look for a quick one here. Jack Lupton, GP33. He, Jack, from Waverley, New Zealand, and this one's a quick one. He is across start finish line to start his second and final qualification lap. The new papa out of New Zealand comes off the exit pin.
Well, Jack is brave. Is one of the first GPs I've seen turn into turn 1 full throttle without even a pump of the throttle.
Yeah, he was in and out of that corner in a hurry. This will be a quick time. See if he gets a good line through the corner, which he does. I got a hunch that 135 is going to get knocked down right about now. Jack Lupton. Tanner, that one was pretty good.
That really does run really good. I mean, literally, that's the first boat I've heard so far not lift at all into turn 1. And I'm not sure if the water was just flat and he saw that it was clean turning in or what. But I mean, that's the fact that these are averaging these speeds. These aren't far off of the unlimited speeds, even though the course is shorter.
Correct.
They just a grunt off the corner. I mean, of course, it's a single speed and everything, but it seems like they're just always in the power.
So that was the GP33. Next up will be the GP212. Nope, we're going to come with the GP17. So I was looking for Eric Langevin. The boat is still sitting on the trailer here, so he's not going to answer the bell in the 212 Silco. But this is the GP17, the Miss Renee. The boat is owned by Brian Richards out of the Pacific Northwest, and the driver, this guy is a terrific driver, and I love his nickname. His name is Austin Ekert. He is known as Awesome Austin Ekert.
Nice.
This kid can handle a race boat. And this boat it's had good days and bad days. It hasn't been able to be terribly consistent, but they think they're getting closer to it. But when it's right, it's really right, and this one can be really quick. So we'll see how Austin wants to play it here on the Ohio River. We've got a little bit of a breeze blowing. It's not too bad, but we're definitely feeling it here on the tower.
It's welcome, actually.
And Austin's going to go way up against the outside course markers. Austin, you've still got 2 more laps. We'll see how he wants to play it. And he's going to come down with the hammer down. Austin Aikret will put him on a clock. And just like that, Austin is into and out of turn number 1. And I got half a notion he's going to play this one like Kevin Aikret did, and this will be his one hot lap as he enters the top end, turn 2. See what kind of a line he gets through the corner. He's going to be right on the buoy row. Nice corner, Austin, and here he comes. Come down and put a hot lap in the book. Austin Aikret. And he's going to prove me wrong. He's going to run 2 hard ones, Tanner. He's still got his foot in it.
Now these are turning out 1,500 horsepower. Is that about right?
Yep. And Austin's turning them out pretty quick. So far, the fast lap that we have on our pylon is John Shaw at 1:35. Oh, nice corner up there. Awesome, Austin. And there was 2 hot laps. I mentioned when he was going out that when this boat's right, it's good, and that young kid can drive.
Well, it looked amazing, and I think you know, if you're doing the 2 hot laps and you're, because the slower you go, the bigger your wake. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if you tool around too much, you could give yourself a wake to rock through on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, I'm just starting to throw around like boat lingo. Like
I know, you're getting good now.
I'm telling you, when you say, oh, getting on the hook, you know, things like that, you throw that around just like it's nothing. That's big stuff.
All right, next up. The hopper. Here comes the hopper, GP15. Okay, Tanner, I got this figured out now. We were a little worried about some of our speeds. It's okay, Shannon. You can interrupt me once in a while. It's all right. So we got to the bottom of it. It's a 1 mile race course.
Okay.
We started out, some of those speeds were 1.25 miles. We were basing it on a 1.25 mile track. So obviously speeds were inflated. We now have the 1 mile race course with the 1 mile timing marks. Tends to make things a little bit better.
So Jack is currently in the lead here at an average speed of 118.
And that all sounds about right. Much
okay.
better. That is much better. So the GP15 Happy-Go-Lucky Racing, or as we will learn before the weekend is out, the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Greg Hop, his dad, Papa Hop, Greg and Jerry, these are big names in the Pacific Northwest. Hop Racing has been doing this forever. This is the boat that Brent Hall spent so much time behind the wheel in.
Oh, really?
Yep, so he knows this one very, very well. He refers to Papa Hop. Jerry, he refers to him as Mr. Miyagi because he's the one who gave him the chance and put him behind the wheel. So here comes Greg. Here comes the sun. And I'll tell you this about that boat. You put that boat in a straight line against any other Grand Prix boat, and I'm putting my money on that one. That is a world straightaway record holder. It's an older hull. And now Greg's got a problem.
Yeah, digging out of the corner there. Never really got it back up on a full song. And why is it so fast in a straight line?
It's just the way they've got that. Well, now, okay, this is, when Shannon came by and we were talking about lap speeds and the clock we had on him, I guess perhaps I missed a lap in there, but this is going to be the hot lap here for Greg. The hull is older. It's not as wide as some of these new ones. Now, he was clearly having an issue. The hull is not as wide as some of the newer models. If you set it alongside one of these boats in the pits, or if you go down there and take a look at that one right alongside one of the other ones, you will see that it's not as wide. So getting through the corner, they can't get as much air underneath it, so it sets down deeper in the water. But they've run, and this is a very famous hull. It has won so much. I talked to Greg this morning. He was just excited, as he always is. If you have a chance to meet Greg, he'll leave an impression. He's a character. He's a good guy, and he just loves to race. So Hop's got a speed in there of 1:08. So right now he is our second fastest qualifier. Jack Lupton still sitting atop the list at 1:18.033. The Hopper at 1:08. John Shaw at 1:08. Here comes the GP3, the Pleasure Seekers. This boat is owned by the legendary Roger Mahan out of Far Hills, New Jersey. It's being driven this weekend by Jimmy King. And if that sounds like a name you know from the U3, the Turbinator, that would be the same Jimmy King. This is a boat I believe you and I spoke of earlier in the day when I was mentioning that this was a newer boat a few years ago, and they've just had some issues dialing it in. Roger Mahan and Mahan Motorsports are the best in the business. There's nobody that's going to do it much better than them. Jimmy King can certainly get the best out of a hydroplane. His son, Bobby King, standing to our left with the Roger Mahan shirt on. He is on the radio talking to Jimmy.
Now they take such an extremely wide route to maximize the warm-up time, or to keep the wake away from the line they want on their hot lap?
I would think he's probably trying to keep that wake out of there.
Okay.
That's a really good point, and it was what you were talking about earlier. You got the current going downstream, well, the waves are coming upstream, and sometimes that can work to just hold it right in the line you want. Now he's tight on the buoy row up here. We'll see if he goes through that corner tight as we put him on the clock. It is Jimmy King. In the Pleasure Seekers GP3, he took a big hop when he got at the entrance pin, just as he set the boat up for the corner. And he is not coming strong off of the bottom end of the race course.
Boy, he's flying pretty high out of the water. You know, from here you can feel you get up as you come out of that, come out onto the back straightaway. But from that camera angle that we had, you could really see how high he was floating.
Yep. And that's what we were seeing from him earlier. That boat was running definitely bow high. So we'll see what kind of a speed we get for Jimmy King. And Jimmy's going to come in there with a hot lap of 90.9 miles per hour, 90.589. I think perhaps my microphone cut out there for just a moment. And away from the dock is our GP35, and I want you to pay pretty close attention to this one, Mr. Faust. As that red, white, and blue bombshell comes away from the dock, the young man behind the wheel of Ron and Sandy Thompson's TM Special. You might know this name. His name is Brendan Kennedy, the newly qualified H1 Unlimited driver for the Miss Madison hydroplane. That's why those two boats are pitted right side by side down there. And this one is a rocket. And it was due in part to a lot of the success that Brandon had in this hull that he got the phone call that we want you to come up and try the big dog. but he's been very accomplished. He's a fourth-generation racer. Like so many of these guys, it's a family affair. We got third, fourth, fifth-generation guys here and gals, and I'm telling you, gals, if you're listening and you're young and you want to get involved in the sport, we got a whole fleet of young women coming up through the ranks of our sport now, especially out west. But it's the same in all the regions of the American Powerboat Association. And when we go out west, Tanner, I've already been working on this. I was at a Region 10 inboard event a few weeks ago in Richland, Washington. That's one of the Tri-Cities. And I was talking to a couple of the young ladies who are having quite a bit of success in some of these smaller boats. And I started floating the idea of a roundtable discussion with you and me and these young kids. And I mean young, where I'm talking 12, 11, 13-year-olds, and some of them are darn good. And that's what's coming. But right now what's coming is Brandon Kennedy running Sandy Thompson's TM Special GP35. Ooh, he's going wide and getting a run at it.
Sure is. Maximizing that exit speed. Pretty high off the water.
Boy, Kennedy had an interesting line. He was very wide, but he was right on top of the apex buoy. He made that corner as wide as he could and still took it tight, if that makes any sense. It is Brandon Kennedy up the backstretch, and he is rolling. You see the big...
He has another lap, correct? So, I mean, you just wonder how that first wake is going to affect him here.
I think this is it, if I can count. We're trying to count to 3. Those are big numbers.
It is not easy.
And he pulls his foot there. That was lap number 3. Will?
I think I liked his line the best so far.
It was interesting.
He really shortened the course in the bottom of it, and in the top he had just an amazing exit to the outside.
Brandon Kennedy, well, they put that speed up there, the blistering 94 miles an hour, but now look at that number 2 spot. He's, oh my goodness, how close can we get? A 118.0 to a 117.955.
800ths of a second.
Holy cow.
Or 800ths of a mile an hour, I guess.
Tanner, but wait, there's more. Oh, we've got some big dogs still to come here. We have got some big dogs still to come. We've got Ken Lupton to come out, and here comes one right now. GP79, that damn family bad influence. GP79, Jeff Bernard out of the Pacific Northwest.
I just love the race liveries, the crew, apparel. It's everything is put together so professionally with these teams. Right down, I mean, it all lines up right down to the mirrors on the tow truck.
Yep.
Everything they can have control over, they really do a nice job of buttoning up, you know.
They do indeed. So it's the GP79, and then we should have Ken Lupton in the 577 should be next, but that boat is still sitting on the trailer. As I say that, here it comes. The 577 will come up and off the trailer, the Lucas Oil, driven by Ken Lupton. But right now it is all about Jeff Bernard. The family's here, wife Christabel is here, the kids are here. And there's one of these family things again. They don't go anywhere unless it is the Bernard family en masse. So here comes Jeff. We'll put him on the clock for his first lap. Boat is owned by Mike Grindell, who is very instrumental in the operation and running of the Grand Prix America class. Now watch Jeff. He'll start picking the speed up, but when he gets into the corner, he's going to say, let's go. Watch for the rooster tail to pick up, and hear the motor. And here he goes. Jeff Bernard, GP79, the Bad Influence Racing.
Are the size of the skid fins on these boats much smaller than an H1 Unlimited?
It's quite a bit, you'd be surprised, yeah.
They sure seem like they hop off the hook, as it were, a little bit easier as they turn in.
Yep. Jeff didn't get the best ride there right when he set that boat up at the entrance pin to the corner. Nice line through the top end. He stayed pretty tight to the buoy roll. Here he comes, Jeff Bernard, GP 79. We're getting the first laps each time, and you're thinking, I think he did better than 94.
Yeah, no,
I'm going to bet heavy on that.
What are you going with, 114?
I was going to say 113 or 118.149. Well, that'll
Really?
take care of you and I in a hurry,
That's
won't
amazing.
it? Yeah, it's the last time you're going to bait me for that one.
It is true. I mean, in all racing, sometimes what looks fast isn't. And
Yeah, well, I'm not buying it because I noticed the stat man was right behind you. He was clearly whispering in your ear, watch this, I can get loose on this one. No, you're exactly right. That was a heck of a run by Jeff Bernard.
Yeah, and while he didn't look, I mean, the smoothest out there, he did shorten the course on the top, the last corner. So he's minimizing the distance traveled, obviously, for an average speed time. Big deal.
So the GP24 is on the water. This boat is one of the more interesting stories. They have tested this. It's a very famous hull in Grand Prix racing to those that know unlimited drivers. And in fact, there's even, there's wagers about this particular boat and how well it might do, but it's just good to see it on the water. Boat was driven by and owned by the late Scott Pierce of the Unlimited Hydroplane Racing family. This particular hull was driven by a guy by the name of Jamie Nilsen.
No
currently
kidding.
Aboard the Flav-R-Pac down there.
It is a tight community. People get shuffled through the ranks within the community, don't they?
Yep, and Dave Musinski went out and bought this hull. He's been trying to get it ready to race. He's tested it a few times, had some luck, but he's never really been able to get it out and let her go. It'll be good just to see him turn some laps. Maybe put this one in the show. He's on the clock.
Now, when they build these hulls, I mean, I know there are a couple options for power plants in the GP class, right?
Yeah, there's a few things they can do. Most of these are Chevys, and there's all kinds of limitations on what they can do, what they can't do. They're trying to just make the class as tight as it can be. But yeah, they do have some things they can do where they can really get after things is with propeller and gearbox combinations and that sort of thing.
Well, when you buy a hull, are you married to the type of engine then? Or are they built around an engine so tight that you can't change?
No, they are built tight around that engine, but you can make a change. We've even had unlimited boats go from piston to turbine.
Okay.
So this is very encouraging, I think, for John Griggs and Dave Musinski here to see the boat run. I will say this much, the boat looks the part. It looks great.
Looks good, sounds good.
Yeah, boat they call the Kraken. And in its day, with Scott Pierce and Jamie Nilsen behind the wheel, it was a rocket.
Now I've lost count again, but I believe this is last lap.
Good, yeah. Don't be surprised if he doesn't just stay out there. This is so good, maybe the best the boat has run. Guys, don't make me come in.
Well, I'll be honest, I can see on that first corner the white caps from that the wake pushing up river.
Yeah. Because to your point, not going as fast, you're sitting down deeper in the water.
Yeah.
So you're pushing around a bunch more slop.
Well, I bet it's very disconcerting to turn in at 100 plus miles an hour into white caps.
Yeah, and a lot of times, thinking back, of course, I'm an unlimited guy, but boat racing on the unlimited side, sometimes we get in some pretty rough water back in Detroit and some of the other venues if the wind would come up, and then somebody would go out and run on it, and they'd really be running hard. And you're going, your first instinct is the water's that rough, slow down. Yeah, the first thing you do when you slow down, you set down in those waves, and you just beat the snot out of the boat.
Yeah.
Come back with holes in the sponsons. And Oh, and he's coming in hot, but I'm sure he will get caught.
Yeah, that is precisely the reason I did not take anybody up on their offer to drive one of these things, was because I quickly realized from talking to Peabody and talking to JMK that sometimes when in trouble, your bailout is more speed. and I know sports that are like that, you better have some experience to know where the line is.
Uh-huh. Well, and that's the whole thing about getting married to your racing vehicle, whatever it is. You become one, and you understand how it, even with your personal car on the freeway, you know how quick it accelerates, what you can do with it, what you can't do, and that just takes time. So, our last boat on the qualifying ladder, GP 577. Again, we're going to mention Waverley, New Zealand. This is Ken Lupton. The two Lupton brothers, Jack and Ken. This is Ken. This is the boat with a lot more white on it, the Lucas oil.
Now, I hate to just keep asking ridiculous questions, but every time these boats are plucked out of the water from the crane, they are draining so much water. They're not taking that water on at speed. It's just pretty much after the run is when they're really, is that
correct?
Okay.
That's correct. Back in the day, and by back in the day, I mean back in the 50s, we used to have what they call wetted sponsons, and the boats would set in the water, and there'd be big holes in the back of the sponsons, and they would just fill up with water. And then as the boat would come out of the pit area and lift the nose up, the water would run out. And it's like anything else, these boats will leak a little bit. Some more than others. Sometimes you'll see boats hanging over the water, and they go, now this one takes on a little bit of water. We don't want to sit there for too long. But no, good points all, as we're going to look at, I'm looking at the screen, looking to see perhaps, well, Greg, how about that? Just looking at some of these, John Gregg's got a speed in there, 1:14.3.
Out of all these, I'll just say right now, Shaw looked so much faster than he posted.
He did.
I wouldn't be surprised if that gets adjusted.
Well, watch this one, because I don't think it's going to need an adjustment. Ken Lupton, Waverley, New Zealand. Boy, that boat's hitting hard on the nose. He picked up the front end, but then he pounded it on the nose a couple times. Man, that was a rough ride through turn one.
I can see what's waiting for him in turn one for this next lap. Well, I guess he'll be done after this.
Yeah, this will be it.
Oh, good.
So here he comes. Boat almost looks like it's running downhill. Whoop. And he'll come across. We will check the speed for Ken Lupton. The GP 577 gave us a little bit of a thrill. He took a hop down there just before the apex of turn one. I don't know if you caught that, Tanner, but our Cracker Jack officials here are already radioed ahead. Let's get the 6 in the water. So we're going H1 unlimited qualifying. We started out 2 hours late, so if we can gain, yeah, and we had what did we have, an hour on the schedule for GP? Well, yeah, we had an hour. And
we're 10 minutes ahead if they start GP now, which we need to gain because we're going to be kicked off the water 30 minutes before we're done, 7 o'clock tonight.
At the driver's meeting, and I have a very hard and fast rule. You never should call a hydroplane race if you don't attend the driver's meeting.
Well, you're a professional.
We have the water until 10 o'clock tonight.
Oh my
which
gosh.
Everybody was chuckling about.
Yeah.
Let's be out of here in the dark, but technically we have the water until 10.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Well, I don't know.
It's cool. I'll take a nap. You know, yeah. Right around 6.
Tanner, as we get ready for our H1 Unlimited qualifying, we see the slings on the U6. The Miss Madison. Brandon Kennedy, who's sitting number 3 on our Grand Prix qualifying ladder with a lap of 1:17.955, will now just walk next door and jump aboard the U6 Miss Madison, the newly minted qualified Brandon Kennedy. So I'm going to step away for just one moment.
There he went. I mentioned the word nap, and he's gone instantly.
Welcome back, race fans. Brad Luce along with Tanner Faust. We're here on the start-finish line, the new overlook, or at least new a few years ago, overlooking the Ohio River in Madison, Indiana. It's a 2-mile race course this year. Tanner, we just got done doing Grand Prix qualifying. Big dogs are on the water now, and I already see our first boat is away from the dock. It's the U6, the Miss Madison. Newly minted driver Brandon Kennedy. He just had some hot laps in the GP. He's a busy guy.
He is a busy guy. You know, in some forms of like off-road racing, short course off-road racing, there's a big advantage to racing multiple classes when you can see how the track changes and things like this. But the water pretty much stays the same throughout the day unless the wind kicks up. So is there an advantage for him jumping from boat to boat?
I don't think so, because the corners, maybe up at the top end, he's seen that corner. He knows how that looks, but they cut that short course on the Grand Prix. And as I look past you, I see down to the bottom end of the race course, Brandon Kennedy is already there on his warm-up lap. How about you and I go for a walk? We'll head over to our little perch over there and get ready for Miss Madison, first H1 Unlimited boat on the water for qualifying for the 75th Madison Regatta on the Ohio River. So if you could see what Tanner and I are doing now, we're walking from the back of the overlook here to the front, stepping around the stat man because you don't want to get in his way. Fans, you're watching the U6 Miss Madison with the newly qualified driver, Brandon Kennedy. He'll now try and get the boat qualified for the event. He will have to take 3 laps. This is different than the Grand Prix stuff we saw. He has to complete 3 laps, one of which has to be over 130 miles an hour. Brandon is on the clock now, and he must complete 3 laps in succession. The fastest lap of those 3 will be his qualifying speed, but he has to have at least one north of 130. And he clearly showed us earlier today, Tanner, that that's not a problem.
So what is qualifying? I mean, for Brandon, it's a little different than the other guys since he does have to start a bit back, 5 seconds, you said, back from the pack as a rookie, and also has to take the outside lane. What does qualifying do for the rest of the guys? It doesn't give them lane choice. Does it just choose which heat they're in?
No, it doesn't do that either. They will actually have a blind draw, and it's a good point that you brought it because we were not on the air this morning when we were talking, but we're going to talk about our round-robin format versus our A and B format. We'll talk about that when we get through with our run with Brandon Kennedy, and he's already got one in the books. I'm sure that will be north of 130 miles an hour, meaning all he has to do now is turn 2 more consecutive laps, and this will be a successful qualifying run for the young man out of Maryland.
Gosh, it's just insane to see these guys turn such a tight corner at full throttle, 4.5 Gs plus. I don't know what they're doing on the straightaways here, 150, 160?
They're probably doing 160, 165 here as he gets to the top end. First lap, 138.600. And there's that big barn door he's going to hang to the air, that big wall of water off of that big skid fin that he hangs in the water there. That keeps him on his line through the corner. Brandon Kennedy will come down looking to beat a 138.6. The hometown boat. Kennedy down to the bottom end of the race course. Look at that big wall of water down there off that left side skid fin.
It's just insane. I'm sorry. I mean, I know my jaw just sort of drops every time I see it, but having multiple boats and being on the inside lane of one of those walls and having to turn before you get to it.
Or being between 2 of them. Oh. Between 2 boats and back about 4 boat legs, you're driving down a hallway. There's the big wall. We call it the skid fin wall.
It is impressive. I bet it was amazing when they used to run under the bridge.
Oh, yes. So here he comes, the 3rd and final lap. That second one was 141.967. 141.967 miles per hour. Did he eclipse it with lap number 3? And I'm hearing some, how about a 144.095? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Madison fans, what do you think of that?
First qualifying for him ever in the H1. Posts a super respectable time.
It's a very respectable time, especially what I was hearing this morning from our other boats. the boats that we know are very, very fast and so forth. Some of the speeds we saw 149, 140. Did we see a 150? I'm not sure we did. We may have.
We did see a 150, yes.
But now a 144, you're starting to knock on the door there. So they have to be really, really happy with that. Now, that qualifying speed is not, don't put it in ink just yet. Put that in pencil because the boat has to go through technical inspection. They'll take the black box, which isn't. The data acquisition system will come out of the boat. They will put it.
It's green.
Is
Right?
that what it is?
No.
I thought it was orange.
It's anything but black.
Actually, you can tell me whatever color you might.
You're colorblind. I forgot about that.
That's right. I milk that as far as I can. You'll learn that. But the boat will go into the H1 Unlimited tech truck. Seth Partial in there will run the diagnostics on the acquisition system. They check the N2, which is the output shaft of the turbine engine. They'll check the RPMs of that and make sure they did not exceed predetermined limits. And then you were talking earlier today about fuel flow, the 4.2 gallons a minute. They'll make sure they did not exceed that. If both of those parameters are cool, they'll give them thumbs up and write it in pen. Now, we have a moment here. We can talk a little bit about what you were saying about what does the qualifying do for these guys, because it does not determine their lane because we go out and fight for lanes. There are points on the table. In fact, our national high points right now, those are the only points we got in Guntersville.
Right.
We had Andrew Tate's 170-plus mile-an-hour lap. That got him 100 points. Second place in qualifying is 80, then 70, 60, 50, 40, and on down it goes. And those points over the year, throughout the whole season, 5-6 races, those numbers start to add up a little bit. They become real numbers. And we've had boats become or lose the National High Points Championship because they had a bad day qualifying, and you go back, they lost this thing by 50 points. And remember those points that they got disqualified on when they were the second fastest or whatever qualifier. So it is important. But then what happens when we're going to go racing? And we're going to do this later on in the day. So when we get done qualifying on the H1 side, we'll take some ping pong balls and we'll put a number of each boat on it, the 6, the 9, the 8, and the 11, and off we go. We put them in a hat and find some young fan and have them come over, and they'll pick out a number, and that boat will go into Heat 1A. That's our first heat. They'll pick out another one. That one goes into Heat 1B, and then 1A, 1B, 1A, 1B. So we call it, it's totally a blind draw.
So essentially the qualifying is a reward for outright single lap speed.
Correct.
And then the other skill of choosing the lane, strategy, that technical skill is rewarded in your placement on the track, and then your racecraft is rewarded in the actual heat.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Looking at Brandon Kennedy as he's being congratulated there in the pit area. But now all eyes turn out to the Ohio River, the U11. It is the U11, the Miss Flav-R-Pac, Jamie Nilsen, out of Gig Harbor, Washington. Young man, quite the baseball player. Quite the baseball player at Central Washington University, which is in the town of Ellensburg. And everybody's going, where in the world is Ellensburg? Well, if you take a map of the state of Washington, Tanner, and you put a pin in the middle of it, you'll be pretty close. Ellensburg, Washington, Central Washington. He was a shortstop and a darn good one. Spent a year in the Kansas City Royals program.
Really? That's cool.
But he was always a boat racer, and this is what he always wanted to do. And right now he is halfway up the backstretch. He will come down off the top end. We'll put him on the clock, the first of 3 times around. Nice tight line through the top end. Now he'll bring some speed down to the corner, and we'll put him on the clock. Jamie Nilsen in the Flav-R-Pac.
From the unlimited boats to the GP.
Well, you can really see the weight difference from the unlimited boats to the GP. Just how they handle the little rocking back and forth. In the GPs, do they have control of the canards?
There is a little bit. Yes. They don't have near the control you have.
Okay, so they can fly the
There
boat.
is a little bit. They don't have near the control you have in an unlimited, but there is some movement that can be done. All right, off the corner, Jamie Nilsen. In the first of 3 times around, Brandon Kennedy posting an unofficial yet 144.095 miles per hour. Jamie getting a great boat ride up the backstretch.
Really looks smooth, fast, efficient. Yeah, really looks smooth, fast, efficient. Turns very early.
And high on the water.
Turns very early.
Yep.
So he's taking a tight line, shortening the net.
Jamie Nilsen will get a speed on the first lap here, flying the boat a little bit. getting a good boat ride. You want to have that air underneath the boat. If you do, you're not touching the water very much, and if you're not touching the water, you're not having a friction issue. Yeah, he goes into that corner, at least down there, turn one, he goes in very, very wide. And I think you were saying he was turning early at the top end. I think that's just because he's far on the outside like that, and it's so he can tighten it up when he comes to the exit pin.
Exactly. Yeah, this, I mean, seemingly tight corners, maximum radius probably keep that motor in the ideal RPM without being able to downshift or anything.
You're right, I watched it that time. He did start turning way early from at least where the buoy is, but he comes off that exit pin. He reach out and touch it. Here he comes. The first lap's in the books at 141.751. See if he can up that a little bit. I'm sure they'd like to see the 145 mark or maybe better, but down to the bottom end of the race course. And this is what they're able to do in qualifying, Tanner, that they can't do when they're out there racing, and that's why they put different setups on the boat. He can go anywhere he wants on the race course right now. He can go into that corner in lane 6 and come out of it in lane 1, but if he's got boats on the inside of him or he's got boats on the outside of him, he's got to hold his line through the corner, which is why if you can get ahead of somebody in the racing and you're in lane 2, and you can pin them in lane 1 and just make it really difficult, because they got to hold their lane when we're out racing. Another nice line through the corner, 143.6. 143.6 on lap 2 right now. Brandon Kennedy's 144 is looking good. We'll see if Jamie Nilsen in the Flav-R-Pac is able to eclipse that, and a little bit slower on that one, 1.405. So the quick one there, 143.6. And here's another difference between H1 qualifying and Grand Prix qualifying. In the Grand Prix, they get one swing at it. These guys can all come out a second time. So they'll go in and look at the data, and then they'll think about it, and then they'll come out for another run.
Part of it's a good thing, because they're each given, from my understanding, they're each given their fuel monitoring device at each event. They're pulled out of a hat, just so nobody gets an advantage modifying those things, since they're difficult to inspect and check. And so the more times you're on the water, the more you can fine-tune exactly how close you can get to that 4.2 gallons per minute without going over it.
Yeah, and the RPM speed of the motor is always affected by temperature. It's very much affected by humidity.
Sure.
So the settings that they might have on something in Madison, Indiana, then we go to that very dry heat out in the Tri-Cities. I know you don't buy that because you think it just rains there every day.
Exactly.
But that's another story for another day. It does get warm. As Jamie Nilsen in the beautiful Flav-R-Pac, just a great-looking hydroplane. Scott and Shannon Rainey out of Cle Elum, Washington, not far from Ellensburg at 2 in the center of the great state of Washington.
What you really don't pick up from the outside is in talking to some of the drivers, it seems they have a light that tells them when they're over the RPM limit for a certain amount of time. I think they can be over it for like 3 seconds, something like that.
I believe it's 3. That rule got changed a couple of years ago. I'm not quite sure what the numbers are. But I do have a rule book. We can pull that out and read it.
But when that light goes on, if they kick the throttle off and back on again, it resets it.
And it does. That's exactly what it does.
They're over there kicking that throttle down the straightaways.
On some of the race courses, and if we get on the pit tower in Tri-Cities, we're at the end of the front straightaway. And if a boat is out there by itself and it's not a breath of wind, and they come ripping down the front straightaway, you can actually hear them do it. You can hear the boat. It's just winding as fast as it goes. And that's him just pulling the foot for a sec. They know when that light's going to come on, and they drop it out so they don't get cold. Good run for Jamie Nilsen. We say it all the time, those of us in the sport. Scott and Shannon have yet to taste victory as boat owners. Scott Rainey has been a victorious. I'm not going to want to miss, and it's coming. And wouldn't it be special if they could do it for the Flav-R-Pac people? Flav-R-Pac folks are out in the Tri-Cities area. The APBA Gold Cup is in the Tri-Cities, so if you want to put the fairy tale ending, that would be it. That would be it.
Well, that's cool. It's a great story about how they Got that sponsorship lined up just weeks before the first pre-test.
Talking about Shannon Rainey, there she is on the screen on the left-hand side, talking with her driver, Jamie Nilsen.
Nilsen doesn't look super satisfied with that run, but like you said, he's heading back out here in a few minutes.
He said, well, wait a minute. You're a driver kind of guy. Are you ever satisfied? Don't you guys always come back in and go to the crew chief? It's got to go faster, dude.
Honestly,
we got to get more.
I've had some satisfying lunches, but you're right. You're never quite satisfied with
I need more.
A corner.
Shannon Rainey there is one of the very, very active people within H1 Unlimited. She is I'll call her a fellow board member with H1 Unlimited. Their family is very much involved. You go down and get your credentials stamped, and you'll be talking to members of their family. And Scott and Shannon are very special people. So now, away from the dock, this ought to be a good story. The next up on our qualifying ladder, the U-27, the new U-27, which is an old boat, the 2007 hull, the one they refer to as Sharky, because this boat ran for Madison, Indiana under the sponsorship of the Oh Boy Alberto Sausage Company in the Pacific Northwest. And when this boat came out, they had some shark's teeth on it, and they had eyes on the cowling. It was kind of cool. The boat got a nickname, Sharky, and it's been around ever since. So that is this particular hull. Because of the accident we had in Gunnersville, they lost the number 1 Miss Apollo. This was the backup boat for BWR Racing. They brought it out. It was 90 to 95% ready to go racing. They brought it out. They put some red, white, and blue on it, and it is now on the clock.
N2.
So I'm just being told here, Tanner, thank you very much, Sam, appreciate that. We have an N2 violation on the Miss Madison. So that U6 speed now goes away. Now our top qualifier is Jamie Nilsen. So thank you, Sam Hoodling, for that.
Does that, it doesn't just disqualify the fastest lap, it takes the whole session.
Takes the whole thing away.
Copy that.
It takes the whole thing away. So Dave Villwock, top end of the race course. Dave ran really well in this yesterday. I know he ran this morning. I didn't get to see it. Dave, I thought, had a really good line around the race course. I like it again. This guy can just flat out drive. I don't care how old he is. The dude can handle a race boat. Dave Villwock, 67 wins to his name. I'm anxious to see this one. And he's coming up with 149.170. Dave Villwock, 149.170.
Now you see the rooster tail on the first half of the corner, how committed he is on the turn in and how much energy gets bled off by the second half of the corner.
Yep.
It's a really high straightaway speed, and it seems pretty difficult to get out of the turn. Just so much energy coming off in the first half of the corner, and then second half he nearly straightens it out.
Yeah.
And that may just be the technique, just to build the speed as early as possible.
It's actually a great call, because you talk to them and they'll tell you exactly that. And these guys are tired when they get out of these things. You're horsing around a 7,000-pound race boat. So the first lap was 149.170. Dave have a 150, does 150.681. 150.681. There's our fastest lap so far in qualifying. Has he got a little more, Tanner? What do you think?
I think so. Sure, why not? I mean, he's got the breeze actually has kind of come down just a little bit once he got out on track. And so maybe that's helping him through the first couple corners.
And he's going to be tighter on the buoy row this time. Watch this. This is going to be quicker. I'm saying this one's a little quicker, looking to beat a 150.6. Can he do it? I like that line through the top end. Waiting on the stat man to pop that one in there. 151.273. Right. How about that? 151.273 miles per hour for Dave Villwock.
It's just a gauntlet, isn't it? He just drops he's 8 miles an hour faster than the second place boat.
It's a boat he'd never been in until yesterday afternoon.
It's just awesome. Is it just frustrating for everybody else when they get in these things? And 71-year-old is just turning I mean, granted, this is the fast lap, but Dave must be incredibly good at getting lane choice.
He's been doing it much longer than anybody else.
He is. And it's going to be real interesting to see how they want to play this new race course. I think what we're seeing here with a lot of the guys staying tight to the buoy row, I think there's going to be some fighting for an inside lane. Sometimes, and typically here in Madison, they'll tell you, lane 3 maybe is the place to be. Go to Seattle, lane 2 is the place to be. I'm watching lines through the corner here, and I think we might see some fighting for an inside lane. If you can get inside somebody and put like Dave likes to say, put a fender on them and just keep pushing them out.
So much higher risk when it's not actually a fender. It's just a 40-foot wall of water.
So our fans, our fans got a chance there to show the front of the boat, and you see the gold trim right down the nose of that canopy, and that's because the boat was painted gold and black as Goodman Real Estate. And Dave just pulled up to the parking lot and found no spaces available, so he's going to go on by. There you can see it on the boat around the cowling. You can see the gold trim, and at the bottom of the fairings, that's the part of the boat that didn't get covered with the new wrap job in a hurry.
Now, I don't know Dave like you do, but as a racer, my question can't be avoided is going by and needing a tow from a boat that's going to send a wake across the race course. Is that kind of a tactic sort of a thing?
Honestly, it could be. And there'll be somebody down there that'll maybe get their nose out of joint about it. These guys get picky. They're racers. They're looking for every advantage they can. Especially on some of our race courses. We go to Seattle, the entire backstretch of the race course is a log boom. And then at the top end of the race course, we have a floating bridge, the I-90 floating bridge. And the waves go up there and hit it, and they just come right back. Go to San Diego, you got nice white sandy beaches, and so the waves just go up and dissipate. So every course is different. There you get a good look at that gold that's still left on the nose from when they had it as the Goodman Real Estate. Because this boat was a twin. You actually had to really know the difference between a couple of boats to be able to tell the 07 hole from the 16 hole, which we're going to see out, the 2016 hole we'll see out here very quickly. Next up is J. Michael Kelly. As you see, they gave a green light to Dave to go ahead and fire up and bring it back.
Now, where he's going, nice and wide, those rollers he's making are going to find their way into the apex here.
Yeah.
In a few minutes.
Now, there is a rule that the next boat on the ladder has to go within 5 minutes. And I would expect you're not going to see J. Michael Kelly because he's next on my list. It's not him I hear, is it?
No, it's Dave still.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was going to say, don't prove me wrong that quick. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Mike sit there at the dock and take all 5 minutes for that very reason.
Yeah,
there's some gamesmanship going here. So we'll see where Dave's going to bring it in. I'm assuming he's going to stop here short and in front of us, and then they'll push him on down, but certainly a good run. I'm going to step away for one moment. I'm going to see if our Jamie Nilsen has cleared tech inspection with that 143.
When boats are running on the water, exit the Ohio River. We don't need you in the water. That is for your safety only. Fans, if you can hear me, if you see people in the water when the boats are running, they can make a good day turn sour because they'll shut it down. They won't take much more of it. Please cooperate with us and stay out of the water when the hydroplanes and flat bottoms are on the race course. A message for me.
I am back. We do not yet know if Jamie has cleared tech inspection, but the stat man behind us will fill us in on that kind of good information. Where is Dave? Oh, here he is. Now I see him.
I mean, he just cruised in, making as big a wake as these boats can make. But again, I don't know, Dave. For me, if I was in a race and I saw somebody do it, I'd have no doubt. The reason why. Even if it's, because qualifying isn't so critical at this point. It's really just for a few points. It's nothing like probably the difference between first and second in a heat, correct?
Which is 400 and 300. There's been some talk, and quite honestly, yours truly has kind of been a proponent of this, to put more emphasis on qualifying. Let's offer the equivalent of heat points for qualifying. In other words, top qualifier gets 400, 300, 225, 169. Do that.
Yeah.
I actually thought a couple of years ago we were going to adopt it, but we didn't. And Super Dave starts to extricate himself from the cockpit.
Yeah, there is. Then you do put some value on just outright speed.
Yep.
And then those other two components we talked about, get their own value: the racecraft and the ability to start. The strategy for choosing the start lane.
Yeah, and then it's how you gear your boat. Dave was slipping there a little bit. And then it's how you gear your boat. You gear your boat with some big, tall gears, and you put great big wheel on it, big propeller, and you want to wind the thing up like you want to do in Guntersville, because even if you're in lane 1, you're running a gigantically wide race course. But you put the big propeller on it for here, and you're going to have a heck of a lot of top end speed. It may take you a day and a half to get up to that speed. And that's probably not going to work here, because this is a shorter race course where you're going to come off of the corners, not going as fast. So you're going to want a smaller propeller, smaller gear, so you got quick acceleration. This course is going to reward acceleration and not so much top end. But you gear your boat to get an inside lane, and then you end up on the outside, and then you find you got the wrong combination. So J. Michael Kelly is up next, and they are just pushing the nose out on the beautiful U8 Beacon Electric. Is it a safe assumption that Grandma Tate's nuts there that she provided us are pretty good? You're going back in.
From your lips, my friend.
Here we go. J. Michael Kelly away from the dock, and Daryl and Vanessa Strong's U8, the Beacon Electric. J. Michael Kelly has never been the fastest qualifier at an H1 Unlimited event.
Really? That's surprising.
J. Michael Kelly.
But he's won many events.
He's won many events. This guy is just an absolute racer. He has 17 career wins.
Wow.
In H1 Unlimited racing, and never been the top qualifier. He is only the second person in the history of hydroplane racing on Lake Washington in Seattle that has won on Lake Washington 4 consecutive years. That string is still alive, tying the legendary Bill Munsey from 1977 to 1980. And you're going to see Mike pick up the right sponson before this run is over, and he's just going to hang it out of the water. Nobody can fly. He loves to just pick up that sponson like that, and sometimes he'll hold it all the way down that front straightaway. He can get an outstanding boat ride. So J. Michael Kelly is on the clock. He will go 3 times around. Kelly, he's been bit by that hole down there a couple of times in his career, and he's got a smile every time he comes through it clean. And just like that, Tanner, he is off the corner. He looks really good up the back chute.
He sure does. He looked like he had to do a little bit of extra turning right on the last part of that first corner. I'm not sure if that cost some speed coming out on the back straightaway, but awfully smooth on the straight.
So top end of the race course, we'll check his line. Got to come out to about lane number 2.5, maybe 3. J. Michael Kelly. Jeff Michael Kelly picks up that sponson again and hangs it there, but brings it back down.
Now on this boat, they had a problem with the right sponson actually flying mid-corner. So they added a gurney flap, something that's used obviously in car racing a lot, to the canard to help keep that right sponson down mid-corner. And seems to keep the boat stays flat around the corners. It looks gorgeous.
First lap for Kelly, 146.797. A good run for Mike. 146, almost 147 miles an hour. I'm sure he'd love to sniff that 150 mark. I like his line through the corner a little bit. This one's going to be quicker, Tanner. I'm surprised that right sponson's wet sometimes when he brings it back. He just hangs it up there and lets it hang out to dry. 146.7 on lap number 1. And a little bit slower that time. I missed that one. 145.825 on lap number 2. Come on, Mike. Got it hooked up and rolling. Kind of sounded like maybe he pulled his foot just a little bit.
You may be fighting a light in there with the the N2 warning light going off more than he'd like, and maybe pumping that throttle a little.
I like that line again through the corner there on lap number 3. So 146.7 on the first, 145.8 on the second one, and lap number 3, 148. There's your quick one, 148.355. 148.355 miles per hour for J. Michael Kelly.
71-year-old Dave still showing him how it's done.
He is. However, a couple of young bucks about ready to come out here, and let's see what Andrew Tate has to say about that, and a guy named Corey Peabody.
Andrew Tate did show us a 51 earlier.
Yep.
It was a little bit slower than Dave's 51, but within a 10th.
So a cool-off lap here for Mike Kelly, young man out of Bonnie Lake, Washington. He's got a couple of sons, Carson and Asher.
And they both race, correct?
Yep. Carson has already been inducted into the APBA Hall of Champions twice.
Wow.
And he got inducted with his dad, Mike, a couple of years ago, and that was the first time in 40 years that a father and son had been inducted into the Hall of Champions. Since then, Mike has gone in, gosh, 2 more times? I don't know. Mike's been in 10.
Wow.
And on 3 different occasions, we have had a father and son on the water competing in H1 Unlimited. And that talk has already begun with young Carson, who is really, really good at what he's doing right now on smaller boats. And we talked to Mike a little bit about it yesterday, and he says he would love to see the day when he goes out on the race course in the Unlimited and Carson or Asher hanging out there with him.
Yeah, that's got to be a cool thing. I mean, not just to have a family with you on the weekend, but then to be competing with them.
Yep.
I could also lead to some family feuds that may sting for a while, but
yeah, make for fun conversations at the Thanksgiving table.
Yeah, Thanksgiving could get a little bit brutal.
It gets a little competitive. Yeah. Competitive eating. I don't know. So next up on the ladder is the 9 of Corey Peabody, while the 8 is the predominantly red and yellow boat. And I know you're wondering, how in the world do you know that, Luce? And don't ask me that question. Not sure I can answer it. The Beacon Plumbing is predominantly white, trimmed in gold and blue. There's Mike on the dock with his wife, Angela.
Now you talk about the trickiness of having a teammate. These two, I know, in speaking to the crew chief, actually looking at their data, they do an amazing job of using both boats on the water to gather data.
Yep.
And using it as an advantage rather than a disadvantage. I understand they try to pull out of separate parts bins and try to maintain individual motives for each team member and each driver, but still, they're able to combine the data, learn lessons quicker than other teams, hopefully be more successful.
So J. Michael Kelly doing a little debrief there with crew members. Saw a smile on his face right there. Great look from the drone. Oh, I see the drone down there. It's just off the other side of the boat. It's just sitting right on the water. That's a pretty cool shot there of the U8, the Beacon Electric. The ride of J. Michael Kelly. And to the left of J. Michael Kelly's boat on the screen right there is Corey Peabody's boat, except his boat's halfway down to the bottom end of the race course. So Corey Peabody is out on the Bill Cantrell race course. They call it the Bill Cantrell race course here, Tanner. Very famous driver from the 40s and 50s. Drove also in Indianapolis. Drove in the Indy 500. Nickname was Wild Bill Cantrell. He had a great line one time. He drove the Gale 4 in 1954 in Seattle. Boat got out of control at the top end of the race course. He jumped a little bit of a seawall and ended up in some backyard in a rose garden.
Good gosh.
I have pictures of it at the house. He dusted himself off, and reporters came up to him and asked him what happened. He says, I don't know, but this is the first time I ever walked home from a boat race. One of the great lines. So here comes Corey, and everybody's expecting this one will be pretty quick. This boat's a rocket. It's also the oldest boat on the H1 Unlimited circuit. The boat was built originally in 1992.
Well, Corey dodged a bullet at the last event. He'd had some mechanical aerodynamic damage, lost the canard, and he wasn't going to be able to fix it. He was going to have to putt around the whole weekend, and then the race got canceled. So
yeah, he actually did catch a break that way. Yep. You're right, because he said, no, there's no way. He said, we weren't going to risk damaging the boat anymore. That thing just a bullet on the water.
Oh, it looks gorgeous.
He's flying. It looks quick to me, but the last time I stuck my neck out, I was about 4 miles an hour off, so I'm going to be a little careful here.
Looks fast. Very similar to Dave in that he carried a rooster tail pretty far through the corner, but where Dave turned in incredibly a lot of energy in the rooster tail and then straightened out the exit to maximize the straightaway speed.
150, 150.927. So he's about, he's about 0.3 of a mile an hour off of Super Dave in the 27, the Apollo. So one would think maybe if laps 2 and 3, and he pulled his foot there. Something happened there.
Oh no.
Yeah, about halfway up the back chute, there was something. The boat hopped a little bit, and Corey pulled his foot, or it shut down on him. So we will just have to wait. We won't speculate on what might have happened to Corey Peabody. Looked like an awfully good run to Tanner Faust and I, but it came to an abrupt halt. So you can take that 150.927 and you can throw it away, because you must have, to qualify, you have to have a lap over 130 miles an hour, but you also have to have it as part of 3 consecutive laps. Can't go out and just turn one.
So he can't get fired up here and then continue.
He could. Yeah, I suppose he could.
You need 3 laps. Okay.
I think that's what I was just explaining.
Yeah.
That is a new rule in the books, which is officially this weekend a year old. We had an issue here last year.
Okay.
And there was a loophole. Let's just politely put it that way. There was a loophole in the rule book, and it got taken advantage of, and somebody called, and we'd always done it. And everybody just figured it was legal, and then somebody really read the fine print in the rule book and found out that, no, you couldn't do that. The officials, and these guys here to my left, especially Jonathan Abbott, the chief referee, and the commissioner of H1 Unlimited, Mike Denslow, they leaned on the rule book, and it doesn't make any difference if we didn't read the rule book properly before. We're not going to continue to read it improperly, knowing what we know now. So they enforced it correctly, and during the offseason, we made a change to the rules. And now, to qualify, you've got to go out and do 3 consecutive laps. One's got to be over 130. Now, where that comes into play, let's say that Villwock sitting up there at 151.273. Let's say that goes through tech inspection, and that's his speed. And then somebody else goes out and runs a 152. And on his second term, he wants to go out and run faster, and he runs a 154.
And shuts it down.
He can shut it down and bring it in and only turn 1 lap, because he qualified with 3 laps in his first time. Corey now can't do that because he didn't do 3 laps on his first run.
Gotcha. Well, Corey's
yes,
already out. He's looking for a tow. He's got his thumb out.
So I am going to step away. I'm going to get you a bottle of water if you would like one. A nice
Yes,
cold.
I
Would you
would
like a
like
Gatorade or a bottle of water?
I'll take a beer and a bottle of water. Yeah.
And a bag of chips. I'll get you a water.
We'll both step away. We'll take a quick break. We'll let this get sorted out. It looks like it's going to be a couple 5 minutes.
All right, we'll step away for right now. Brad Luce, Tanner Faust. It is qualifying for the 75th Madison Regatta in Madison, Indiana. We are on the Ohio River. We've got one more boat to go through our first round of H1 Unlimited qualifying, and then everybody will get a second shot at it. Corey certainly going to want that second shot for sure. But for right now, Brad Luce, Tanner Faust, we'll step away. We'll be right back. Back again on the official tower here in Madison, Indiana. Brad Luce along with Tanner Faust. And right out there we got Andrew Tate blistering up the backstretch in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. We're going to leave our little spot here behind the cushy desk and a nice soft chair. Going to go sit in the hard ones out there or stand up and watch the qualifying run of Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate.
And in practice, Andrew Tate was the quickest by a pretty big margin. So it's, you know, if that means anything, that bodes well for qualifying.
It certainly can, and Andrew is on the clock. We're keeping an eye on the stat man up here if he can tell us if these guys are clearing tech inspection, because we have not heard anything about the 11, or in fact, we haven't heard any of our top 3 boats, Dave Villwock, J. Michael Kelly, or Jamie Nilsen. All right, top end of the race course. Nice line through the corner. Gotta like it. He's tight on the buoy row. Andrew Tate, our defending driver's champion here on the Ohio River. He claimed the Indiana Governor's Cup a year ago on this race course, driving the same boat, same name. He is on the clock. First lap, 154.56, 8 miles an hour. That'll raise some eyebrows down there a little bit.
Now, on such a tight track, where's that time coming from?
I think it's a combination. I mean, the boat's fast. He's obviously got a good combination. He's got good top-end speed. I was talking earlier about this course rewarding acceleration. This is the slowest part of the race course, right there, when he comes off the corner. And how quick can he accelerate and get it back up? I think they've got to be real happy with the gear package they've got in there right now, the gear and the propeller. They've got to be really happy with it, because that is a quick time. Can he sniff 155.296? 155.296 miles per hour.
Similar to Dave, though, his commitment on the corner entry is just insane. He bleeds a lot of energy there, but then the second half of the corner, the rooster tail is half the height as he's straightening out for the whole second half of the corner, building speed. You can see it in this first half. He's really bleeding off a lot of energy there and then almost straightening out the exit. See, there's hardly any rooster tail around the last cone there.
And he's going to swing it out wide, coming across. Andrew Tate. Is it quicker? Lap 2, 155.296. Lap number 3, 155.557. It's a tick quicker. That's pretty impressive.
That is. Their top speeds must be more like 170.
They've got to be getting darn close, because you probably have noticed over here, I'm getting into the back pages of my book here, and there are some 2-mile course qualifying records, because those numbers are getting pretty impressive. So I'm going to dive in to some of this stuff here.
A little change of the glasses.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I could see you kind of, it was sort of like a Harry Potter moment. You opened that book, blew the dust off. Little bat flew out.
Welcome to my world. So now these are Gold Cup records. Now qualifying is different for a Gold Cup because it's a 2-lap average. They run 3 laps, and you take the 2-lap average of either the first and the second or the second and the third, not the first and the third.
Okay.
But just to put that into context, the 2-lap, 2-mile Gold Cup qualifying average record set in Seattle in 2023. Andrew Tate in the Goodman Real Estate, 154.462 miles an hour.
Well, I can tell you his 2-lap record today was 155.42, roughly.
There you go. So let's see, 2-mile course qualifying. Oh, here we go. Now, 2-mile course qualifying record, 1 lap. This is in Seattle, set at 163. Guy named Villwock, I don't know who that is. Dave Villwock and a Miss Budweiser, but that was set in 1999. That is pre-fuel restriction. So that makes a big difference. If we get into the fuel restricted numbers, and I don't know that I'm one who really buys into all of that. It's kind of like, you know, depending on what bat we're using and how far are the fences for the Major League Baseball players and home run records. But the qualifying 2-lap average, how about a 1-lap competition lap qualifying 1 lap record is 163. Qualifying 2 lap average 154. So I'm being told, getting in my ear, that the Madison may not be able to run their second qualification attempt. Now that's important because they lost their qualifying run to an N2 violation. So they have what's called a TNR. They have a time not recorded. So that is an unqualified boat, which means you put them on the beach and they don't race. There's a way around that. It's called a commissioner's option. A commissioner's option allows the commissioner, or in this case, the chairman of the board of H1 Unlimited, to look at the boat, make a determination that we know the boat can do the speed necessary. They've demonstrated that, but it was through some circumstances out of their control, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that caused them not to be able to go out and actually do the time and the speed they needed to do to qualify. You can only get a couple of those a year. You can't get one at every event. For my way of thinking, the thought process would be, he ran over 15 laps out here to qualify the driver. He had some that were north of 140 miles an hour. Clearly 130 mile an hour qualifying lap is not above the possibility for that particular boat. I would expect, based on that we would see a commissioner's option for the U6 Miss Madison. Just ratchet in the fact that it is the hometown boat and everything they've gone to get this boat this far. If they are unable to come out and run, I'm sure they would pursue a commissioner's option. I would feel very comfortable and confident that that would be granted to the team. Don't be groaning, Madison fans out there. I think the storybook ending is still out there.
Well, I mean, they took the boat all the way to Alabama to try to qualify it, and then all the trials and tribulations yesterday. It really would be a shame if for some reason they weren't able to get it in the race this weekend.
Qualifying speed record on a 2-mile race course. The Elstrom Manufacturing Miss Elam, driven by a guy by the name of Dave Villwock. You may have heard of him. Qualifying speed record, are you ready for this? 2-mile course, Nashville. 2-mile course. Little one like this. 171.796 miles per hour.
How is that possible? And it's just bigger diameter corners, or?
Yeah, it's a different course layout, and
wow.
Now that was in 2005, so that's post restriction. So that's pretty impressive. So I'll forget that little exercise of getting in the book, but that 154 is still pretty impressive.
Yes.
As you look at the Goodman real estate being picked up out of the water, they'll set it back on the trailer, and now all eyes go to the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. And where are they? Did they get it back? I've been sitting here looking at the book. I don't see them on the course, so I'm assuming they brought it back. All right. Oh, it's right here in front of us. We're learning.
There it is. The,
the
big
boat's
white one.
right in front of us, where it says Beacon Plumbing.
That's what we were looking for.
That's
right.
what we were looking for. We'll get with our crackerjack cameraman here, Jared Meyer, and say you got a couple of blind guys here behind you. You need to put the camera on it and help us. And a comment I want to make about our young Jared Meyer, who's standing right in front of us. He is in that sun, and it is just beating on him. I guess that's why he's young, and we're not.
I'm overheating just looking at it.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Well, they haven't got the cowling off of Corey Peabody's boat yet, but so no indication why that just shut completely off in the middle of a run. But they do have one more attempt at it here in about 10 minutes.
Well, and if nobody wants to run again, we're going to go. Well, talking with the officials here, and I've got a hunch there is one boat that I know darn well wants to run again, but they got to put it back up on a trailer, throw some fuel in it, find out what's wrong with it first. And that would be Corey Peabody.
Now, is that second run just an option then?
for, yes, it is. It's
Okay.
for anybody that's not, or anybody that's already qualified. What we're not getting is feedback from the tech truck. And I keep asking Nick, and he's shrugging his shoulders. And we need to understand if these boats are clearing tech and if these speeds are good. Tanner, I'm going to step away for 1 minute because I got an official within about 3 feet of me, and I'm going to see if he can tell me if any of these guys have cleared.
Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse is the U9 Beacon Plumbing. And right now, Jordan, I believe that's the only boat we're waiting for because they went dead in the water. We won't give the reason why, but understand it's an easy fix.
Yes, it is a very, very simple fix, to say the least.
Well, I'll just go ahead and say it. It kind of involves some liquid in tanks.
Yeah, I mean, apparently you have to have that to...
That's the preliminary word we got. Not enough liquid in the tank.
Wow. That's all I got to say on that one is, wow. Okay. But at least that is, I would rather it be something like that than, they threw a gear, threw a prop, or something like that. So...
It's bad enough when your mower runs out of gas on Rikers Ridge.
You talk like that's from experience, Jeff.
Yes.
Well, if they are going to go back out, they got 11 minutes.
And we do see some crane activity over the U9 Beacon Plumbing, so they're on the thrash to get this boat back out here to get some points in qualifying. And that will be our last boat, it appears. Now the slings, we're seeing it, and I believe they're going to go in. They're going to have to move quickly as it's 3:59. They've got the water until 4:10, so kind of like a mini bubble hour years ago at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And I mentioned Jim Hurtubise earlier, and gosh, he tried to get that old roadster out there, that number 56, and he had fuel. He just didn't have enough juice. Now, I know Jordan doesn't know who Jim Hurtubise is. Legendary racer back in the day, Indy car, sprint car, the old 56. I bet Ed Cooper knows who Jim Hurtubise is. As you look to our right here at the Super ATV Judges Stand, the Beacon Plumbing, the U9, going back into the water. And Jordan, by my clock, we're at 4:01, 9 minutes left. I think they can accomplish it, but the biggest part of the puzzle is going to be lowering the boat in the water, getting the slings off, but how quickly can they get the driver, Corey Peabody, strapped into that enclosed capsule? That's going to be the most time-consuming thing in the process right now before 4:10.
Yeah, they can't just, the crane just can't lower it over the water and say, okay, drop it. That's not how it works, unfortunately. And although it'd make a heck of a splash, but it also could do a lot of damage. But hopefully they'll get that going because they got 10 minutes right now. Now 9 minutes until 4:10 because that black flag will go out at 4:10. So he better get going. He's got to have 3, and they're moving fast. You can see how quickly he got in his cockpit. So hopefully that's a good sign.
I'm going to assume, too, like bubble hour back in the day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, once you're on the track prior to 4:10, you should be able to complete your run. And gosh, a couple other drivers I remember back in the day at bubble hour that got bumped. Salt Walther drove here at the Madison Regatta, the late Salt Walther. David Hobbs, when he drove, the racing analyst. And boy, I miss bubble hour at Indy. It's not the same. Loved that. From 5 to 6, and they shot the cannon at 6. If you were on the track, you can still complete your run, and you were hoping you made the show. More times than not, they did not. You don't know nothing about IndyCar.
No, I do not.
That's fine. I'll quit.
Here's the most I know about IndyCar. On that Sunday Memorial Day weekend, I'll flip it on just to say, yeah, I watched part of it, but then I don't know, get in my pool, flip on something else, or I don't know, something just among those lines.
One of the greatest days in motorsports, that Sunday before Memorial Day, and you just turn it on to say you saw it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. But you're honest about it. I
Yeah,
get it.
I'm very honest about it. I mean, and I think
I get it.
Let me be clear. It is a great event. I'm not saying it's not a great event. It's just not my cup of tea. I mean, the Indy 500. I mean, you have 200, 300,000 people there every year. I've been to the Brickyard a couple times up there, and it's just different. I mean, it's a different kind of crowd. I guess my big thing is I don't want to, I don't know, just for 300 laps, just sit there and continue to watch a car turn left. But I don't know. It's just not my thing.
I love watching it on television. I've never been to the greatest spectacle in racing. I've been to one Brickyard, and Corey Peabody is strapped in the U9 Beacon Plumbing. By my clock, we're at 4:03, so starting to hit the igniter. The fuel pump is on, and the U9 Beacon Plumbing will be our last boat to attempt qualifying for H1 Unlimited in Clifty Engineering Unlimited Hydroplane qualifying here at the 75th River City Printing.
Yes.
Madison Regatta. So our last boat going out to attempt
Back here on the start-finish line tower in Madison, Indiana on the Ohio River. My name is Brad Luce. It's the 75th anniversary Madison Regatta. From Madison, Indiana, my name is Brad Luce. Tanner has stepped away. I am going to step back up to the front row because we got some fun going right now. Except I got a little... And if you could have seen what I just had to do, you would be impressed. I just managed to, without taking a headset off, I managed to crawl underneath a cord. But I got it up here, and I wanted to do it quickly because those of you that are watching on the live stream, that's Corey Peabody at the top end of the race course. We are running out of time. He's literally got 5 minutes to try and get this boat qualified. He's got to do 3 laps around this 2-mile race course, and Corey Peabody is on the clock. Corey came out and had a hot lap north of 150 miles an hour in our first qualifying session, but then halfway up the backstretch on lap number 2, the boat went down dead in the water. Thus, the 150 mile an hour lap went away because he must turn 3 consecutive laps, one of which over 130 miles an hour, which clearly he can do, and he is rocketing up the backstretch right now. And I'm sure because they let him get started, they will let him finish. But Peabody's at the top end of the race course. Our top qualifier right now is Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, with a lap of 155.557. Corey'd like to take a swing at that and pick up the 100 points. The first lap is in the books. We'll see what pops up here on the screen. 151.276 miles per hour. Again, it's a hot lap, but he's got to do 3. He has to finish all 3 laps. So here he comes up the backstretch looking for a fast of 155. He's sitting at 151.2 right now. Corey Peabody, this is going to be our final boat for our qualifying session. Here comes Corey off the top end. Sorry, I had somebody talking in my ear. Lap 1, 151.276. The second lap is in the books. We'll see what he comes up with. It's important that he gets qualified. They really rushed to get out here, and it's really important that they do. Could they still race? Certainly, with a commissioner's option, but they would have foregone all potential qualifying points, and there's 100 of them laying on the table. Second lap was 152.319. He's still knocking on the door, and in fact, that puts him in second. That puts him by Dave Villwock, so he's our second fastest qualifier. Right now, assuming all of this is legal, he has earned 80 points if he were to be legal with that speed, but he's still got to finish this 1 lap, and he'd love to top 155. Corey Peabody in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, with what would appear to be a very, very successful qualifying run. Second lap was 152, third one 153.590, 153.590, which would put him second on the list. All of our boats that you see on the list there with their qualifying speeds, when we stepped away, we have confirmed that all of those boats have cleared tech inspection. The only one we will wait to hear on now is Corey Peabody. and that 153.590. So that was a big deal. Tanner, I think you're wired up right now. If he didn't come out and make that, if they were not able to get that boat off the trailer, they would have foregone those potential 80 or 100 qualifying points. They could have still run with a commissioner's option, but they would have had the goose egg, and they don't want that 91 Andrew Tate guy to get any further in front of them in the national high points. So that was critical. Tanner's mic wasn't hot, so here it comes. I'm sure they're not terribly happy with that right now because they wanted to be the top qualifier. They have done that before here on the Ohio River, but they're going to take 80 points versus 0 any day of the week.
Yeah, and if you talk to these guys, I mean, they're all very championship driven. It's not, you know, they're thinking beyond the weekend, beyond the qualifying session. Everything is a building block, collecting all the crumbs of points they can possibly gather, making their way towards a championship bid. So everything carries some weight with it, that's for sure.
Well, I was just asking how much time we had before we run our 350s, and we've got about 1 minute until we put them on the clock. So you guys down in the truck, and Jeff Ayler over to our right. We're going to kick it over to these guys, kick it over to Jordan Bear and Jeff Ayler for the 350s. They just do so. Jeff can't do anything until he gets his clock set. No, we're not talking about the timing clock. We're talking about an alarm clock so we can get down here in the morning. He's over there now. They'll get that squared away. We'll have a countdown, and we will send it over to our guys on the PA. It's Jordan Bear. It is Jeff Ayler. They are the public address announcers here at the 75th Madison Regatta. They do an outstanding job. So we are going to take it and shove it that way. Jeff Ayler and Jordan Bear. Take it away from us. We'll send it over to them from the truck.
350 pilots, stand by for your countdown to 1 to the 5, coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's 1 to the 5 for the 350 qualifier. Seconds, drivers. 20 GP boats get to the water for 1A and 1B. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's the 5-minute period for H350, the qualifier. Drivers, crank them up. First boat out, the Legend Yacht Transport presents MAG Simulations. Grant Liddicoat, the chauffeur out of Suffolk, Virginia, 17 years of age. 7 boats set to go here. The next boat out, the number 500 out of Grand Island, New York. Joe Les driving the Daylight Hydraulics GP50. Good to see Joe Les back in Madison. Beautiful paint job on that boat this year. And Joe having a problem. He pointed the boat back to the dock, and now the lid comes up on the Daylight Hydraulics GP50. Next craft leaving, the 323 Maximum Racing, Carl Adams out of Medina, Ohio. The number 8, the Wolverine, Alex Menga drives out of Pinckney, Michigan. The beautiful yellow boat with the flame effect, Tony Black in the E100. The Sumtoy, number 5, dominant white boat, Dylan Goodell out of Allen Park, Michigan, driving the All Point Construction. And our last boat out of Madison, Indiana, Jake McCormick in the McCormick Racing Limelight. We're 3:35 away, Jordan Bear. Now we're waiting to see if they can correct the problem on the Daylight Hydraulics GP50 with Joe Les.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, we got not much time left, Jeff, before we can do that. Right now we got 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. They just took the engine head off, so it's going to be tough to do. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. You got about 2 minutes to get it out there. But right now you got other boats that are out there on the water. 350s, first time they are on the race course here today. We are ready to go to see who will capture this first heat on the 350s today.
3 minutes until the start for the 350s. Jordan Bear will be in charge. He'll bring them to the start line, bring them down the front chute. I'll take them down the back chute for our guests along the shoreline here in Madison. And good afternoon to our streaming audience with H1 Unlimited. I'm Jeff Ayler along with Jordan Bear. Jordan is the morning show host Monday through Friday locally here on Works 96.7 FM WORX, and I'm just a guy from Rikers Ridge.
Yeah, you know what? Rikers Ridge is a great thing, though. Grand Prix drivers 1A, 1B to the water. Grand Prix boats 1A and 1B to the water.
Go ahead, Jordan. We'll call our race, and they've been warned twice.
Yes, they have been. Well, let's see, Jeff. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the start of qualifying heat 1 as we see the 323 Maximum Racing. That is Carl Adams out of Adina, Ohio, coming across the start-finish line. We have the Wolverine, Alex Benga, finishing second, or coming across second, I should say.
And once again in 350, the orange buoy across from the start-finish line buoy, the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line, that orange buoy across from us, your boat has to be the right-hand side of that prior to the 1 minute gun. If you go across that, that's a 1 minute penalty on elapsed time. Your lane needs to be established prior to the exit pin of turn number 2. Name of the game, be it the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line buoy at tilt full song just to the left of those buoys. If you jump the gun, it's a 1 minute penalty in 350 racing. We're coming up on the 1 minute period. 3, 2, 1. Mark, and note that's legal. He can come through, but they'll have to circle through and go to the outside. That's Joe Les in the Daylight Hydraulics GP50. He will be a legal starter, but we'll have to go to the outside. Okay. Jordan, take him up, bring him to the line for 350.
Yes, sir, we are ready. We are now at 40 seconds. 40 seconds until the start of the race. We look up, trying to catch it from here. Curious to see once it gets a little closer. Jake McCormick on the outside in the limelight here out of Madison, Indiana. But then you look here, you got some good ones coming up.
Go ahead, Jordan. Jesus. All crane operators.
And now we are ready to go. 15 seconds till the start of the race.
Thank you, crane operator.
15 seconds. Now we're under 10. Here we go. He looks early. Is he going to have to pull it off? We're at 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, we're racing, and it's the 500 immediately across. They'll call it legally at the start, but right now, Jeff, it's a great start as we got 3 boats that hit it right away, and right now the 323 coming across, Jeff Ayler.
Are you serious? Joe Les made a mistake. I thought he had to go the outside. He's in lane 1. Daylight Hydraulics GP50 leads it, but here comes Legend Yacht Transport Mag Simulations deck to deck.
Oh my goodness, there it is, and Liddy Coat on the outside. But Joe Les is right there. He's got the shorter track around, but Liddy Coat has taken the lead by about a boat length. Liddy Coat comes from the outside. He's going to look up and look for the green flag. Liddy Coat trying to hold off Joe Les, but Joe Les is right there. Liddy Coat in the lead by about a rooster tail now, as from lane 2, it is all Grant Liddy Coat right now. Here comes third place right behind him in All Point Construction. My goodness gracious, what a performance we have right now. Jeff Ayler's got the backstretch.
Off turn 1, the 17-year-old out of the Commonwealth of Virginia leads at Grant Liddicoat. Legend Yacht Transport presents Mag Simulations. Got to give a shout out to my family. That's a business on Main Street in Madison owned by cousin Darren and his sons Aaron and Anthony. They're looking good.
Yes, they are. My goodness gracious, are they ever. Again, Grant Liddycoat coming on the inside. Liddycoat crosses the start-finish line. He's now open about a 2 or 3 rooster tail link right now.
And we've had some boats lose the course, so let's watch it here, Jordan.
Oh, yeah, we had some boats go way to the outside. Oh, man, let's hope we don't have any issues here. We had boats go way to the outside of the course. Let's make sure there's no issues here, Jeff.
Here's your running order. Grant Liddycoat in front. Joe Less in second. In the third position, Dylan Goodell. Tony Black in fourth. Alex Manga in fifth. Carl Adams in sixth. And trailing it is Jake McCormick. But your leader, 17 years of age, out of Suffolk, Virginia, Grant Liddycoat leads, and Legend Yacht Transport presents Mag Simulations.
There we have it. White flag is up, and here we go. Liddycoat right now still the dominant boat as he looks to bring home the checkered flag here today. Second place to Joe Less. Again, this is the different order right now because some people, again, lost where the course was. Jake McCormick coming across as well. Third place is Dylan Goodell in All Point Construction. The Wolverine, Alex Manga, as they bring him up the backstretch, Jeff.
Mag Simulations, a business on Main Street in Madison. It's a golfing indoor experience. Golf courses all over the world. The driver is working perfectly. Jordan, bring Grant Liddycoat to the checkered flag.
Yes, sir. Grant Liddycoat comes around, goes way to the outside. He took the lead in that first lap and has not looked back. Here's your winner of Heat 1 for 350. It is Grant Liddycoat. Second place, Joe Less in the 500. Nice race for Joe Less. I thought he was going to be in trouble when he struggled to get his boat starting. Third place goes to Dylan Goodell in the 40, All Point Construction.
We got Tony Black dead in the water. So right now, Jordan, your fourth place boat is Alex Manga in the blue and white Wolverine. And we'll go back to Carl Adams in fifth, Jake McCormick in sixth, Tony Black dead in the water. But boy, what a great run by Grant Liddycoat. 17 years of age, and the Legend Yacht Transport presents Mag Simulations, and I need to go to the driving range.
Yes, well, so do I, but my golf is, I don't golf, Jeff. That's just not my thing. Well, congratulations to Grant Liddycoat. Again, in the 97 Legend Yacht Transport presents Mag Simulations out of Suffolk, Virginia. So congratulations to them. The 350s being lowered into the water now because we have a Grand Prix Heat 1A coming up. But a very, very nice run by Grant Liddycoat. Obviously, if there are any calls on the course, we will be sure to let you all know. But that was a heck of a performance by that young man, Grant Liddycoat. Second generation driver is father, Scott Liddycoat. A great driver in his own right. But a nice job there by Grant Liddycoat to bring it home on the checkered flag here to start the day. We'll see the 350s a little later on this afternoon as well.
Once again, your top three of the 350.
Are you talking to Corey?
Not yet. No, it's fine. and welcome to H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 75th running of the Madison Regatta from Madison, Indiana. My name is Brad Luce. I'm here with Tanner Faust. We're getting ready to go racing. It's day 2 of 3 at the Madison Regatta, but we didn't get much done yesterday, which means a very busy day here for day 2. We've got testing, qualifying, racing today, a big day ahead of us. Tanner, it's the second stop on the H1 Unlimited Tour this year, but it kind of feels like the first one.
It is, with not much racing happening down in Guntersville. It's incredible. It's my first time to Madison. You've been here a little under 1,000 times, I know. But the people, the fans are so hardcore here. The parade last night, the whole environment here, what makes this part of the country so beautiful really are the people. So they're lined both sides of the river, looking forward to some amazing racing.
And you were a part of that parade last night. You got to feel some of this small town charm. It is a great venue. It's full of history. It is steeped in tradition, and we're going racing and testing and qualifying right now. Stay with us.
The banks of the Ohio River as it flows by the community of Madison, Indiana. Population about 13,000 on a soft summer day.
Every summer, this historic town becomes the epicenter of speed, tradition, and thunder on water. The Madison Regatta has roots dating back to 1911, but it was in 1950 with the formation of the Unlimited Racing Commission that Madison became a full-time stop on the Unlimited hydroplane circuit. What makes the Madison Regatta truly unique isn't just the roaring engines or the spectacular river setting. It's the community. Madison, with a population under 13,000, is the smallest city in the world to own and operate a championship-level unlimited hydroplane. The boat, the legendary Miss Madison. For decades, Miss Madison wasn't just a race boat, it was a symbol of pride. Funded by locals, maintained by volunteers, and driven by passion, she competed against boats backed by big cities and corporate sponsors. Then, in 1971, in one of the most emotional moments in hydroplane history, Miss Madison won the APBA Gold Cup on home waters.
The checkered flag is out, the crowd is on its feet, and here's the finish of the Gold Cup race, and Miss Madison has won it.
A true underdog victory that inspired a generation, and later, a Hollywood film. Today, the Madison Regatta remains a cornerstone of the H1 Unlimited calendar. It's more than just a race. It's a celebration of community spirit, perseverance, and the enduring thrill of thunderbolts screaming down the river. In the world of hydroplane racing, some cities host races. Madison lives it.
Well,
Welcome.
Brad, I'm inspired by what just happened there.
Did you like that?
Oh, yeah, I liked it there. That was great. Yeah.
I was especially liking the parade because you were in the parade last night.
I hit some kids with some candy. I apologize. But yeah, that's awesome to hear about the history and the provenance, behind this event.
It is very cool. That was good. I think we were probably supposed to come back with, I'm Brad Lewis here in the start-finish line in Tanner. Now I like the way you did it. That was cool. And when Corey was counting us in our ear, the countdown to it, we were both just riveted on our monitors here watching it. That's a great film piece. It was put together by that young man out there. Jared did an outstanding job, and then he sent me over a script and stood in my closet and talked to my phone. That's how we got the audio.
Then you came out of the closet?
I came out of the closet, and that's kind of the story behind that. But what that all means is we are about to go racing here. We're going to come with Grand Prix Heat 1A, Grand Prix Heat 1B, and then are you ready? H1 Unlimited Heat 1A and H1 Unlimited Heat 1B. We are going to show you a heat of unlimited hydroplane racing today. I promise.
I am so ready. After a little disappointed in Guntersville, as everybody was. It's been a big build-up, and so I'm really excited to see some racing.
We want to thank our chief referee here, Jonathan Abbott, for his nimble feet. Did you see him step around?
Yeah,
he almost came through here. Now he's going back. He's got to remember the run. He's a good chief ref. It's been a good day so far. It's been a busy day so far, and from an Unlimited standpoint, we are H1 Unlimited. This is the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, so I guess that's where we should put our focus. I do not have the numbers right in front of me, but of our 6 boats that went out and ran and tried to qualify, we got 5 of our boats qualified. But even before that, the big step that happened was Brandon Kennedy becoming qualified as the driver in the U6, the Miss Madison. That was absolutely a great moment this morning.
It really was. Something the whole community was behind. It started back in Alabama when they brought the boat out there. Were unable to get the qualifying done there on the faster track. They had the challenge of doing it here where they had to be 130 miles an hour, but, you know, it's a finer thread, I think, to run out here. And he got his laps. It was awesome to see all these people who have been hanging out here 90 degrees just absolutely explode in celebration for him, and a very cool moment to experience.
And he obviously enjoyed it. We did not get an opportunity to talk to Brandon. We will. And as if the 130 miles an hour wasn't very easy for him, I'm sure he'll say they had to work at that. But by the time he was done, when we went qualifying, he turned a lap north of 145 miles an hour. The boat was running really, really well.
Yeah, looked great on the water. I mean, Dave Villwock looked incredibly fast.
It's because he is.
Qualified incredibly fast. I mean, again, don't have the times, but both number 8 and 9 of Peabody and JMK were very, very fast. It's going to be competitive, but nobody had anything for Andrew Tate.
Nobody had an answer for Andrew Tate. He is our top qualifier. And when we did have the qualifying speeds up on the screen earlier, we were unable to get information quickly about whether or not the boats had passed tech inspection. Everybody did. Now, we mentioned 5 boats qualified, not 6, because the one boat that didn't, I guess that doesn't make any sense what I said. When we had the 5 up there, when we first learned, the Madison did lose their qualifying speed to an N2 violation, and they were unable to go out and run a second time. It does not mean they are not going to race that boat out of this race for these fans.
Absolutely. So that's an option in the rules, as you explained before, that if you don't get a chance to qualify under extraneous circumstances, you can get that forgiveness, I guess, and run in the race. And as a rookie, he has to start a bit behind the pack anyway and run the outside lane. So being in the race is going to be the win for him.
Yeah, they certainly want to get that boat out here. And the other thing that we talked about a little bit earlier was we were going to run a round-robin format, and there's a different way that we go about putting the boats in the heats. This is a very small, narrow course. Instead of doing a round-robin, we are going to go with a AB format, which means our 6 boats are each going to have a ping-pong ball in the hat, and some lucky fan's going to go up and draw them out, and it's a blind draw, and we'll draw the boats into their heats, and we'll see how it comes out. And you may have to run against the fastest boat in the fleet. You may not have to. You never know how it goes. That's the luck of the draw. And then the elimination process begins as we build toward our final heat that's going to come up tomorrow afternoon around 4 o'clock. So things are happening. They're happening quickly. I haven't had an opportunity yet to run down and talk to the Madison guys and see what happened and why they were unable to go out a second time. I'm hoping everything is fine down there. We haven't heard anything to the contrary.
Yeah, hopefully if they are given that bypass and are able to actually go into the race, they'll physically be able to get that boat running and get out there and make a show for their fans.
Yeah, and our commissioner, Mike Denslow, who is not here this weekend, he was contacted about it, and they will give a commissioner's option to somebody that has definitely demonstrated that the boat is capable. Now, had the Madison boat not been able to get up on a plane, maybe they couldn't get the motor started, then it's a different story. But they ran literally over 20 laps, north of 130, some north of 140 miles an hour. The boat can qualify, so that's not an issue. So we've got Grand Prix boats out on the water right now. I think you and I ought to probably pick ourselves up and head across. We got boats on the water. Let's go watch our Grand Prix Heat 1A. Brad Luce, Tanner Faust, bear with us. We're going to kind of pick up some wires and go for a walk here. You're looking at the boats on the race course right now. You've got a clock up there with 3 minutes and 10 seconds until the start. Let's give a quick rundown of the boats that are going to be in our heat. Jeff Bernard's going to be sitting in lane number 1. He drives the GP 79. It is a black and black and red boat. I was going to say black and orange. The colorblind guy comes through. Then you got Brandon Kennedy in the GP 35. Then you got John Shaw in the GP 135. He will be in lane number 3. Then we will go to lane number 4, which will be the GP 3, the Pleasure Seekers. That's the boat that just came across start finish line. And then on the outside will be GP 24. That'll be the Kraken with John Grigg behind the wheel. That's our field. We're coming up on 2 minutes and 20 seconds until the start. It's an assigned lanes format here, so these guys have already earned their lanes via the qualifying session that we had earlier. Tanner and I are now on the front row over here. We're trying to catch our breath just a little bit. We had to we got to jump over things and under things to get here, but we're here, and we're 2 minutes, coming up on 2 minutes to the start. Grand Prix, Heat 1A.
So with assigned lanes, I mean, the strategy goes out the window. So all they're doing is basically trying to time themselves to be at 0 at the start. Is that correct?
That is exactly right. And they can trail the field. They can be ahead. They can do whatever they want. They know that lane has to be waiting for them there. And that's a big difference. If you're way behind the field, and in an H1 race, you'd get squeezed and have to go to the outside. But if you're on the inside lane, you know that they have to leave that lane open for you. We're going to go 4 times around this 1 mile race course. And you see the guys are already getting set up. Here comes Jeff Bernard. He is sitting in lane number 1. Behind him and in lane number 2, that's the newly qualified H1 Unlimited driver. That is Brandon Kennedy. Lane number 3 is going to go to John Shaw in the Cool Cat Motorsports. That's him that's cutting the race course now, coming right at us, Tanner. Now, this is what we were just talking about. He's in lane 3. He knows that lane's going to be there for him. And you see how wide open it is down there in the corner, and John Shaw pulls into it.
Now, so far with the heat starts and even for various sessions starting, we've seen at least one person per session jumping the line. It's amazing how accurate they can be with their timing system. It's down to the 10th of a second. But we've had 3 boats just today that have been less than 0.2 of a second early, but still early nonetheless.
Yeah, and you just don't want to do that in a preliminary heat like this. Granted, in Grand Prix racing, what you're trying to do is build yourself the best lane possible for the final heat. And you do that by winning, winning, winning. So watch Bernard. Bernard and Kennedy are the last 2 boats. They're the far ones on the right of the screen there, right underneath the clock. And watch them come in lane 1 and 2. Bernard's coming hard on the inside 10 seconds until the start. Then it's Brandon Kennedy in 2. John Shaw's going to be first to the line. Is he legal? 1 mark. I think it's a legal start. And it's John Shaw going to get across first, but he's in lane number 3. Kennedy is in 2. It is Bernard, and look at Kennedy come out of the corner. He is on the outside of Jeff Bernard. Bernard's about 2, maybe 3 boat lengths back, and it's those 2 guys rocketing down the backstretch. Now watch Bernard. Bernard's got the lane position at the top end. Ooh, he took a hop up there, and he gave ground. Brandon Kennedy starting to open up a little bit on Bernard. He gives Jeff a lot of room. Brandon Kennedy looks good, Tanner.
It just can't be understated how fearless these guys are, turning in right on top of each other. Your white caps on the water as they go into turn 1. Kennedy's still coming out in front.
And Bernard's not going to let him go. These are big points, and you don't want to lose the heat you got lane 1 for. You don't want to lose it, so Bernard is really trying to run. But Brandon Kennedy, GP 35, looking strong. He'll make sure he gives Bernard room. He does. Oh, now that's called holding you in tight right there. He does. He gave him a lane, but he didn't give him much more.
No, and to be fair, he had white caps just outside of his line, so he may have been trying to dodge those, but we see the hole forming.
Oh. That was Bernard. He just went through to the outside. The door started to get a little tight, and that was Brandon legally closing the door on it.
So after how many laps or how many lengths can they close the door?
I'm not sure exactly what the rule is in Grand Prix. I know in H1 Unlimited now it is 7 boat lengths or a rooster tail, whatever is longer, but he had enough. So here comes Mr. Kennedy. He will come down, put 1 more in the book, and now it's just a matter of protecting his position. Bernard, I know, is going to come back from this one and be disappointed. You see Brandon Kennedy go around the Kraken and John Grigg off the corner. Boy, it's getting soupy down here in lane 1, or in turn 1. It's rough down there, Tanner.
I mean, it just looks like they're hanging on for life going around through turn 1. The white caps are just staying in the same place because they're pushing upriver, but the checkered flag is out.
Checkered flag flies. Brandon Kennedy, GP 35. Wow, what a run. That was strong. That was real strong. And you're going to lose Jimmy King coming off the corner in the Pleasure Seekers. Here comes Bernard. He will pick up a checkered flag for second place with the Kraken and Grigg on the outside. Third place is going to go to the Cool Cat Motorsports. The GP 135 H&B tree removal here in Madison, Indiana. We thank them certainly for their support. Looking there at the GP 35 and Brandon Kennedy, that was pretty impressive. He's got the lid popped. You see the lid there pushing. I'm going to assume it's getting a little toasty inside there.
Yeah, and we've got a boat now stranded out in turn 1. Will they pull him into the infield and fire up the next group?
More than likely they'll get him off the race course and into a safety zone. Boy, step to the left, Tanner, because you're behind that camera.
Oh my gosh.
Look at the water between the entrance and exit pin in there. It's just an ocean.
It really is a phenomenon how the wake, when the wake is sent upriver, it basically just creates standing waves. And those are just standing speed bumps for these boats coming through at 100+ miles an hour.
Yeah, that's pretty rough sitting in there. And Jared Myers got his camera right on it there. And they're still, we haven't had a boat through there for the last 30 seconds. And it's still rough. But meanwhile, TKO Racing, Brandon Kennedy. It's drives like that he caught people's attention with, going, hey, maybe this dude can really drive.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. He's got the pressure off him a bit this weekend now that he's done his job over in the H1 car. Maybe he can send it a little bit more aggressive in the GP class.
Well, that was a good one.
Well, you just realize how quiet the turbines are when they shut down those GPs, don't you?
How about that?
I mean, some 9,000 horsepower worth of combustion.
Wow. Well, that was kind of fun.
Yeah, that's heated. Is that my first heat?
No, we ran two
okay.
Grand Prix heats over in Gunnersville.
Okay. Well, that felt like my first heat because that was a lot crazier than I remember. And I think a lot of it has to do with the way this water stacks up in turn 1. It just makes it such a risk every single time they turn in.
It really does. There's our Janique there on the left of the screen. That's the H1 Unlimited public relations gal, head of marketing and communication. Janique just does an outstanding job for H1 Unlimited. And then there, of course, is our newly qualified H1 Unlimited driver, Brandon Kennedy, wearing the GP35 driving suit. He'll be changing that one later on for the new Miss Madison U6 uniform.
Yeah, he's been just back there swapping wardrobes all weekend.
Yeah. That doesn't look like it's a real cool suit that he has on there.
Luckily, the boat's probably not that waterproof, so he's nice and soaked.
Yeah, they are not waterproof. That's for darn sure, especially the canopy. And the reason being, you put one of these things upside down, you don't want the water pressure in there holding that whole canopy together. You want the pressure to equalize in there. So you got to kind of half sit there and just let everything fill up with water when you're upside. This is so easy to say, right?
Oh, my gosh.
For a guy like me that's claustrophobic, there is no way in the world I could do this. But that's what they do, and they kind of sit there and, okay, now I can reach down, but
colorblind and claustrophobic.
Oh, that's
so you're upside down, stuffed in there, not knowing which knob to pull.
Yeah,
get
the red one. Get the red one. Yeah.
Great.
All right, next up is going to be Grand Prix Heat 1B. And again, our top qualifiers are going to have the inside lane, and that's going to be GP 33, JLM Jack Lupton Motorsports. Jack, the new papa out of Waverley, New Zealand. He will sit in lane number 1. How about this? Lane number 2, just look out the right side window there and see brother Ken out there in the GP 577 Lucas Oil. These guys have squared off so many times. There's not much they can do to the other guy that they haven't seen somewhere or sometime before. Lane number 3 is going to go to the GP 17. That's going to be the Miss Renee with Austin Eckert behind the wheel. lane 4 will go to the GP10, the Charger, or sometimes called the Freak. Kevin Akrit behind the wheel of that one, and we'll round out that 5-boat field with the GP15. Happy-Go-Lucky Racing, Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Greg Hopp behind the wheel of that one from Snohomish, Washington. So it will be the 33, the 577, the 17, the 10, and the 15. So it looks like what they're going to do, Tanner, because of the current, they're going to drag Jimmy King down off the race course at the bottom end and then bring him up around the outside. But they will get him in a position where he's outside of the outside course markers, and then they can go ahead and turn these other boats loose.
And there's some time. I mean, once they get the boats in the water, they have a 5 and, is it a 5 and 1?
Usually you get a countdown of 1 to the 5. They can go out at the 5-minute mark, so they give them a heads up. 1 to the 5. You got 1 minute, and we're going to give that 5-minute.
Gotcha.
That, and when you go to numbers like 6, those are big numbers. And
yeah, no. We don't
H1, we
there.
go 5 to the 5.
Yeah. Oh.
Why don't you just say 10? Yeah, I get it. But no, it's more fun.
Run out of fingers on one hand, so then it's
right.
tricky.
So I'm looking to see what we've got in the pit area. As far as who is in the water for our next heat, our first 3 lanes are sitting right in front of us. The 17, the 577, and the 33 are right in front of us. I think we got a boat right there. I see an umbrella that's usually hung over somebody's head to keep them cool. That one down there is Brandon Kennedy, so he's already run. Oh, and we got Hop's boat is in the water. I just see the back of the tail fin here. Actually, if we'd look at our live stream, we can see the bright yellow boat there underneath the last crane with the lid up. You can see that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus
and
Brandon.
we need 5.
Looks like they're waiting on the tow job.
Yep. So we'll get that put together, and our officials, who always err on the side of safety, that is job number 1. They'll make sure everybody is safe. And then they'll get the word. They'll make sure that everybody is ready to go. You look down here at the boats, you see the lids are all popped open. They've usually all got a crew chief over them or somebody over the top of them. Oh, and the Freak, there it is. I see GP10. Now I see the back of the boat right here.
Yep.
So that umbrella that we saw there. So the boats are in the water. So it's just a matter of getting the course ready. And once our officials deem that it is safe and everybody is in position, and that is the job, Tanner, of this man standing to our left. This is Don. You see the radios. He is talking to all of those boats out there, and now the officials are talking to them, making sure they are exactly where they're supposed to be, make sure the boat like this one down at the bottom end of the race course is getting into position. And once they check and everybody is good to go, then they'll let him out.
Now,
I'm sure they will.
Okay.
Once he is off the course, and by off the course, that means behind the buoys, but behind the outside course markers too. So there's some chatter on the radio going right now.
Not happy about the fireboat doing U-turns right on the track.
Yeah, in about lane 4.
It is amazing. The waves are just now dissipating from that first heat. That was a solid 5+ minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There are boats, our cameras are giving us a great look at the boats there in the pit area.
To culture in New Zealand, that they get their hands in everything and they learn how every component works and rework it. So I wouldn't be surprised if these guys just have so much interesting knowledge on these boats. I'd love to talk to them about what they've learned about these boats.
I got a piece of good news for you.
Okay.
Looking up and down pit row here, you always just try and see what you can see and what you might infer. And if you kind of look there just over Jared Meyer's right shoulder and look down there toward the Miss Madison, remember they were unable to come out and run their second time. And so they took the commissioner's option to get into our racing program. But the boat is sitting there with the cowling over the motor, and there is nobody working on the boat, and the sling is laying on the top of it. That's a good sign.
That is a good sign.
Nobody's thrashing down there.
Is that the universal sign of we're ready to go?
That's a universal sign. Certainly is.
Well, how many Madison regattas have you been to?
Oh, gosh. Actually, I don't know. I'd have to count that a little bit. I'll work on that. Probably.
That's at least 2 hands. Forget it. I don't want you.
Oh, yeah. My first one, though, I will say I was here in '98, and
Okay.
I was a fan. And I stayed right down there are those people on that overhang up high there. There was a VIP tent here, and there was a woman with me. And
One of the 30 that you've dated on the paddock.
I was doing my very best to impress her, and so I found out there was a VIP. Oh, well, that's where I got to take her. Of course, this is my wife now, I want you to know. And I'm sure she is
Obviously.
listening. So,
Yeah.
Debbie, I'm looking at the VIP spot down there right where we were in 1998. There was a guy driving Miss Budweiser by the name of Dave Villwock.
Of course there
that
was,
day. Of
yes.
course there was. There's always a Dave Villwock.
He probably was trying to steal your girl.
I didn't know him.
No.
I
Okay.
had no idea. It's funny, all these people, we talk about friends and people that you meet, and here's a countdown right now for our Grand Prix. 3, 2, 1, mark. That was 1 to the 5.
Gotcha.
1 to the 5. So inside a 1 minute, we'll have our boats out.
So 98 and every year since, or you missed
No.
a few years?
No, we missed a bunch in there, and then we were here 98, 99, 2000, probably through 2004. I remember that.
Yep.
And then we missed some, and then I went to work for H1 Unlimited, and I did the circuit for them, and that was 2011, 2012. Pretty much since then, I've been traveling the circuit. There was a couple of years there where I didn't do all of them, and then for the last, 7 years, 8 years, I've been doing them all.
Yeah.
I keep a little spreadsheet.
I know.
Somebody
you do.
asked me
I
one
didn't
time.
know that you did, but I kind
could
of
if you-
assumed.
Well, somebody asked me one time. They said, "How many races have you been to?" We got to thinking about it, so we figured out.
I need to do a spreadsheet on
6,
that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5 minutes. There you go. Watch the lids go down. Fans, take a look at the screen there. You see a couple of the lids already down. The hopper usually comes out late. Greg usually, he'll let everybody go, and don't be surprised. Don't think it's a problem. Here comes a couple of our boats away from the dock. Looks like the first one out is going to be Ken Lupton in the GP 577. That is the white boat coming away there on the right side of the, the right side of the screen, going perpendicular away from the dock. Austin Ekrich's trying to come out in the GP 17. That's the blue and white boat, and then off to the left of Jack Lupton. Or Ken Lupton is Jack Lupton, so both Luptons are out. As is awesome Austin Ekrich. We're waiting now for Greg Hopp. As you get a good look there, coming up the backstretch of the GP 577, the Lucas Oil, and Ken Lupton. This guy is quick. He's really fast. Comes Kevin Ekrich in a boat they call the Charger, but it's written on the side, the Freak. Here comes the hopper.
Now, well, none of these boats will have back-to-back heats, correct?
No. Yeah, they had 10 boats qualify, so they drew them 5 and 5.
And they will, okay.
Yep. Now, they may be in Heat 1B and then 2A, but that's why you see the big jump between 1B and then it's much later to get down to, well, they don't even have their second heat today. So then there would be another, at least an hour between 1B and 2A. So you could run back-to-back heats, but there'd be an hour between them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our boats going around the race course. You're looking there at the 577. Ken Lupton's rod. See the famous Milton Madison Bridge in the background there. Coming down the front straightaway there on the outside. The blue and white boat there. That is awesome Austin Ekert. And off to his left, that is going to be Jack Lupton. That's Jack Lupton on the right there, and Austin Ekert in the beautiful blue and white Miss Renee. There's the two Luptons and Austin Ekert are bunched up, three together going up the backstretch. But again, Tanner, these guys know their lane. There's no real mystery here. The name of the game here is put your boat on that start-finish line when the clock strikes 0. Don't be early, don't be late. It's simple.
Just about maybe feeling out some of the wake that people have been talking about in turn 1, and then timing it.
Now what that was right there, you saw him charge to the line like he's doing. Watch him pull his foot. That's a timing run.
So they're timing from the apex back there?
They're from some spot, wherever it is. Sometimes it's a point on the beach, but they're saying now, and they got a radio guy that's talking to them. They start a watch, they goose it, and then they say now. When they get to the line, they know exactly when they can punch it. So looking now at a $125 inside, 132 our start. There's 125. Boats are now starting to bunch up a little bit on the backstretch. Again, no mystery to the lanes. And let the mayhem begin down there. H1 Unlimiteds are starting to get hung over the dock here. It's going to get fun, fans. Don't go away. It's the 75th Madison Regatta on the Ohio River. Brad Luce, Tanner Faust, we're having a good time here. We got a great perch. Going to be fun.
Got a nice breeze kicking up, which is good for us. Probably not great in the boats.
Yeah. So the boats are all in their lanes right now, as they should be, and the next time they come around, we will be racing, which will be in 40 seconds. So you've got the 33, Jack Lupton, sitting in 1, the 577, Ken Lupton in 2. Then you've got the 17 in 3 with Austin Ekert. Lane 4 goes to 10 is the 10 with Kevin Ekert, and then on the outside, Greg Hopp in the low profile, yellow, happy-go-lucky, and he's the boat leading him up in the top end because he's got the furthest way to go. He's going to be on the outside up against the outside course markers. Here we go, coming up on 10 seconds. 10 seconds to the start. Look at the three boats coming in lane 1, 2, and 3. But are they too late? We're 3, 2, 1, mark, 4. I think we've got 2 gun jumpers, but Ken Lupton nailed that start from lane number 3. But it's Jack Lupton that's coming out with the lead, but he's got his brother right with him. That's Lupton and Lupton up the backstretch. Ken is on the outside. Jack is on the inside. It looks like one boat up there, but now there are 2, and you see them. What a great look on the screen. Good corners, Luptons. It's New Zealand versus New Zealand. Brother on brother.
Now, Ken must know that Jack jumped the start, and he has a penalty coming. So maybe he doesn't push it too hard around the outside, but it doesn't look like he's slowing down at all.
No. I knew he jumped, but I didn't watch that close. I don't know what the second boat was. I knew the Freak was across.
So that was the boat that jumped, okay.
Yeah, but there was 2, I think, that went across, but I don't think the Luptons were part of it.
Okay.
Now, in fact, I'm sure that Jack on the inside did not jump because it was Ken on the outside from lane 3 that had the beautiful start.
All right, so this is a full-on race.
That is a full-on race right there. Brother versus brother. Third place is going to go to Austin Ekert.
Boy, the turn 1 is just treacherous.
It's an ocean down there again.
Yep, the inside lane of turn 1 is just absolute white caps. People are backing out of it. But both Luptons are still pushing hard, which is nice.
Yeah, Ken has pulled his foot now. He's going to let his brother go. The discretion's the better part of valor. Take your points, live to fight another day. One more lap to go for Jack Lupton. He's the new papa. Had a baby just over the last week, and he wasn't going to come here Then all of a sudden the baby was delivered, and all of a sudden we heard he'll be here.
Well, that's amazing.
It's very good stuff. JLM Motorsports. Here comes Hopper across the line. So you're looking right there at JLM Motorsports. Jack Lupton getting a good look on that boat. He's coming off the top end of the race course. He will come down and pick up a checkered flag. A well-earned checkered flag, because that first lap was a good one. GP 33, Jack Lupton Motorsports, checkered flag.
A great race. Yeah, his brother really did back out of it by more than 8 seconds. He fell back.
Here comes Austin Eathred. He will come home in third place. Fourth place will go to Greg Hopp. Greg Hopp driving the GP15, that low-profile Jamie Hall.
My gosh, what a handful these things look like. They are walking across the water in a straight line before they even get to the bumpy corners.
I think we need to get you in one of these.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. We could talk about that, I guess.
We can talk about it all we want, right? So there, and here comes Kevin Eckert in the GP10. The freak. We will get the official word here on exactly who jumped the gun, but I think it was pretty obvious.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, well, on that one screen we're seeing here in the replay, but I think there were two of them that got across a little early.
So it's interesting whenever somebody jumps, Brad, they actually filter themselves to the back of the field.
Yeah, sometimes.
Is it because they don't want to be up on the sharp edge fighting, knowing that they're not going to get the result?
If they're sure that they really jumped, then there is no question about it, and they can get out of the way without jeopardizing somebody coming up behind them or whatever. You might see somebody do that, but if it's at all close, Alex, did you have information for me? Do we have the boat numbers that jumped? Did we have a jumper? Okay. So the 33 was definitely the first, the 577 was second, and the 17 in third. That's the way we had it. Yep. You are good. Thank you, young lady. I'll take that. I'll take that before we come back. Absolutely. So, a couple of heats of Grand Prix in the books. Now, let's look down the dock. I haven't yet been handed the draw for Heat 1A for H1 Unlimited, but would you like me to grab my crystal ball and tell you who it's going to be, Tanner?
Yes.
I'm good at this.
I would.
I am really good at this. Let me think. You're going to have the U27. The Miss Apollo.
Yep.
With Dave Villwock.
Yep.
The U91. The Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate. And the U11, Jamie Nilsen in the Flav-R-Pac.
So you're going to have both of the strong racing boats against each other in the other heat.
Correct. And you got the BWR boats going against them. Now, you'll turn around and you'll see where I'm able to come up with this unique insight.
It's by the way they stack them on the dock.
Well, the fact that they're the first three being stuck in the water. I just got half a notion.
Yeah.
It's as we were talking before,
like
I was spreadsheet about how many races.
It's like you can't even help it. It's just a gift.
It just happens.
It's just, I mean, after 18 years.
18. All right, so what Tanner Faust and I are going to do right now is we're going to step away. It's going to be a quick break because we're going to be right back here racing for H1 Unlimited Heat 1A. Tanner and Brad will step away. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag. welcome to the 2024 Madison Regatta and the Indiana Governor's Cup. Peabody from lane number 2 got his teammate in the left side mirror, got Andrew Tate in the right side mirror. Still anybody's boat race. Is a really good race for second place here. Yes. Can Tate run down Kelly from the outside? Here we come to put Heat 1 of H1 Unlimited into the book. It is Corey Peabody going to come home in first place by about 4 boat lengths back is JMK, and then it is Andrew Tate, just like that. Boom, boom, boom. Down to the bottom end of the race course, JMK has opened up water on teammate Corey Peabody. He sees the checkered flag. It hangs on the start-finish line tower. It is going to go to boat number 1, Beacon Electric. J. Michael Kelly, your winner of H1 Unlimited Heat 2.
You know, had some issues with the data box, and so we had to make some corrections from that. So unfortunately, we lost our 400 points from yesterday, and so just a lot of thinking and pretty down last night, but you know, today's a new day.
4 boats, gorgeous start. We are 1 mark, and it
Good
appears
start.
to be a legal start.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Great look. Kelly nailed another good one.
We got a race now.
Yes, we do have a race. It's Kelly, it's Tate. They are tied together, but it's Kelly by about a boat length, halfway up the backstretch. Top end of the course. Who gets up there first? Andrew does. Yes. Andrew's got him by a boat length, maybe a boat length and a half. The U91, Goodman Real Estate. Andrew Tate, first place on the water, and it was dominant. All eyes are on the U91 Goodman Real Estate and Andrew Tate. He's trying to run down a flying hydroplane. So top end of the race course on this, the third of 3 times around the
Andrew's
race.
going in.
Andrew dove to the inside. He's going to try and run, but Corey is aware of it. I think Corey's got him covered, but an aggressive move by Andrew Tate. Checkered flag flies. U9, Beacon Plumbing, Corey Peabody. Here we go again. It is Tate, it is Kelly, it is Peabody. Up the backstretch, tremendous boat racing here. Look at that inside lane, pay a dividend off to Corey Peabody. He comes Corey hooked and he went inside the buoy. He's gonna have to go back and pick that one up. 3 down, and a victory for the young man out of Canton, Michigan. 2 seconds, 1 mark. That was close.
Yes.
JMK comes off the corner. There
Andrew's
is.
outside there.
Oh, and we got a
Corey
boat
got
side.
caught between.
Oh, Corey definitely got wet. It is already boiled into a 2-boat run, and it's J. Michael Kelly, and it is Andrew Tate. The checkered flag flies for Andrew Tate, U91, Goodman Real Estate.
Madison, Indiana winner.
Welcome back to the start-finish line tower here in Madison, Indiana. Brad Luce, along with Tanner Faust, we are getting ready for our first heat of H1 Unlimited Racing at the 75th Madison Regatta. Our 3 boats are in the water. As you're looking online there, those of you watching on the live stream can see a couple of boats in the water there. You're looking at the 27 on the right. That would be the Miss Apollo and Dave Villwock. His teammate, Andrew Tate, and the Miss Goodman Real Estate is right behind him. And what we're going to do right now, though, Tanner, before we do that, we're going to do this fairly quickly because our boats are going to be coming out shortly. But we have a new feature this year we're going to do, and we're going to do this at every event we have. It's called Pick the Prop. And we, you, me, and a few others, are going to have the opportunity to pick the boat that we think is going to garner the most points this weekend. And Nick Kish, the stat man, has assured us there is a wonderful parting gift for whoever wins each week or at each event. And then there is a tremendous gift, apparently, at the end of the season for whoever gets the most points all year long. Now, kind of the way this works is you get to pick 2 boats. And the first pick, you get to pick from whatever boats have yet to be picked by those who went before you. And so every boat will be picked once because we have 6 people that are doing the draw here. But your second choice, you can pick any boat you want, with the caveat being you cannot pick that boat the second pick the rest of the season. So that one's off the table for you for the second pick all season long. So let's take a look at how this went.
Okay.
First of all, the people that are involved in this is our Erica Allreed, who unfortunately is not with us here this weekend, but we got with her and we certainly got her picks. We have the fans picking. The fans have been online. There's been a poll out there, and they've been able to tell us who they want. You got to pick Tanner, then Brent Hall got a pick. Brent, unfortunately, not with us today. Then I got a pick, and just being true to being fair and everything he does, the stat man is coming in 6th place, picking the 6th boat.
Literally over there flexing.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So Erica, she went with the U91. That was her first pick. Andrew Tate, she just said the total speed, it's undeniable.
Yeah.
And then the fans picked the U8. Now, actually, 51% of the fans picked the U91. But if you remember, Erica chose that one first. So the 91's off the table for the fans. So the fans get the U8 and J. Michael Kelly. Tanner, I need to know why you picked Corey Peabody in the U9.
Well, I just thought after the last disappointment and damage that he had, he was he was hunting hard this weekend. And in talking to him, that was just my pick. I just think he's going to be a fast boat out here.
He is a competitor to the bone. Brent Hall picked the U6, the Miss Madison. He said, I love the underdog story, and we're in Madison, Indiana, so you got to like that one.
Right.
I went with Jamie Nilsen and the U11, the Flav-R-Pac. I went with them. Nick Kish, the stat man, went with the U27 because that was the only boat that was left. We'll look very quickly at our second picks for everybody, but remember, whatever boat you got as your second pick, you can't touch it again all year long. And you can pick any boat, even if it's been selected before.
Yes.
Erica picked J. Michael Kelly. She picked the Madison. She picked the U6.
Oh, she did, okay.
She's got the Madison. She said they're going to put on a show. It's going to be famous and all that. The fans, we gave them their U91, Goodman Real Estate. They wanted it. They got it on their second pick.
Yep.
Tanner, you also went with the 91.
I did.
And Andrew Tate.
I mean, and so far in qualifying, he's proved he's got the speed. We'll see if he can race it out also.
Brent Hall, he went with Madison on his first pick, and then he went with Dave Villwock. He likes the return of the Sharkey Hull to the Ohio River, where the boat has been so successful in years past.
Honestly, seems to be working for him.
Seems to be working. Now, I tried a different tact here. I doubled down. My first pick was the 11. I went with the 11 on my second pick.
You're one of those guys in Jeopardy who bets every dollar.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's all fictitious stuff anyway. And the stat man, Nick Kish, he picked the U27, and Dave Villwock, he liked my pick of the U11. He liked my Flav-R-Pac pick and Jamie Nilsen, and he reminded me that in 2023, when we left Madison, Indiana, the U11 and Jamie Nilsen had a 1-point lead in national high points. He's thinking the magic may just happen again. So there we go. Those are the boats. You see what's going on the screen down there. Those are all our picks. You know Nick is going to be updating points all season long.
Absolutely. A little bit weird, being a stat man, going off a little bit of a kind of superstition almost. It seems a little shot from the hip considering he's got all those stats at his fingertips. But that's all right. Just keep flexing over there.
So we will follow this all weekend, and our points, so we know, our points, do we have points in here from Guntersville, Nick? He's nodding his head yes. So we have points from Guntersville that will figure into this, but these are the numbers and the boats we're going to be working on and with for this particular event. I'm trying to do this really fast. I'm getting confused because we got H1 Unlimited's about to hit the water. I think I'm hearing countdowns in my background. I see a countdown. No, I don't see it. We are 6.5 minutes to go. You know what that means? It's time to go stand on the front row because I came all the way from the state of Washington. You came from Colorado. We didn't come here to sit back here and miss it. Let's go up on the front row. Stay with us. Tanner and I are going to walk around if we have to trip or stumble over something. That's kind of what we do. But we're going to come up on the front row. It is Heat 1A for H1 Unlimited. That's 75th Madison Regatta on the Ohio River at Madison, Indiana. So I managed to do that without tripping or stumbling. Here's a countdown. 1 mark. That was 1 to the 5. You see the 6 minutes on the clock up there. You see our boats in the water. So 5 minutes and 50 seconds. You've been here, Tanner Faust. I want to know what this is like. It's that 3 or 4 minutes before you go do battle. What goes through your mind? What's your ritual on something like this?
It's hard to avoid the anxiety and nervousness. So I think the second step is to let yourself believe that the nervousness actually helps you focus. It's kind of like, if you have to give a speech or something, and if you convince yourself that when you're giving a speech in front of a bunch of people that your nervousness actually makes the speech seem fresh, then it's a lot more, I guess it's a lot less difficult to do. So as they count it down, I think you can't help but get some nerves, but you just have to trust that all the tools in your bag are going to work for you.
5 minutes. There we go. Now you'll see the noses start to push out into the Ohio River as it flows past Madison, Indiana. It's the 75th Madison Regatta. First boat away from the dock. Dave Villwock, U-27, the Miss Apollo, there it is. Madison fans, Sharkey is back on the Ohio River. He's going to be followed by his teammate. That is Andrew Tate in the U-91, the Goodman Real Estate, and already lit and coming up behind him is going to be the U-11, the Flav-R-Pac with Jamie Nilsen. So it is Villwock, it is Tate, it is Nilsen. You've got the 27, the 91, and the 11. Keep an eye on the clock in the upper right corner of the screen. That'll tell you how far we are away from our start. Our boats do not know the lanes they're going to run in. We fight for lanes. This is that 5 minute period, Tanner, that I said I didn't want to miss. This is the race before the race because they don't know what lane they're going to be in. There are some rules. Our score-up buoy is going to be at 1 minute and 15 seconds at the start-finish line. Some of this is going to sound a little bit confusing if you're seeing it for the first time. Go along with us here. We will walk you through it. Once you see it, you will understand. The boats want to be on the start-finish line in 3 minutes and 39 seconds with full speed and full song. And they want to be at that line, not a tick too early and also not a ticker too late. That's the perfect start. Now, as the boats come up the backstretch, I see Jamie Nilsen has moved himself to the inside. This is the first part of the start procedure. The second part is, and these guys can cut the race course, keep an eye on Jamie Nilsen. See if Jamie doesn't make a... Oh, he's already up to the top. I was still thinking they were going to go up underneath the bridge. I thought we had a lot further to go, but we don't. So everybody's gone all the way around. But the boats can cut the race course here, Tanner, if they think they can get an advantage. But the score-up buoy, which is the start-finish line buoy, they must be behind this line at 1:15. They're coming down now at 2:50. So they will all go around again. Now keep an eye on Nilsen as he goes down. I say him because he's the boat on the inside. Nobody else is in a position where they could turn left, but Jamie Nilsen could. With the two boats sitting to his outside, he is protecting lane 1 right now. And I mentioned to you earlier, Tanner, he has a knack for getting that inside lane. He's got it. Gonna have his hands full out the right side window, but he's at least on the inside of everybody.
Well, he certainly showed his hand that he wants the inside lane. We can't quite see the rollers on the far end of the track since this is a different track than the GP track, but we've seen that number 1 lane chopped up quickly. So we'll see if that's a wise choice. Moving into the start of this race.
Well, and it was pretty clear because he was the last boat out of the pit area that both Dave Villwock and Andrew Tate let him have the inside lane. They opened the door and said, if you want it, go grab it. So right now you've still got Nilsen in 1, Tate in 2, Villwock on the outside as we come up the backstretch with a minute 50. A minute 50 until the start. Remember, they must stay behind the start-finish line buoys at a minute 15 seconds, and then they will go around again. So it might look kind of like a start when they come down here in about 20 seconds, but it's not. Everybody looks like they're going to really behave up here. I don't think anybody's going to make any move for a different lane. Dave's going to go far to the outside. That's the first boat you see up there at the top of the screen. Lane 1 is that yellow and blue Flav-R-Pac. We're coming up on 6 seconds until the score up at 1:15. We're at 16:15 now, so that's a legal score up. Everybody was fine. That is not the start. That is not the start. That was the score up, and everybody was legal. Now, Tanner, here's a key piece. They can still change lanes. You can still change lanes, and during the 5-minute period, you only have to have 5 boat lengths or the length of a rooster tail, whatever is longer. They will determine and claim their lane at the entrance pin to the upper corner. So anybody could still change lanes now, but they got to have 5 boat length lead on somebody, and clearly that's not going to happen. So the way they're going to run is the way they're sitting there right now. Nilsen's going to be in 1 in the Flav-R-Pac. Lane number 2 is going to go to Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Dave Villwock in the Miss Apollo. He is going to be on the far outside. Now you see Dave starting to give it a little squirt. This time when they come across start-finish line, we're going to be racing. Tanner, you ready to go?
I am so ready. I'm so nervous for these guys. Honestly, look, I don't mean to sound, intimidated or anything, but man, turn 1 with those rollers is just going to be insane to turn into. Right off the bat.
Yeah, keep an eye on Tate. He's coming from behind everybody in the middle. Watch Andrew Tate, going to try and bring a bunch of speed. It's not very long off that exit pin. We're inside 5. We're 4, 3, 2, 1 mark, and I think the start was legal. Nilsen broke the clock, but it's Andrew Tate with the boat speed in lane number 2. Then it's Villwock on the outside. 1, 2, 3 going down to the corner. You see on the screen it was a clean start. Everybody was legal. Who gets down there first? It's Andrew Tate in lane number 2. Look at Jamie Nilsen trying to hang with him. Oh, it got rough for Nilsen. He got in the slop down there, but Nilsen's going to come out in second place, and he better look in that right side rear view mirror because here comes Super Dave. Super Dave on the outside, and the Apollo, they're dead even up the backstretch for second place. Now Nilsen moves out a little bit. We thought at the top end of the race before the start that Andrew was going to bring boat speed. He brought a ton of it, Tanner, and look what it's done for him.
Yeah, he's still keeping to that lane too, and he really was able to time that start. Wasn't the first across the line, but was certainly the fastest across the line. And now still stuck in lane 1. Nilsen's going to have to fight even more wake on the second lap.
Yeah, but the guy that's in trouble right now is Dave Villwock because he's sitting on the outside, and he's on the outside of Andrew Tate's wake. And as long as he's got to stay outside that way, it makes it doubly tough for him to get around Nilsen. Nilsen can stay inside Andrew's wake. Dave is trying to find some clean water, staying on the outside and coming off the exit pin. He is giving ground up the backstretch on lap number 2. Andrew Tate just running and gunning up the backstretch. He is running like a rocket. He's run away with this thing. The race is for second place, and Dave doesn't want to let it go, Tanner. You know what it's like. We got laps to go. Let's go get him.
Now, at what point does Dave cross to the inside?
Well, he's not going to be able to get on the inside of Nilsen. Now Nilsen is just pushing him around.
He sure is. From lane 1 to lane 3. Drives Dave all the way out to the outside buoy. He's headed to the dock.
Dave's got to come real wide, and that was Jamie Nilsen. We call that giving him a tour of the beach, and he gave him a tour coming off the top end of the race course. Now our boats are spread out. Now watch Super Dave, see if he doesn't jump to the inside down there, because you don't know what line Nilsen's taken through the corner. Dave has definitely decided this one's over down there at the bottom end of the race course. He is going to let Jamie go, and now our boats are spread out all over the race course. The checkered flag is hanging. It is hanging for Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Here he comes, top end of the race course. It was all about having the boat speed at the start. He walked away from this thing like it was over. Well, he did not break the clock. Nilsen did, but he had the boat speed.
Yeah, and he certainly showed that lane 1 may not. He didn't prove proved lane 1 isn't the place to be, but he showed that lane 1 may not be the place to be.
That's exactly right. So Jamie Nilsen comes across. He will finish in second place. Here comes Dave Villwock in the Miss Apollo, the U-27. He will come home in third.
Well, that was remarkably close to the dock.
I don't want to say anything, but I'm going to say something. You have now seen your first, finally you have seen a heat of unlimited hydroplane racing. We started our boats, we finished our boats. It was only a 3-boat heat, but you know what? We really don't care. They started, they finished.
The racing is hectic. I got to be honest. The racing is hectic, and the courses, even though the water's flat from here, the flow of this river is making turn 1 and turn 2 just treacherous. So it's, quite an experience. I mean, watching how Dave got driven to the beach, basically, right there. So easy to do. And Nilsen could have taken him even wider, and he would have had no clue. He's coming around blind around the corner, would have no clue where he was going to end up.
And that's exactly it. And they call that hiding the buoys. And Nilsen said he's coming kind of up here behind me. Well, I can turn in such a way and push him. He has no idea where the buoys are. He can't see them. So Andrew Tate put on a pretty strong showing right there. No pun intended, as our strong boats are in the water. And here comes Andrew back to the dock. Jamie Nilsen will also come back to the dock.
Yeah, it was about a 6.5, 7 second from the last turn buoy to the start line. They all were pretty conservative on it, but Tate just, even though he started a bit behind, he just had another 10, 15 mile an hour when he crossed the line. And that was the whole race.
That's what it is. The start is, you don't want to say it's everything. And he was not the first boat across the line, but we said it when he was up at the apex of the corner. Keep an eye on Andrew. He was behind everybody. He was bringing some speed.
But that first turn on the first lap, all 3 of the boats were bouncing through the wake they'd created, going slowly.
The time before.
The build-up. So it's, I don't think there is an easy race here, even with that much of a gap at the finish. You still got to risk it all in the first 2 laps in turn 1. Yeah, so it looks like the officials are kind of re-watching over and over again that little drive off towards the beach. What's the ruling on that? I mean, that's got to be so subjective. At some point you feel like, okay, that was a little dangerous. It's different because we're also right where he was headed, so you really feel how close he gets to the outside buoys. But how do you rule on that?
There are rules that dictate that. It depends on the lead, how much room somebody has on someone. Can they push them around? Can you cut someone off? It gets pretty complicated, but they'll figure it out. They'll take a look. They're just looking at everything, too. They're also looking down at the first turn to make sure everybody gets through clean. Did anybody, maybe somebody said something that somebody got tight down there and won? I don't know. But they'll look at more than just that up there. But there's clearly a conversation going on behind us here. We will not certainly speculate. As far as Heat 1B goes, our boats are in the water. Both strong boats are in, the U8, the U9, and the U6.
I mean, it seems like one of the first things you look for is did you skip a skid fin out of the water? Was it, a terrain of the water incident that made you jump wide or change your lane, rather than did you just decide to swing wide as a tactic?
So this heat's going to be a little bit different than we just saw, and it's going to be different, and it's going to be interesting because now we've got Brandon Kennedy, who's got to start behind everybody. Okay. So that really what you're bringing up now is a strong racing match race. I look for JMK to go to the inside. He likes the inside. He's very good with the inside. Quite honestly, I would expect Corey just gives it to him. We didn't see any jockeying for position in that heat.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any question that they were going to give Jamie Nilsen the inside lane. They opened the door. He went in. There may have been some question about whether Andrew wanted to get inside or outside of Dave, but nobody did anything drastic. And my comment to that is always, and I want you to speak to it, my thought is always, if you got a really good move, save it for the final.
Sure. Well,
and we just heard from the officials that there are no calls on that heat, so it's clean.
All righty. So, maybe Nilsen did hit a bump, drove him a bit wide, nothing he could do about it.
Yeah, so it's racing. And Dave was in a tough spot. Dave was in a tough spot on that one just because he couldn't see what he had. and we're being brought over here. We're looking at a replay on the monitor. Yeah, there's Jamie. And, oh, well, nope, there's not going to be a call on that one. So once we...
It looks like, I mean, from that replay, it looked like Dave was almost looking to do a little over-under and try to get to the inside, and then just chose not to right at the last second.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm speculating. I don't know, but...
Well, he clearly went wide up there in the corner, but it didn't have anything to do with what Jamie was doing.
Yeah.
So that's good. The referees took a look at it. That's what they're supposed to do. That's why they have these tools available to them.
I mean,
and then they make the right call. And the key is, and this is something that you don't understand only because you haven't been here before, but this is one of the biggest changes, and I know our fans are going, I know what Luce is going to say this time because I pounded this one last year. Our officials have gotten very, very good at make the call.
Yeah.
Take a look at it, base your decision on something, and make the call. Sometimes it had gotten drug out an hour later, and you run another heat, and we're still going back to, no, take a look at the video, take a look at the tools that are available to you, and make a call. And that's what they've been doing. They're doing a great job of it. And, yeah, I'm singing their praises because I travel with them, and they're good guys.
It's a tough job.
It is a very, in any sport, it's a tough job.
And the one thing that you know probably is doing the job is what tools would make your job easier. And they've been doing this long enough to have interesting tools. I mean, they have a drone flying directly overhead of each corner, filming 100% of the runs, so they can see exactly the lines. It's and then they have the stat man back here who can call up reviews on everything from the start line to any part of the track instantly. So it's good.
The stat man can pull up stuff from 5 years ago, and he can have it here at the drop of a hat.
He pulled up that headband from about 15 years ago, but it works.
But the one thing you notice about the stat man today is he's only wearing one pair of glasses. There we go. Now we go on to the dog.
Oh, wait, he can hear us now.
That's good. He knows. He's now got 2 headsets on, 2 sets of lip-type microphones. That is the stat man. And the stat man and I are feeling pretty good about our U11 pick in there. So, yeah, 'cause I got second place points in that one with my pick.
I have not played yet, I don't think, have I? No. Yeah, I got both my players in this next heat.
It's going to be tough to get 2 wins.
That is the truth.
As you can tell, Mr. Faust and I are having a good time here because, as you have learned last night, it is a good time here in Madison, Indiana. Yeah, the racing's serious, and we get serious, and we really enjoy it, but it's a community festival, and we can't hammer that point home hard enough.
Very much so.
And tonight, I don't know where it comes from, but some big barge comes down here, and it stops right out here, and this is where the fireworks are.
That's awesome.
It is awesome. It is quite a show.
I assume we can use our credentials to get right into the pits for the fireworks show?
That is a funny story. I want to see if Nick is listening. Can you hear us? Okay, did you hear what he said? He wanted to know if we had to have credentials to come down to the fireworks show. We had a little funny incident with that a year ago. Oh, and he's saying you can come right out here on the tower. So there you have front row seat.
Done.
Done.
I'll be asleep by 9:30, but it's fine. Oh, into the dock.
He's saying good. Oh, get in the pit area and go on the dock.
That's too romantic. I don't think I can do that.
And we'll just leave that at that. So, unofficial results for our Heat 1A at the bottom of the screen there. You're looking at Heat 1A, first place, U91, the Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate. Then it was the U11, the Miss Flav-R-Pac, Jamie Nilsen. That's got to be a good run for them. They've got to feel good. And then third to the Miss Apollo, U27, driven by Super Dave Villwock. Those are unofficial because just like qualifying, the boats have to go through tech inspection. And they'll look at the same 2 things, fuel flow. They will look at the N2. Hopefully everything is clean. Now, this racing, we're going to go, Heat 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, etc. And these boats are going to garner points from qualifying and then through the heats. And then, as we learned this morning at the drivers' meeting, our final heat will be 4 boats on the front row and maybe a single trailer.
You want to sit?
Either that or you want to just put that on his head.
Yeah.
We can grab him right here. I think we got a chance to grab Andrew Tate right here. And we'll catch him real quick before we send him over to the guys on the PA. It's the other side there. Wait, here, like that there. Bend that, or there you go. This is why we didn't want to do it on camera, Tanner, because we always
Rookie.
Rookie. That voice you hear is the winner of our Heat 1A here at the 75th Madison Regatta. Andrew, that's a good start.
Yeah, it's always nice to come out first heat of the weekend and put 400 on the board. So congratulations to the team, Goodman Real Estate. Bruce Ratchford's not here this weekend, but I know he's watching, so congratulations, Bruce. We got a solid thing going here, man. Thanks for everything, guys.
You got a solid thing going. We didn't get a chance to talk about your qualifying, but there's another solid piece to this puzzle. But I want to go back to the start. Right up here at about the apex of the corner, we couldn't see you because you had Dave on the far outside, and then you had Jamie on the inside. We couldn't see you, and I said up here, I said, watch Andrew, watch Andrew. You were coming. You were not the first one across. You didn't break the clock. Jamie did, but boy, did you have boat speed.
Yeah, it's a really short run here to the start-finish line coming off the second turn. So if you can carry some boat speed and really make that work for you going down there into that first turn, it's really nice to get down there first and be able to kind of point the boat where you want it to go and make those guys read and react off you. So it's going to be a key throughout the weekend. Everyone knows the deal and how to play it. So, but yeah, definitely not the first boat across the line. Jamie nailed that one, I think, but it was nice to get there with the head of steam.
Is lane 2 the place to be? You think? You like that? Well, it was that time.
You know what? We'll find out. It was interesting to watch everyone qualify and, the different kind of routes that they took around the race course. So we were all using a lot of it out here, trying to keep the boat speed and the momentum up to put down the fastest lap. So, when you're using 4 lanes in qualifying, the fastest one around the race course is going to be somewhere in the middle. So, not to give away too many secrets, but it's going to be interesting. And if you can get inside with a head of steam and hit this starting line and get down there first, you're going to be tough to beat. If you got to sacrifice too much to do that at the start-finish line to get lane 1, you're probably not going to be the first one down in the first turn there, and you're going to have a tough time. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens throughout the weekend and how everyone plays it. And looking forward to watching the second heat here and see what these guys do. What's
it like down in turn 1? We can't see it from here. We don't get that good a look from the drone. Is it pretty soupy down there? Is it okay?
Yeah, I mean,
it wasn't a trick
it's
question.
Not all that nice, to be honest with
Really?
you. I moved over the third lap there, coming down past the start-finish line. I kind of inched over to let the guys behind me try and race outside of me, and we got down there, and there was some surprises waiting for me when I tried to go through that turn in lane 1. But it's going to be something that we all have to battle here all throughout the weekend. And, I'm anxious to see how it all plays out. I think everyone here is kind of taking it one heat at a time, one lap at a time. And we really all just want to get to the final with solid points haul and be on that front line.
Sure.
So that's the first goal. We'll see what happens come the final.
Well, when they throw the qualifying at you, qualify the fastest. When they throw the first heat at you, go win it. So check the first 2 boxes. Got some momentum.
Yeah, we're happy. We can get out of here in a minute and go eat some dinner, watch this second heat, see how these guys play it. But it's nice to go to sleep tonight knowing you did your job and you did it well.
I know you want to watch this heat, so do I. I got to call it. Thank you very much. He is Andrew Tate. He's the winner of our Heat 1A of the 75th Madison Regatta. All right, that was Andrew Tate. He steps away, and we're apparently Andrew's ears were sweating. He's saying you might want to dry those off. Andrew, thanks for coming up, bud. All right, 1, 2, 3. Our boats are away from the dock. Our 2 strong boats are down to the bottom end of the race course, right off the top. J. Michael Kelly puts himself inside of his teammate Corey Peabody. Great look there as the boats come off the lower corner and head up the backstretch nice and slow, side by side. Darrell Strong, there's your livery right there. The 2 strong boats. Now we'll see if anybody wants to do anything fancy here. And with only 2 boats on the race course, Tanner, I don't expect anybody's going to do anything.
Now, 2 boats. Oh, because, oh my gosh, you're starting way back. I thought it was
no,
at 5
he doesn't have to be that far.
It's 5 seconds past the clock time, or is it 5 seconds behind the boats?
I believe it's 5 seconds. Nick doesn't even know. I think it's 5 seconds behind the clock.
I'm not a lip reader, but what I saw was no one knows.
No one knows. I think it's 5 minutes behind the clock. But as we said that, J. Michael Kelly cut the course.
Yeah.
And he saw it off the top end of the course, so now our boats are spread apart. You might see Brandon Kennedy come down. Now, watch and see what Corey does here. Because this is the type of thing where Corey would make a left-hand turn here if you want and jump over to the backstretch and be ahead of Mike, and then he could be on the inside. Or watch what this guy might do.
So you brought the whole teammate thing. Yep. And, you know, the frenemy situation in teammates. So you got Corey and you've got Mike over there who have been racing together, I assume, since they were children.
Yes, they have, racing outboards.
And, you know, so here they are at the highest level of the sport, duking it out just like they were in their first runs as 10-year-olds. And, yeah, they're going to have some fun with this, but they're also not going to hold back.
Oh, no, they're not going to hold back at all.
Oh,
okay.
My goodness. Mike just took a huge butt right to the nose. I mean, just went right through a wave, splashed over the windshield. And that was just in the second top of the track. There's already white caps up there as the wind is starting to pick up. Corey cut the course and is chasing him down the front straightaway, but it could be a rough one even with just 3 boats.
But honestly, that is what we were talking about. When it gets rough like that, you can't slow down because then you're just going to hammer through them. He's going to have to get the speed up, keep it up, and stay on top of them. Now they both cut the course down here. Where are we? We are coming up on 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start, remember. And the Madison is not in a really good position here, although keep an eye on Brandon. He's going to cut right here on the GP course. Watch him go left now, and there he goes. He will go over and jump behind the 2 strong boats. The rule is Brandon must start 10 seconds behind the clock.
The clock, okay.
Not the other boats, 10 seconds behind the clock. So, as we always say to illustrate that point, conceivably, he could be the first boat across the line. The other guys were 12 seconds late. He was 10 seconds late. He'd be the first one over. Don't expect that to happen. Coming up on the minute 15-second mark, score up here at the start-finish line. Now Corey's going to come down with a bunch of boat speed. Certainly a legal score-up. Would be surprised if he did. Now he doesn't have enough overlap down there now because Mike stuck his foot in it and said, really? You're going to get enough lead on me and come over and close the door? So Mike had to put his foot in it and say, no, I'm still here. You did not get enough legal. Right? They dig troughs in the water and you can bounce it on the nose like Mike did up there. I think the idea here for Brandon Kennedy is make a legal start and come down and get some points, put third-place points on the trailer, and have dinner with the team and celebrate a good day.
I mean, this could be the roughest water Brandon has faced.
Yeah, absolutely, it could be. Now, you see Mike's really come down. Here comes Corey on the outside, coming up to 9 seconds off the pin. And now they start to put the hammer down there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, I tell you what, we may have had both of the boats jump the gun. I don't know, don't quote me, but if they did, your leader would be sitting right here in the Madison. It's going to be close. Here is the look on the screen. You watch it, Tanner, because down there at the bottom end of the course, it's Peabody coming up on the outside. Got a couple of boat lengths. We are looking at the 2 boats up the backstretch here.
Clean.
They're going to say
clean.
it. U9, Beacon Plumbing, your leader, and he's got a full rooster tail now on his teammate J. Michael Kelly. I'll tell you what, Tanner, I'm going to have to go back and watch that one full speed because, boy, it looked to me like there was a couple across. And our countdown and so forth is not official, but darn it, it's close.
Oh, my goodness.
Big hop down there for Corey Peabody at the bottom end of the race course. He really took a jump out of the water. He got it back down, and away he goes. Lap number 2 up the backstretch. boats are spread out, but boy, they are fighting some rough water conditions.
They sure are, especially down in that first corner at the bottom of the track. The top corner seems to have flattened out pretty good, but once again, boat speed across the line was better than position. Such a long straightaway. Corey just had a bit more boat speed at the line, and by the time he got to the first corner, he was far ahead.
Corey getting an outstanding boat ride coming across start-finish line. And he will start, and here comes teammate J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric.
Now,
Kelly.
JMK is tracked out on that turn into the outside lane.
Yep.
Is that something he'll hold along the track, or?
I think he might. He's got spotters right here to our left that are just telling him where the good water is. He's just looking for clean water where he can get through without getting a heck beat out of him. He has worn that lower corner a couple of times. He's come out with broken ribs and black eyes, and that corner can gobble you up down there. But he's coming up now, and he, as you said, he took a big punch up here before the heat even started. You don't even know what might be going on as a result of that. But right now, it is all Corey Peabody, top end of the race course. He's going to come out maybe wide. Give us a look. Here he comes. Corey Peabody, Beacon Plumbing, Strong Racing, the U9, your winner of Heat 1B. Corey Peabody. Here comes his teammate, J. Michael Kelly. They're telling him there's good water here on the outside. Just put it up against the outer course markers, and you'll find the best water that's sitting there.
Sure. Once his teammate's out of reach, you got to survive these waters really at that point.
And I'm telling you what, this is a big moment. Everything they have accomplished today, they got the driver qualified, they got the boat in the race, and they get third place points. Miss Madison, the U6, comes home in third. The fans love it. They love it. It's just so many people have worked so hard to put that team together, and for them to come out here and earn points like that, good for them. Good for them. Hopefully the crew gets to go home. I know they won't. I'm saying I wish they could go home tonight and get a good night's sleep. Yeah, they're not. They're going to work on a boat.
This is a completely new thing for me, for a community to gather around and sponsor a boat.
Yep.
I mean, the mayor, everybody is absolutely behind it. He's been on the microphone about 6 times in the last 2 hours. I mean, he's just loving it.
Well, he is a politician.
Fair.
You show a microphone to a politician.
No,
I don't know
mean,
I've ever seen one back
probably
down.
99% of the voters in town are here.
That's true, too. Oh, there he is right there. I knew he was here. He was just walking around. There is the mayor, Bob Courtney of Madison, Indiana. Very nice man. I met him a year ago at an ice cream parlor.
Of course you did.
Of course I did. We were just talking, and he said, I'm Mayor Bob Courtney. Ah, okay. So Heat 1A, Heat 1B are in the books. Coming up next for us is our final heat for the first day. Our first day final heat for our 2.5 stocks. So Tanner, I'm going to let you talk for a minute. I'm going to go down and just make sure I understand what I'm seeing. Okay. Okay. Well, let's put it this way. Fans don't go away, because I got a hunch Corey Peabody's going to come up here and say hello to us. Janique, if she's down on the dock, and we'll look and see for her. This is how we can find out if he's going to come up, because look for Janique on the dock, and if she's there, this is the good part here. We'll just see if she's there to grab him when he steps off. Got the Strong Racing crew there. Robert Miguel in the background. Get the boats a little close together there, guys. Don't want to stick any red paint on that. And the beautiful paint scheme, and I'm going to use the word paint because it is paint this year. Last year it was a wrap, and this year they painted the hull. I saw it when they were doing it. It's just beautiful.
And is that every boat, or?
No, most of them are wrapped anymore. But this one they painted the decks on. It's really pretty. So Corey Peabody has yet to step out of the cockpit, but he is on the water, our winner, and we say on the water because the boats always have to go through tech inspection. Somebody will reach under the bonnet. I don't think we'll be able to see it there. Maybe right there. Watch that crewman, see if he pulls out the data acquisition box, the black box that isn't. There it is, and that's the box. That's
You called it. It was orange.
I got one right. The colorblind guy got one. Yeah.
Wait, it's green. It's green.
Yeah. That's the data acquisition box, and that will be rushed up to Seth Partial in the tech truck, and he will plug it into the box. I'm not seeing Janique down there yet. Corey's explaining what went on down there, and
I think he looks happy.
Like me, he can't cut his hands off. He can't talk.
He's probably wishing he could get out of that triple layer driving suit in this 98 degree, 100% humidity.
Yep.
Weather.
Walking past young Carson Kelly there on the right of the screen, holding on to the slings. And he's going to have a word with his good buddy Mike. And they're going to have a conversation about what went on out there in the water.
I'm a lip reader. If you want me to go ahead and translate this, hey, did you have lunch yet? Oh, there's a barbecue place right up over there. Oh, no, I didn't. I can't fit in my suit if I have too much barbecue. So good. Oh, okay.
Can I get out of these clothes first?
No, that's so awesome that they've been racing together for so long. It's always very cool when that happens in any sport, when you see two childhood friends, even brothers or relatives or people that grew up in the same area, compete against each other. Because, you know, they're keeping track 100%.
They are keeping track. I was just going to wait. If Corey is listening to us, I was just going to hold here and see, because Janique was right there. And I wanted to see if by chance she was possibly going to bring Corey Peabody up here where we could catch a word with him. And I'm willing to hang here for a minute and see if that happens. It's been a long day. It has been a good day. It's been a good day. We were a little slow getting started. We were 2 hours behind when we got rolling this morning because of fog, and we had a big, apparently something came down the river, big barge came down the river and wiped out half our race course. But we got that put back together and got boats on the water, and once we did, it's pretty much been nonstop all day long.
The fact that fog that thick doesn't stop the barges from cruising up and down the river. I mean, the barges are, they're football field long.
Easy.
Yeah, they're 3-4 barges being pushed by a big tug barge type thing.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag. Welcome to the 2024 Madison Regatta and the Indiana Governor's Cup. Peabody from lane number 2. Welcome back to the start-finish line one more time here at the 75th Madison Regatta. I'm Brad Luce along with Tanner Faust. I'm joined now by Corey Peabody, driver of the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. And Corey, you're the winner of our Heat 1B. I got to think this is a good way to start the weekend. You guys had some scrambling with qualifying. What start there? What was going on with that? What happened up the backstretch when you went down?
Well, it just came out of that corner and it took a hop and it just felt like it ran out of fuel. So, you know, I radioed back and I was like, it feels like it's running out of fuel, and then it just shut off. It didn't go to ground idle, didn't do anything. It just shut off and came to a coast, and, you know, so I didn't know what it was, but I got out of the boat and I looked up the back of the motor and that was all good. Prop was there, so, you know, there was no vibration, no anything like that. It just turned off. So we got it back and got it figured out, and off we went.
And then you scrambled. You guys only had about 8 minutes when you hit the water to qualify, but you went out and ran strong. I know you wanted to be the number one, but you picked up 80 points. You were potentially going to lose.
Yeah, you know, it worked out. You know, it was a mad dash, but we got it done. That's a lot of experience down there to make that happen. You know, so a lot of teams couldn't have pulled that off, but we did, and I'm happy, you guys, and what a good day.
It is a good day, and 6 boats started, 6 boats finished, and you got to go out there and run against your buddy. I know that he's probably not your good buddy when you're running. We've had that conversation many times, but you guys ran very, very strong. Your boat looked real good. I'm told the water down there in one's a little soupy.
Yeah, it's now more of a trench than a hole, you know, so it's there. It didn't go away, you know, but we all got to race around the same buoys. We all got to go through the same thing. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, we'll get through it, and that's what it is. So right now it's about collecting points and getting into the final and building towards the bigger goals.
That's exactly right, because most importantly, you know, somebody's got you picked in the betting pool.
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to degrade it by calling it a betting pool.
Yes.
But by calling it a betting pool.
Yes.
But somebody, has you picked, so it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah. A win-win for both of us.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's what we're all about. We're about win-wins.
Yes, indeed.
Would you guys like me to just leave and you guys can talk about how you know how to pick boats and all that good stuff?
I mean, I'm not saying that I know everything about hydroplane boat racing. I'm just saying I picked a winner this weekend, which I'm really happy about.
We're off to a pretty good start over there.
I think so. First 2 heats of competition he's ever seen, too. So, yeah, he's not doing too bad. So, the race course. Now you've raced on it.
Yeah.
Can we put 4 boats on this thing? Or is it kind of a tight? All right, that's fine.
You put 4 of the there's 4 boats that'll go out there and do it. But it's going to be
tight.
Let's get through the weekend. If we all have the attitude, we got to get through the weekend. Put on a great show. You know, run fast boats and run hard. But you know, down there in that trench, I'm going to call it. You know, it's not. It's there. It's from apex all the way to exit.
Wow.
So you know, it's there, and you know, nobody wants to go through it, and so you're going to have people trying to avoid it, and you know that's racing though. So.
It's Saturday night. I'm assuming you are back home, boat on the trailer with an intact race boat, no thrashing tonight. What do you guys do from here? What's the next step? Start looking at data?
Well, yeah, we're doing that right now. Some electrolytes, a couple ibuprofen, a steak, and a nap. That's what it is.
Hell
you
yeah,
know?
brother.
yeah, a nice fillet, you know, and a nap. You know, go to bed early, and you know, just don't. I don't come here to party. I come here to work, and you know, so it's just take care of your body and rest. So
you like that sign up there?
Yeah. 1A and 1B is official, so that's always good. We got the points that we want, you know.
You cleared the truck. Everything is good. You got your win.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
It's a wee thing.
It's a wee thing.
Yeah. So
you guys
it's AB. Thanks to your way out. You know? Yeah.
I know it's hot. I know you want to get out of here and go have an evening. We just wanted a couple of quick words from you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming up here.
Yeah, man. Having fun.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
It's a good start to the weekend, a good start to the season.
Appreciate
Keep it going.
Yeah. We're going to do it. You know, thanks to all the fans and all the sponsors out here, Beacon Plumbing, Beacon Electric, you know, Goodman Real Estate, Flav-R-Pac. There's a ton on the Miss Madison, so to all those people, you know.
Absolutely.
Clifty Engineering helps us out every year here, so big thanks to those guys, you know. So just want to say thank you to everybody, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Before you run, you brought it up, the Madison.
Yeah.
How about those guys today? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm proud of it. You know, that's Brandon's been, you know, a long time coming, and, you know, maybe he should have got a ride before, but, you know, you're here now.
You're here
so,
now.
Congratulations to him. I walked over after he got his laps, gave him a handshake, told him congratulations. You know, it's great. It's great for him. It's great for the city to have a boat back, and they're doing something. You know, I mean, not everybody can do it, but they're doing it. You know, it's not easy, but you know, here he is. He's doing it.
And Brandon is a good guy. He's representing the city really well, and he had more fun than you're supposed to have with your clothes on, I guess, last night in the parade.
Well, I'm looking at it like this. It's like I was the shortest guy at all the drivers, and now I'm not. So, you know.
Another win.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so.
Sweet.
I tried to make it to 5.8. I never got there. Got to 5.7. You know, so.
Thanks for taking the time, my friend, and coming up here. Appreciate it greatly, and I hope I talk to you a whole bunch of times this weekend.
Yeah, well, I look forward to coming back.
Of course you do.
All right, thanks,
So
guys.
does he.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, keep picking.
Okay, I
All
will.
right, all right, guys. Take care.
All right.
Thank you, Corey.
We'll
He
see you.
is Corey Peabody, the winner of our Heat 1B, driving the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. And we're on that, so you can go. Appreciate it, bud, very much.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you.
He is Corey Peabody. He's kind of a fun guy to talk to.
No, he's a good cat. You know, the first time I went to the pit back at the test session in Tri-Cities, you know, Corey, JMK, that whole team just walked me straight in, showed me the data, showed they could see I was curious about the motorsport, about the racing, about really what makes the sport tick, and they just opened their books. I had to figure out which stuff I could talk about, which stuff I couldn't, but it's they're such generous, open people, and taught me a lot about this sport already.
Did you have fun today?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, I'm with Corey. I don't know if 4 boats can fit down there. I got nervous when 2 boats were going down there. Now we had 3 in the heats, and it looked hectic. So it's interesting to hear him describe how big that hole is from the apex all the way to the track out. And I know it's the same clearance to the shore on that side as it is here. And to see how close boats are getting pushed out towards the dock here, it must be a little nerve-wracking exiting turn 1.
Yeah, it's tight. It's always tight on the Ohio River. We used to run 5 boats on the front row on the Ohio. Now, the boats didn't go into the corner near as fast, and they didn't have those barn door skid fins hanging in the water to hold them in their trough and hold them on their line. But, yeah, we used to run 5 wide, and then we went to 4, and now we're here. And the boats are just going so fast. Yep. They are going so fast into the corner. They take so much speed into that corner, and then they just slam that skid fin sideways.
You can see how much the skid fin and the friction of it all slows them down. So to maintain speed at the apex, they're basically flat on the turn-in. I mean, you can see it just in the height of the rooster tail.
Right.
And then you see that energy start to bleed off as they finish the corner. But, yeah, it's incredibly committal. It takes probably an amazing amount of timing. I love the shots that we cover on screen where you're in the cockpit.
Yep.
With the drivers. And I have this helmet cam that I put in my helmet that I want to give to one of these guys to get some footage, because you get actually the shake of the helmet and how hard it is to see with all the vibration, and to be able to time the corner in
right
is you know, down to milliseconds. So it's going to be interesting to watch, that's for sure.
Well, we've had a busy day. I think we've pretty much come to the end of it. We may pick up a little coverage here of the E350 class, and the Jersey Speed Skiffs are still going to go out, but I think we're going to start knocking this down a little bit here from the H1 and Grand Prix side. We had a good day. We ran 2 heats of competition. We had a couple of winners, Corey Peabody driving the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, as the stat man stood in front of us. All of those boats went through tech inspection. Everything was clean, so everything was good there. All the boats are on the trailer in one piece. That's always a good thing.
First day for me that's
go.
happened since I've been at the track. It's good.
And so, again, we did not get as far through the schedule as we had hoped to get today. We had hoped to run Heat 2A and 2B for H1 Unlimited. It does not look like we are going to do that unless a decision has been made that I'm not aware of. And so then we're going to have to run an extra set of heats tomorrow. It just means more racing, means more fun. Be here early, get a good night's sleep. Like Corey said, he wants a steak and a nap. I thought that was a pretty good idea.
From my palatial hotel room, I can see the fireworks. And you'll be able to see off the gas station where your hotel room is pointed. You'll be able to see the reflection of the fireworks.
I see, yeah.
It'll still be nice, I think.
It should be. I have seen the fireworks. They're very, very good.
Okay.
So it was a good day. All the boats ran. We had good competition. We're going to start early in the morning. This is the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. It's the 75th Madison Regatta. Say that out loud. 75 years they've been doing this here.
It is incredible.
You know, you roll that out, the 75th Madison Regatta. Okay, that's pretty cool. He said that and didn't stumble. And then you realize 75 years.
Yeah. There's not very many races that are older than that. Pikes Peak, Indy 500, not too many more.
Well, you wait until we get out to the Tri-Cities and I get to start quacking about that oldest active motorsports trophy in the world.
Wow.
And we're going to pull that bad boy out, and you'll see it. It is very, very cool. So this sport has a ton of history in it, and it's rich, and it's deep, and people that are involved in it, like myself and the fans here, they're very, very passionate. You've sensed some of that passion in the parade last night, I am sure. So if I don't quit talking, we might be here too long, so I'll wrap it up. He's Tanner Faust. I'm Brad Luce. It's the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, the 75th Madison Regatta. We're going to be here tomorrow. We hope you will be too. Keep an eye on the H1 Unlimited Facebook page and h1unlimited.com for the latest schedule. They will be talking about that. We'll get it posted as soon as we know what it is, but it's going to happen tomorrow morning. It's going to be fast, going to be fun. Good night, everybody, from Madison, Indiana.
Good night.
on this Saturday afternoon at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. We're 340 away.
340 away. Good boats here. Of course, we saw Grant Lettycoat. Unfortunately, unable to get the last in the last heat, but now he's out there in the 97 Legends Yacht Transport presents Mag Simulations. He was the winner earlier today. We'll see what happens now. But again, 4 boats out here on the water as we get ready to go.
Carl Adams by the start-finish line buoy, the E323 Maximum Racing. Dylan Goodell, the first boat up in turn number 2 in the all-point construction.
Jersey skips to the water. Jersey skips to the water. Jersey skips to the water.
Thank you, Jordan. Dylan Goodell off turn number 2. That's the all-point construction. And Jordan, that's that boat that won here last year in 350. And boy, but Grant Lettycoat and that Legend Yacht Transport presents Mag Simulations. And that's the Ayler sponsored boat with my cousin Darren Ayler and his sons Aaron and Anthony. Mag Simulations is on Main Street here in historic downtown Madison. It's simulated golf. You can play numerous courses from around the world, and if Grant Lettycoat can play golf like he drives, he could do the simulated course at Mag Simulations. He could ace the Masters in Augusta.
I guarantee you could do much better than I could, my friend, because, again, golfing is just not for me. But you know what? This young man clearly has shown he can drive. It's in his blood. His father was a great driver, and as well, Scott Lettycoat. So right now, let's see what he does here in the final for the 350. Starting to see some Jersey skips being lowered in to the water again. Their summer final is coming up after this, and then that will conclude our action here on the water today. Again, boats coming down right now. As Jeff Ayler, we are now at 1:40.
All right, Jordan, I'll take him up the back chute, then I'll hand him over to you. You want to call these puppies all the way around 4 times? Or you want me to hang with you?
Hang with me just a minute.
Okay, I'll hang with you. Coming up on the 120 mark, and boy, it's been a wonderful day once we got started about 11 o'clock, and everybody involved, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're hoping we can get an earlier start tomorrow, and we'll hope for the best. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark, 1 minute period. Everyone behind that orange buoy, that's the 1 minute score up in. So right now, Jordan, it looks like Dylan Goodell will have lane number 1, the all-point construction. Alex Menga, lane number 2 in the Wolverine. Grant Lettycoat, lane 3 in Legend Yacht Transport presents Mag Simulations. Carl Adams will go the outside in the Maximum Racing. We're 35 seconds until the start. Jordan Bear, bring her to the green flag.
Yes, sir, Jeff Ayler. Here we go. What are we getting down to? We're at 25 seconds left. They're a little early. They're going to have to cut quite a bit of power right here. Oh, my goodness. Not much time left at all.
Oh, yeah, they're early. They're going to creep and crawl the line. 10 seconds.
Looks like, honestly, the one that may do it is Carl Adams. He's got full speed coming from the outside. 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark the racing. And immediately it is Grant Lettycoat on the outside, but it looks like Dylan Goodell's on the inside, and Jeff, he's got the short way around as they go to the backstretch.
Boy, Goodell's got the advantage, but here comes this 17-year-old out of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Goodell's got his hands full, but here comes Grant Lettycoat. This one's not over. First to 4 times around, Goodell in front, but here comes Grant Lettycoat.
And Dylan Goodell still got the inside lane around, but there is Grant Lettycoat coming from the outside. He's right in the middle of that rooster tail, but Goodell's got it on the inside. My goodness gracious, what a turn that was by Dylan Goodell. We have a boat dead in the water. Carl Adams on the backstretch, but after 1 complete, it's still Dylan Goodell, Jeff Ayler. But we tell you what, Grant Lettycoat is not going anywhere.
Beautiful dueling here in the 350 final on this Saturday afternoon at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. Goodell driving a dandy. The boat in front was your champion here last year in 350. Carl Adams has went dead in the water. And right now, Jordan, Grant Liddicoat is trying everything to get Legend Yacht Transport Mag Simulations to the front, and here he comes!
And Dylan Goodell right there, but Grant Liddicoat not far behind him. We got great racing. It's about half a rooster tail right now. Dylan Goodell still leads by about half a rooster tail, but Liddicoat's not going anywhere. 2 down, 2 to go. We're now within about 2 boat lengths, but again, Goodell's got the short line around, but we're getting really close, Jeff.
Boy, Liddicoat about come unhooked. Goodell slid out. Hip check didn't work. Off the turn.
There it is.
Best race of the day on this Saturday. They split Adams. Goodell on the inside, Liddicoat on the outside. It's anybody's race in 350.
Oh, and Dylan Goodell's right there. A little light for Liddicoat, but my goodness, you can put a towel over both of them right now. But who's going to have it? Goodell's on the inside lane, but Liddicoat's right there. What a race we got here. Way down, it's Dylan Goodell, but Liddicoat's right there as they get the white flag. 3 down, 1 to go. Jeff Baylor.
Exciting.
Oh, we got an Andy.
Exciting, fierce dueling in this Saturday 350 final. Goodell driving a dandy on the inside. The 17-year-old in the dominant red boat, Legend Yacht Transport Mag Simulations. Half a lap to go. They are side by side.
Here we go. Coming down the final turn, final lap here. Goodell on the inside. Liddicoat's right there. They are deck to deck. What a race we got here in the 350 final. Goodell's got the inside lane, but Liddicoat's right there. And there goes Goodell. He's on the inside. Is he going to be able to hold it off here with the checkered flag? It is going to be a goal.
Oh, I think it's a heater.
It is Dylan Goodell.
I think it's a heater.
Finish. Dylan Goodell on the photo finish. Oh my goodness gracious.
It is Dylan Goodell. Dylan Goodell, the white boat, won it by about 18 inches. Wow. I thought we had a heater like down at Churchill
Holy
Downs.
Moses.
And God rest D. Wayne Lucas.
What a race they had. Now that, my friends, is what racing is all about right there. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, Jeff, that was fun.
Good job. Dylan Goodell wins it by about 18 inches. I thought it was a heater.
Oh, man.
Fabulous. Fabulous. 350's competitive, and wow.
Oh, that was awesome. My goodness, what a race. We got one more to go, one race to go. But, man, that's going to be a tough one to top, Jeff Ayler. But what a race that was. Dylan Goodell able to grab the victory. Unfortunate about Carl Adams. He's dead on the backstretch. But, man, oh, man, what a race that was.
Outstanding. One more heat to go, and it's for the Summer Nationals for the Jersey Speed Skiff in the APBA inboard category. Want to make certain these drivers get in here. Grant Liddicoat's out of his boat. Dylan Goodell's out of his boat. Fans along the shoreline, let's hear it for Dylan Goodell, your winner, and runner-up Grant Liddicoat. Let them hear it.
That was, I mean, I'm looking at the photo right here in front of me. Can you run it back for me, please, if you don't mind? Oh, my goodness gracious. And you stop it there. It is literally by, again, a few inches at best. Because it is literally the nose of Goodell that is across that start line first. And, man, oh, man, that is one heck of a sight right there. Oh, wow.
Jordan, I got to have fun with my friend Brad Luce, the voice of H1 Unlimited. We had that heater in Detroit, and
I remember it well.
Thank God there's not pari-mutuel wagering in hydroplane racing. That hurts your win place payout with the dead heat.
Well, I'm really glad that we had the heater in Detroit, whatever year that was. It was a long time ago.
Well, it was it was going to be a fabulous heat. We had Greg Hopp in the Leland 100, Mike Webster in the 22, and Mark Evans in the Fedco, and Mike blew over the U22 entering the Rooster Tail turn on lap number 1. But that restart, you go ahead and tell him I had the crowd, and you said I blew it. Thank God to Greg Kreitzer, he knew what a heater was.
Well, I'm standing up atop the pit tower, and I got all the high-price seats sitting right next to me, and they're all hooting and hollering. I bring them out of the corner, and I send them down to you, Ayler. I said, Ayler, who wins this? And all you said was, it's a heater. And there was a 2-second pause, and I went, what's a heater? And I turned around to all the fans, and I went, anybody here know what a heater is? And everybody's going, no, I got Jeff, I'm getting a lot of dumb looks here.
Oh, it was great. And
explain. But now I know, see? So for this heat, I know what we just had. That was awesome.
Brad, thank you very much. And we got one more to go, and I got that. Balazowski. Yeah, I got to get that name right. Yeah, Weber's easier to say. Brad, thank you. We got to get set here for our final race of the day. We got to get our watches set, and my goodness, if we have a photo finish and skiffs, I might have to crack open a cold one on the cool-off lap.
I'm okay with that, my friend. I have several waiting for me at the house.
Now that's boat racing right there.
Oh, that is.
It doesn't get no better.
It does not. I mean, from the and I mean, and honestly, you know, if you're Grant Liddycoat, I know he's upset because obviously you want to win, but at the end of the day, you also got to look at him here and say, man, we put on one hell of a show there in the 350 final, and that, my friends, is how you race hydroplanes here on the Ohio River.
You're looking at a 16-foot boat, racing trim with the driver and rider inside, about 1,600 pounds. Boats are powered by a 283 or 305 cubic inch stock Chevrolet engine. Competition speeds here in Madison, you'll see up to 75 to 80 miles per hour. And yes, the rider does have duties to look for competition, double check the timing marks, watch the gauges. That rider is not out there just for a joyride because they're very instrumental inside that cockpit for the driver. This is the Summer Nationals for the skiffs. That's the premier event for the APBA inboard boats here in Madison, and the other venues on the circuit will have the Summer Nationals. But for the Hammer, that JS-23, it's named Kryptonite. Kevin Gunther pilots with Nicholas Wheeler riding, and hopefully they make a start here in the final. They had an unfortunate did not start in the qualifier. So that's a little bit of information on the skiffs. And Jordan, back in the day on the East Coast, they were known as the Rum Runners.
The Rum Runners, huh?
You know what that means? A little bit of illegal liquor activity moving the waterways on the East Coast.
Okay. Oh, Rum Runners. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Just like when Junior Johnson got baptized in the NASCAR. He was one of those illegal guys on four wheels.
Let me tell you what, one of the first alcoholic beverages I tried, of course I was 21, of course, was Captain Morgan's spiced rum. One of the first drinks I ever had, Jeff, and it was one, needless to say, I've not had it since, my friend. A little too extreme for me.
Oh, I'm back in good status with the Hammer. She thanked me.
Are you? Good.
So I don't need that vacation slip for Monday.
I was going to sign one for you, Jeff, I assure you.
Oh, we got a good group coming up here. We got 8 set to go, and I apologize earlier. We got the JS11, and I lost my sheet, and thank you, you kept yours. Wanted to mention Robert Boslowski. He is the rider in the JS11 with Mike Probola. So, Robert, I apologize to you. And finally met Robert earlier this year. He's here with Kim Flahart out of Maryland. And Robert Boslowski is in the rider's compartment of boat number 11. We got our deputy over in Maryland, Sergeant George Sewell. He's in the repeat offender. Kind of a crafty name when you're in law enforcement. But the one to watch here is the JS-10 Yumpin Yemeni with the brother-sister tandem out of Maryland. Jimmy Stewart drives, Pega Wancio, his sister, the rider. But don't count out boat number 45 in the red. Samantha Wancio, dynamite female pilot, holding the steering wheel. Her brother Max rides, and you know, anything can happen. You don't want to jump the gun, you don't want lane infractions, and obviously you don't want mechanical gremlins to take you out of it. Mark, thank you for the radio. It was very valuable for us today with H1 Unlimited, and if you can do that tomorrow, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, still waiting a little bit here. I'm going to go find out a little bit.
We got the 135 in the water. That's the Not Right. Dave Savage, the driver. Mike Hendrickson riding. Got the JS-32. That's the Floridian tandem. Bob Gallo chauffeuring. Bob Birdsall Jr. riding. Kryptonite, the boat the Hammer likes at Greencraft with Kevin Gunther driving, Nicholas Wheeler riding. And the JS-11 going into the water. That's the first flight. Mike Probola, the driver. Robert Boslowski is the rider. And which one we have left after that one enters the drink? And JS-8, that's Sergeant George Sewell with rider Tanner Hood, the repeat offender. Also in the water, the white, purple, yellow, going skipping crazy. Dallas True Love drives with his rider, Rob Schiller. And we've mentioned the 10 and the 45. We're getting the 11 in the water. The crane operator will swing over and pick up the repeat offender. Then after that, we should be in sequence for our clock countdown for our final race on this Saturday at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta. I'm going to be in real big trouble at the dealership Monday on
Are you?
Madison's Hilltop. I heard from the double hammer, Connie in parts. She's begging for a vacation slip too and wants it signed, but that's not my department.
No, well, my vacation's coming up August 1st, so August 1st is my vacation, my friend.
Great to see my cohorts down on the riverfront with Chandler Chevrolet. They gave assistance this weekend for a staging area for that damn bad influence. Mike Grindell contacted me, and J.R. Fisher and Gary Chandler was kind enough to use the shop so they could house a 468 for a few days and extra parts on a pallet. And I know Mike Grindell thanks us at Chandler Chevrolet for being a storage hub free at charge for a few days, and anything to help. And Mike Grindell's been good to me, and also to everybody at Chandler Chevrolet has been good to me as well.
How long have you been there now, my friend?
9 years.
9 years at Chandler Chevrolet.
You know, it's like I always say, Chandler Chevrolet, 600 Clifty Drive on Madison's Hilltop, 812-273-4400. Sales, new and used. Service department. Parts. Collision center. Rental. And I understand they have a friendly shuttle pilot at Chandler Chevrolet.
There you have it. So go visit Chandler Chevrolet. Is that what you're saying, Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. I am actually looking for a new car at the end of the year, so maybe I need to go pay them a visit.
Come on over. We'll get you with sales manager Gabe Chandler, and he'll take you a tour, and we'd love to have you stop by the dealership.
Hell yeah. The last boat being lowered right now, Jeff Ayler, into the drink. Do not drink this water, folks. Please don't. Again, looking at the finish again of the 350 final that's up here on the monitor to my left. I am still in amazement by that race that we saw, Jeff, and again by the smallest of fractions. Goodell is the winner, and I'm telling you, Jeff, it doesn't get any better than that, and I'm just amazed. I feel blessed that I was able to call that race with you. I really was.
Oh, you did a great job, and boy, it didn't get any better than that 350 final. And boy, this water today in Madison's been wonderful after yesterday's hiccup with the high water, some debris. And you know, one thing today I've not heard of is debris, and I don't even want to mention it even tomorrow, but I think everything is well in our favor tomorrow with the river projections I saw yesterday.
Absolutely, and you know, Corey Peabody, when he was up here, he talked about how great the river is. He said this river in the past has beaten the living hell out of him before, and he said now, he goes, this year it's rather calm, so. All right, we're just about ready, folks.
Skip, drivers and riders, if you're strapped in, give us a thumbs up to Chief Referee Dave Shaw, and we'll get you on your clock countdown. Good luck.
Let's get ready. Here we go.
Skiff competitors, stand by for your clock countdown to 1 to the 5 coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's 1 to the 5 for the Skiff Summer National Championship. Thirty seconds. 20. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's the 5-minute period for the Jersey Speed Skiff Summer National Championship. Skippers, start them up. First boat out, the 721, going skipping crazy. Dallas Trulove and Rob Schuler. There's the Florida tandem. Bob Gallo, Bob Birdsall. In the 32, the number 8 repeat offender, Sergeant George Sewell with Tanner Hood. There goes Yump and Yimmity with Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio, the 10. The blue boat, number 11, Mike Probello drives with Robert Bolsowski in the rider's compartment. It's the first flight. Purple boats, the JS 135, Not Right. Dave Savage drives. Mike Hendrickson's the rider, the number 45 in the red. Samantha Awancigo, Max Awancigo. And there's the Hammers' favorite boat, the green Kryptonite. Kevin Gunther pilots with Nicholas Wheeler riding. We're 3 minutes and 55 seconds until the start. These boats are very exciting. You see up in turn number 2, they chime, they roll left, right, left, right. Now the straightaways here, it's hop, hop, up and down, up and down. You need sufficient padding on the behind end to survive in this class because it can get lumpy.
Jeff, I still think you can handle this. If you got one of these, I think you can handle the bouncing. In your age, I think you could.
You're going to let me take this one wire to wire?
I'll help you out on this one, I promise, my friend.
Okay, God love you.
Let's get through this last one together before we go have a cocktail.
There's the JS8, Sergeant George Sewell in the repeat offender. You know, that 32 boat, I never did get the official name of it. I just been calling them the Floridians. And Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall.
Yeah.
Getting inside lane here, you can't count that boat out.
Oh, no. I mean, it ran really well the last time. Unfortunately, it got kind of hooked up into that mess in the first race, and it went inside the buoy. Ended up getting hit with a 1-minute penalty. But, you know, a boat that really showed a lot of promise. But right now, let's see what they are because they're fighting for their lanes. Let me tell you what, when all these boats come together, we have one that's gone dead or in the water. They're going to try to get it back up, I guess.
Oh, and that's one of your favorites. That's the In the Red. They won at Brockville, Ontario. No, they're cutting through the race course, just trying to get scored up here. 2:30 until the start, 2:30 away. There's the green Kryptonite. Kevin Gunther and Nicholas Wheeler, and the appropriate color for the Kryptonite boat, Superman Beware.
Superman beware indeed. I like that reference. You know, it's weird because they look fun from here, but I have a feeling riding in one, I'd probably be panicking once I feel like we were going to flip over on our side. But it's amazing what they're able to do.
Coming up on 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the start. It's a fight for lanes. The orange buoy directly across the start-finish line buoy. That is the 1-minute pin where Kryptonite is going by right now. You have to have your boat to the right-hand side of that buoy prior to 1 minute to be a legal starter. And right now, Kevin Gunther well off sequence. And this is surprising here with this boat in the red with Samantha Awancigo, 1:35 until the start. They're going to have to haul around pretty quickly and score up with the field on the back straightaway. We're coming up on the 1:25 mark. So in the red and Kryptonite, in my eye, Jordan, off start sequence, and you don't want to take yourself out prior to the start. We'll see how it fans out.
Absolutely not. We got about 1:10 till the start of the Summer Nationals here. And right now, the all red, of course, as you said, one of the favorites here. And you look up there, Jeff, they got to be to the right of that 1 minute mark, and there it is.
And boy, there's the Skiff Masters. Jimmy Stewart, Pegawansego, the Yumpin Yemeni. He's got lane number 1. Oh, and the Kryptonite developed a problem. Tough break for Kevin Gunther and Nicholas Wheeler. They're coming back in. They got the Superman jinx.
40 seconds.
Coming up on the 30-second mark, Jordan, I'll bring him to the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. That boat in lane number 1, that orange number 10 is going to be tough to handle. That's Jimmy Stewart and Pegawansego. It's the Summer Nationals for the Jersey Speed Skiffs at the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta on this Saturday. 10 seconds until the start. They eye the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, and it's a clean start and bound. What a start by Mike Probolo with Robert Bolowski riding with him. But there's the Yumpin Yemeni on the inside. Jimmy Stewart and Pegawansego, the first of 4 times around. And the Skiff Masters in front, but boy, Probolo looking good in second with Bolowski in the rider's compartment. In the red in third, it's Wild and Woolly.
And in the red in third, look at this, Jeff. It's making its way up, trying to get second. It has come up. It had full speed coming up. It was just behind the field. But right now, it's still Yumpin Yemeni out front. But right now, in the red, trying to get that second place spot. There's a big fight for it, Jeff. It's on the inside as they come around here to complete lap number 1.
Yumpin Yemeni in front. Now we got a battle for second. Here comes in the red on the inside of the first flight. So Samantha Awansego and Max Awansego moves into second, but your clear-cut leader in the Yumpin Yemeni is Jimmy Stewart and Pegawansego. Samantha Awansego and her brother Max Awansego now in second and in the red, and Mike Probolo doing a great job with Robert Bolowski riding in the number 11. And that going Skiffin Crazy, don't count them out in fourth. Probolo and Bolowski need to keep their eyes open, because that 721 with Dallas Truelove and Robert Schiller are running closer to the buoys, and here they come.
And in the red is trying to catch Yumpin Yemeni. I mean, the brothers and sister are trying to catch them, and let me tell you what, on that turn, it picked up some ground, but here on the straightaways there, but right now in the red, it's getting a little closer. Let me tell you what, we may have one heck of a race here. We still got 2 laps left. They get here in the turn.
And you know the rider in the first place boat, Pegawansego, that's her son and daughter chasing him, and now in the red, going dead in the water. Oh, a tough break for Samantha and Max Awansego. Their Summer National final heat has come to an end, and boy, they gave it a great effort. But boy, Jimmy Stewart, Pegawansego comfortably in front now. Yumpin Yemeni, but boy, Probolo and Bolowski hanging tough in second and first flight. But this going Skiffin Crazy is a good boat with Dallas Truelove and Rob Schiller. We're halfway through it, 2 more to go, and that's unusual attrition in this class.
That is, and man, let me tell you what, we're still got a lot of racing left, and you know, right now, watch out this race for second. I think you may see something here. Or are they back up? It is in the red trying to get back up and going. It is Jeff Ayler.
Oh, and now we got the repeat offender dead in the water with Sergeant George Sewell and Tanner Hood, and boy, the 45 is really laboring, but they're trying everything they can to get back in this. So Yumpin Yemeni in front. First flight in second, going Skiffin Crazy in third. The 32, the Florida tandem in fourth, followed by the Not Right. And in the red, we're coming to the white flag. 3 complete and 1 more to go. Jimmy Stewart and Pegawansego clearly in front. It's just a matter of keeping it together, not hooking, not dislodging any buoys, not cutting through the infield, and they'll be your Summer National champion in 25.
Well, right now, Yumpin Yemeni, again, I thought it was going to get challenged by In the Red. Unfortunately, In the Red went dead. It's back up running now. But let me tell you what, I really thought it had a chance to catch Yumpin Yemeni. But right now, we look at Yup and Yemeni. It is in firm control, Jeff Ayler. It hits the entrance pin at the top of the race course. They're going to be looking for the checkered flag, my friend.
Thank you, Jordan Bear. Final turn, final lap. Summer National Championship in the APBA inboard category for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. A long overdue class to be in Madison, Indiana at the regatta. Off the turn, a dash to the Madison Automotive Group start-finish line. Here is your Summer National Jersey Speed Skiff winners, Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio and Yup and Yemeni. Second place will go to number 11, First Flight, with Mike Probolo and Robert Boslowski. Second place in the 11, and third place, good run for the 721. Going Skiffing Crazy with Dallas True Love and Rob Schiller. Fourth place, and I thought this boat would run better in the final, Bob Gallo and Bob Birdsall Jr. in the 32, but they'll get fourth. Fifth will go to the Not Right with Dave Savage and Mike Hendrickson. In the red, we'll get sixth with Samantha Awancio and Max Awancio, and that's our finishing positions 1 through 6 in the Summer National Jersey Speed Skiff Championship at the Madison Regatta.
Well, that was fun. I must say, Jeff, that was fun.
And don't lose that paper. There you go. Thank you. In the Yup and Yemeni, Probello and Boslowski was second in the First Flight, and the 721 of Dallas True Love and Rob Schiller third in the Going Skiffing Crazy. Don't forget the Rooster Tail Music Festival will go from now until well after midnight. When it becomes dark, it will be the Fireworks Spectacular. Thank you to everyone involved in this event. Racers, crane operators, fire department personnel, emergency personnel, everyone involved from letter A to Z, thank you. For Jordan Bear, I'm Jeff Ayler. Leave the racing on the water. Have a safe night, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for the 75th River City Printing Madison Regatta.
Have a good night, guys.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.